this link right here. Okay. I'll be able to put. Okay. Welcome to the 2023.
What's up,
Resonant
everybody?
Arc final. Not just going to be the first introduction, and we'll skip to the next one. Just get the introduction.
Yeah.
Hopefully this way we'll actually be able to get through more because we'll be having them play all throughout the day, all 12 hours of this stream. So we'll be able to jump back during cool parts and just kind of talk about things. So for our first live streamer, we have Dr. Doak. Let me go ahead and switch over to his stream here. Okay, so I need to add that. Now we can hear you, Dr. Doak. How's it going?
Hey, doing pretty good. How about you?
Doing very good. So there's going to be a slight delay between what you're hearing from Dr. Doak and then what you're seeing, and that's all due to the fact that we're, got his stream open, and then we're talking to him, but it's going to be, a couple of seconds delayed. Yeah. But he's playing Final Fantasy 1 today. So do you want to go ahead and introduce your history with Final Fantasy 1? Why is this game special to you?
Okay, yeah, sure. So I first played this game when I think it was like maybe 5 or 6 years old. It was like way back in elementary school.
Dang.
Nice. Yeah, either kindergarten or first grade. I had absolutely no idea what I was doing, and I don't think I even made it past like Bick the Pirate back then. But I put hours into it. I would pour over the manual that came with the cartridge for like hours at a time. Just looking at the art and everything like that, and it came with like this like full spread poster, like bestiary and everything. It was just awesome, and basically it kind of like shaped everything I would like in video games, like from then on out. Because before then I only played stuff like Mario and everything like that, but it basically kind of like almost lit a fire that never really went away. I've always loved the series ever since. Even if, back then I wasn't really all that good at it.
Yeah. I didn't play the first Final Fantasy until I was much, much older, because my first one was Final Fantasy 7.
Right.
But I went back and played a bunch of the games that came before that after picking up 7. And it was actually quite amazing to me how much FF1 like captured my attention, and I like really, really enjoyed playing it.
Nice.
Like there was something about that sort of era, because like I didn't have a Super Nintendo growing up. Like you guys
didn't.
did.
Yeah. You
And
didn't
so
have a Super NES either.
no,
we had an N64.
we had an N64, and we had just the NES. So all my friends had a Super Nintendo, and I didn't have one.
Yeah.
And so I have kind of like a special place in my heart for NES games. There's something about that era that's just really like charming for me.
Yeah.
And so when I played FF1 for the first time, it was I don't know. There was just something that I remembered. It gave me a feeling that I remembered, where my brother and I would pretend like we went to sleep, as little kids, and then we would like sneak out of bed late at night, and we would go play like Mario 3 or whatever.
Yeah,
and one time my dad found us, like really pissed.
Yeah, of course.
We were out of bed at like freaking 1 a.m. or something. It's like 4-year-olds. But anyways, there was something about FF1 that sort of reminded me of that time. And it has a ton of charm. I really enjoy it. So it looks like you're playing the original NES version here.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, I had considered doing the pixel remaster, but I don't know. I felt like going back to the actual original, like was kind of more appropriate,
yeah.
especially given because that was the one I played back in the day and everything like that.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
Sounds
No
good. Well,
qualms.
what party are you going to run with here?
I'm probably gonna go with the standard. If my controller will work, hold on 1 second. Most likely a standard. Go with like fighter, thief, white mage, and black mage, just because that seems almost like it's the quintessential Final Fantasy party, more or less.
Yeah, classic. Classic.
Yep. Okay. Well, let's see here. The world is veiled in darkness. The wind stops. The sea is wild. The earth begins to rot. The people wait. Their only hope, a prophecy. When the world is in darkness, 4 warriors will come. After a long journey, 4 warriors arrive, each holding an orb. That is our
Very nice.
little introduction and prelude theme there.
Yep.
Okay, so let's go ahead and click through. Have
Yep.
you done so already?
Not yet. Give me
Okay.
1 second. I need
You
to
got to get your
restart.
controller working here.
Yeah, I tested everything last night. It was working fine, and of course, now that I'm live,
This is the
it
way live
decides.
streams always
Yep.
work for me.
There's
Literally
always something.
All right. Well, while you are working on that, let me just switch back over here real quick. So some interesting history. I
There we
think
go.
a lot of people. Okay, you got to go going. You got to going.
Yep.
Yep. Here we go. A lot of people kind of know the story behind FF1, right? There's some misconceptions about it. A lot of people think, oh, this was called Final Fantasy because it was Square's last game that they could make. They were about to go bankrupt and it was all going to be
Right.
over. But like, if you actually think about that for 2 seconds, you actually believe I'm going to make this game. We're going to call it Final Fantasy. It's our last video game. Like, why would a company approach releasing a product in that way? It makes no sense at all. So that was not the case. They were in.
I mean, if it bombed, the company might not have done well.
Sure. Like,
Right.
there was actually kind of a lot of history leading up to it where, yeah, they had released a kind of a slew of relatively or unsuccessful titles. They were first developing for Apple II, and then after that, they moved on to the NES, and that's where things just weren't quite going right. But they actually wanted to call the game Fighting Fantasy. They just liked the abbreviation, the alliteration of FF, saying FF. Yeah, that sounds pleasant, I suppose, to the Japanese ear. And so, anyways, they had to change it to Final Fantasy because there was a game book series in Japan of the same name, Fighting Fantasy.
Really?
So that's why it was called that. But anyways, did you click new game here? I just want to make sure.
I did not.
Yeah, go ahead and choose your party here.
I love that as Sakaguchi founds Mistwalker, he makes a game called Last Story, which is basically it's basically borrowing from the idea of the rumor of what Final Fantasy means, and he basically owned it as his own thing and was like, "Here you go. I'm gonna actually do it this time."
And one interesting thing also is he basically said, like, if this game bombed, then he was just gonna quit the game industry outright. So
he's had several different interviews or talks where he's talked about this. It's kind of funny because he said conflicting things over the years. And at one time he said he was thinking about going back to university. He was not sure he wanted to stay in the game development industry because he had like a limited eligibility at his college, right? And so that's why he was thinking about the name Final Fantasy. But there are other times when he says, "No, we just wanted it to be called FF." Okay,
that intro overworld was sweet.
Yes.
Oh yeah, here.
Yes,
that was cool, man.
It basically just starts you right.
Huge castle. Like go back out
in the overworld.
Look at that. That is awesome.
It's real awesome. Especially
I've never seen this in my life.
And everything.
No.
Yeah. This game is
for the time. I mean, you say for the time. I mean, even now, like, I really think that looks cool. Surrounded by trees, you got the whole village and this killer-looking castle in the back. That looks awesome.
Yeah. For when did this come out? I think December of '87. It's it's pretty impressive.
Oh, 87?
Yes, 1987 was when it came out in Japan. I think it didn't come to the United States until 1990, but
Yeah,
really?
yeah. I think it was like
FF1?
June
Dang.
1990, July 1990, something like that. I
Yep.
can't remember the exact date.
All I know is that when this game would have released in the United States, I would have been way too young to have understood how to play this at all.
Yeah.
I was barely old enough to understand Final Fantasy VII when it came out. So
You know what I love about SNES and Super NES games is the walking animation. That right
Yep.
there.
Oh, yeah. I know,
Everybody,
it's
even if
great.
they're standing still, they're on a treadmill or something, they're
Yeah.
just
Mhm.
walking. And I love it.
I'm gonna get some FF music playing here since we've got his stream muted here. Let's. It might
Oh, we
take me
do?
a second to get it going.
Ah, I didn't think about that.
Okay. I'm gonna have to turn it down
Mhm.
a lot, but okay. Hopefully that gives us just a little bit of music underneath us, and it's not too loud. If it is too loud, someone in the chat let me know.
Yeah,
But I'm
although we
keeping.
can't see the chat.
No, that's good. I'm not sure why the chat's not pulled
Is
up
there a
here.
way to just refresh the chat?
Maybe
the
I can
chat?
just go to the
Oh yeah, maybe.
stream itself here. And
Look
so,
at that. This place
so
looks awesome.
yeah, so
Oh,
this
it's
is the
great.
first
With
town
the
of
water.
Cornelia. Right?
I love the graphics here. This just looks awesome.
There we go. Oh, I definitely want to pause that. There we go. Close. Okay, here we go. People saying can't hear the music. Music sounds off. Can't hear the music. Okay, hold on. Hold on, fellas. Let me get it fixed. Let me get that fixed real quick. Turn it up a little bit more. Can you hear it now? I have a feeling that might be a little bit loud, but it should be coming through.
It's hitting like negative 40 dB. Oh. FF is 9.
Okay,
Hey,
now people are hearing it. Very, very low. Also worth noting that wanting to name it FF Fighting Fantasy and settling on Final Fantasy because Sakaguchi was considering quitting if it failed aren't mutually exclusive. Both could be true.
That's true. It
Yes.
doesn't mean the studio would
That's-
fail. It means that he was just going to be done.
Yes.
And,
yeah.
fair, close enough. I think
yeah,
maybe
yeah.
the legend exploded to say that the whole company was going to fail.
Yes, exactly.
The whole
Yeah.
the whole video game industry was going to fail. But
Like,
it's really just him.
Yeah, he pushed real hard to get this game going too, because at the time the big games were more action arcade games. So it was until Dragon Quest came out,
Yeah.
it wasn't seen as like a good decision or profitable at all to make a console RPG. So
That's true.
It was Dragon Quest and this that really kind of like set the stage for the entire genre, more or less.
Yeah, and a big reason for that too was because at the time there wasn't really a good solution yet for like saving progress on cartridge games, right? So like it wasn't until I think Dragon Quest had like a code-based system. You entered like a code, and a lot of games did that too. Like you'd get up to a certain point. It's kind of arcade style. It would give you this long code you'd have to write down to like
then
go back to where you were.
From that spot.
But eventually they started putting batteries in the carts, which allowed them to keep saves on them. And so then once that was figured out, once they came up with that solution, then it made more sense to do a longer RPG where you had to save progress like this, right? So, but
it basically adding the battery to the cartridge like opened up a lot of different things because, like you said before, then you couldn't save at all. Like there was just no ability to.
Yeah. So, a lot of people probably are playing Final Fantasy, this version of the Final Fantasy 1 through the Pixel remaster that just came out recently. But like there's something about this original version with like the red-haired guy that to me I don't know, like this version is so charming to me.
Yeah.
Like I don't think I can play any other version than this. Every time I start up, like even because there's been a whole bunch of versions that have been released, like the Game Boy Advance version.
Oh yeah.
And
the
then
PS1 had
PSP had one. The PS1 version was really good. The PS1 version was probably my favorite version outside of the original.
And it was 1 and 2, I think, bundled together.
Well, that was in the Game Boy Advance, so they had 1 and 2 Donna Souls that were
that's
packaged together.
Right. Okay.
Yep, I think
But,
the one for PS1 it came on like it was like a 2-disc set where one disc was one and one was the second. It was I think Final Fantasy Origins was the name of it. I don't remember off the top of my head, but that sounds
the
about
PS1
right.
version. Yeah. And here was another thing that was so cool about this as I'm looking at it right now. This is one of the first games, RPG wise, that allowed you to see your own characters like moving forward and attacking like this. Dragon Quest was all first person perspective in the battles back then.
Mm-hmm.
And so this was something that was really important to them. They were like, we want you to have like see your characters and have attachment to them. So they came up with this kind of side view battle screen thing. It was actually Koichi Ishii who came up with that idea. For a long time, Koichi Ishii was the only one actually working on developing this game. Because Sakaguchi and Kawazu and a couple of the other guys, they were working on finishing. I can't remember which was. I think it was Rad Racer.
Rad
but
Racer,
it might have been
I think is what it was. Yeah.
Rad Racer. They were finishing up development on Rad Racer at the time, and so they had went ahead and greenlit the you can go ahead and start working on this RPG Final Fantasy, and so Sakaguchi had Koichi Ishii go ahead and begin working on the game and sort of like the pre-production planning of it. And a lot of the ideas that are sort of like staples of what makes this game special kind of came from him actually, which is an interesting tidbit. A lot of people don't know.
Very interesting.
So the side view battle screen here, he designed all of these characters.
Koichi Ishii?
Yeah. So one of the funny things is they had their pixel artist, right? Let's see, where am I at here? Here we go. They had their pixel artist, Kibia, I think her name is, and she was like consistently there for all the first 6 games. She was the one who designed the characters and drew their pixel art. But Koichi Ishii did not like some of the ways that she sort of went off from what he was thinking in his mind. So he said he went in like after hours, even though he knew it was rude of him to do, and he would like fix them the way that he wanted them to be.
Really?
And he didn't know at all how to do that. He didn't have the skill set whatsoever to like work on pixel art. So he had trying to remember the Final Fantasy IV director. Heon is with us. He'll know who I'm talking about. I can't remember all the names off the top of my head. And I'm just terrible with names in general. People know this. Like I have like literally the part of my brain that's supposed to recall names is like broken. So I can't remember names. But anyway, he went to somebody else and had him teach him how to do it specifically, so that he'd be able to like fix the characters. But,
well, it's fuse beads. You get the little beads and you put them on the thing and you iron it, and you got your pixel art.
Yep.
Okay, so where are you at here, Dr.
I just did a little bit of grinding just to get enough money for a tent, and I'm on my way up to Garland, up to the temple.
Nice. Yeah, this is I don't know, like I'd like to talk about how cool this is, what's about to happen in the larger scheme of the story, but there's probably a lot of people who have not played the original Final Fantasy 1. In fact, some of the people streaming with us today were talking about, I've beat all the 3D ones, but I haven't gone back and played the original. Ones. So I'm going to hold off on that for now, but you should definitely play it.
Oh, absolutely,
yeah. Final Fantasy music here playing in the back. Head on Our Way. The title of this song.
Yeah.
Actually, this isn't Head on Our Way at all. That's titled incorrectly. This is the prelude
just
thing.
The theme.
This is
the FF.
Or this is just Final Fantasy. Well, okay. Now I know why. This became later on the theme for the whole series of Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
But like in this game, it was titled A Head on Our Way. Now that naming convention of A Head on Our Way became something they continued to do. So there's often a Head on Our Way titled song in Final Fantasy games. I think 5 has one, 7 has one. But this was the original A Head on Our Way. Tokita, thank you, Hion. Tokita was the one who showed Ishii how to do pixel art. Takashi Tokita. We'll talk about him when we get to F4. But A Head on Our Way. The Wu Uematsu. But this theme you're hearing right now in the background eventually became the Final Fantasy theme. So you're in Garland's
Yep. And you know what's funny
abandoned
about
tower.
the prelude is it's so well known now, but I'm pretty sure he wrote it in like 10 minutes. He just exactly. It was just
it was the prelude theme. The prelude theme. It was the last piece of music that was left because Sakaguchi came to him last minute. And he was like, "Hey, I need one more song for like the title. Like, I need it." And it's like, "Okay, like I can do that. When do you want it done?" Says Uematsu. I need it right now. So in like an hour and 30 minutes or some short amount of time, he just did this ascending, descending, crescendo, arpeggio.
Yeah.
And that became a super iconic piece.
Yeah.
A little bit Zelda-like, actually. On the Zelda title screens, they have that sort of arpeggio that they do, like the fairy theme.
Oh, the fairy theme. Oh, totally.
Yeah.
Similar to that. Anyway, let's see you fight Garland here, if you got it, and then we'll switch over to FF2.
Right here.
No one touches my princess.
Of course, the famous phrase, "I will knock you all down."
I will knock you all down.
Now, this is the same guy you play as in Stranger of Paradise, which is where the name comes from and everything like that. Which just put this over here real quick.
Okay, what do you got? Oh, you got his face. You got his face. You got
oh, nice.
Jack Garland's face. Freaking great. That's fantastic, dude. Did you play Strangers of Paradise?
A little bit. I haven't beaten it, but that game is wild. Like the fact that it's the fact that it was tied to this at all is kind of crazy.
Yeah, I know. I didn't bother with it. It was not up my alley as far as the types of games I'm looking for to play. But well, I mean, gameplay wise, I guess it probably was. It was a little bit like Souls-esque, right?
Yeah, the gameplay is great. It's kind of like a Neo. It's a little more action heavy than like the Souls games usually are.
Mm-hmm.
Not like the gameplay was great. It had good progression systems. The job system in it was, fantastic. But the story was a little weird. It was definitely more like for fan service because each area in Stranger Paradise is based off of a different Final Fantasy game. Like one of the area around I can't remember the name of the town. It's where the pirate Bick is, Pravoska, something like that.
Oh yeah, the second town. Yep.
So the dungeon there is completely based off of if you played Final Fantasy 14, the very first dungeon you go into in 14, the place with the Sahagin boss, I can't remember, from ARR. I can't remember the name.
Name is not coming to me either, even though I recently played it.
But it's basically just that exact dungeon ported into Stranger of Paradise.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Wow. And then you have the floating island from 6. You cool. Have I think the Mako reactor from 7.
Okay.
The whole game is basically just like a love letter to Final Fantasy in that regard.
Yeah. All right, so we've taken out Garland. His face is still on the screen, though.
Oh, yes, it is. You're right. I should probably take that off.
He's dead now.
There he goes.
So you are the Light Warriors. Thank you. I love how abbreviated all the text is in this. They were working very well. We've talked about this a lot on our podcast and stuff. How much they had to cut in English because the text limitation on the NES. It's even more hampered in these games, these NES games, and it's freaking hilarious the way they work around that sometimes. Yeah. So she gives you the loot, which will not come into play until way later in the game.
For a long
Maybe this loot will be helpful to you in 15 hours from now.
Don't forget you have it.
All right. So as a reward, they're going to build the bridge that will allow you to continue to the next part of the continent. They're going to rebuild the bridge as thanks. So we'll probably get to that point where you see the Final Fantasy title.
Yeah.
That was also an idea from Koichi Ishii.
Oh, to delay the introductory title?
To make it more like a movie where they they put the title of the movie after sort of an intro part or whatever, like they do in films. So that was an idea from him as well. One other thing that I want to mention about FF1 before we move on to FF2 here. Hold on, let me make sure I have the right thing up here. The airship vehicle, which is something that is seen as kind of a, well, I guess not anymore, but at least during a certain era of JRPGs, it was like a common thing. It was actually
not just JRPGs. I think anime as well.
Oh,
elsewhere.
That's true. I guess you did see it in like Hayao Miyazaki films.
Yeah, Miyazaki.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, the airship vehicle was, as far as its inclusion in a JRPG like this, Final Fantasy was the first game to do it.
Nice.
And the reason was because in Dragon Quest they had like a teleport magic that let you kind of warp around to different places. But Sakaguchi didn't want the player to skip past a lot of cool things that they had designed in the overworld map for exploration. And so he's like, we need a way to get the characters, or to get the player to where they want to go faster, and to be able to skip random battles and that sort of thing, but to be able to also see all this cool stuff that we have designed. And if you see something cool, let's go see what that's all about. What I haven't been there before. And so the airship vehicle is sort of a tradition in JRPGs. The way it's used actually started in the original Final Fantasy, the very first one. It was the first game to do that. And so
that's funny because that way travel kind of scales. You've got when you're inside of a battle, it's like super compressed. Then you're in a village, and it's like you're walking around. Then you're outside of the village. You're a big dude walking all over the world. And then you have the airship as like the fullest, like the fastest way of travel. But it's still abstracted, but it's still presented on the actual screen.
That's right.
I like that much better to teleportation, honestly.
Yeah, I do too.
It's a lot better.
Yeah.
And then, in addition to that, Koichi Ishii took that and wanted to make it look like a diorama, like a miniature world.
Yeah.
So he put like the little drop shadow on the ship as it goes up to give it that sort of 3D.
Oh, that's right. That's cool.
And so that was kind of where the identity of Final Fantasy and what made it stand out maybe from Dragon Quest a little bit started to take shape.
Yeah.
A lot of inspirations, of course, from Dungeons and Dragons. But here we go. We've got the title screen, and so their journey begins. You got them down there in the corner looking out over the.
Look at that.
That
is so cool.
Yeah, like the vista with the castle and everything too.
Freaking sweet. Love it.
What awaits the floor, they do not know. Each holding an orb that 2,000 years ago shined with beauty from within, but now only darkness.
And of course, the orbs became translated as crystals, and that's kind of where the crystal motif of Final Fantasy is all about, right?
And come, start your journey. Return the light of peace to our world. And then it goes into the actual credits and everything.
How do you reclaim the sense of adventure that these old games used to give?
That was actually one of the things
so cool.
I was thinking about saying in terms of my favorite thing about Final Fantasy 1. Specifically Final Fantasy 1, that makes it stand out from any other game in the series, actually, is its sense of adventure. The rest of the games after this, they're a little bit more linear. They give you a lot more direction as to where you're supposed to go next, what you're supposed to do next. You have more goal-oriented sort of objectives. And in the original Final Fantasy, it was way more like just get out there and figure out where to go next. And explore it, and
and that's so good in the text. It says, "What awaits them, they know not."
Yes,
right. Like
exactly.
That's you as the player too. Like there's a whole world out there. You don't know how big it is. You don't know what's there, but you're gonna go out and brave it anyways.
Yeah.
I don't quite feel the same thing from games anymore. I just don't.
I mean, like Breath of the Wild did a good job of that. I think that there are some games that, but like there's
You're right. Even with Breath of the Wild, there's something that this is doing that game could not ever do.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of it is the fact that so much of the mystery of what the future holds is in the mind.
Yes.
And is not present before you.
Yes, that's true.
And that's what makes it so absolutely thrilling.
Yes. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, even at the part where I'm at right now, once you cross the bridge, it doesn't give you any direction where to go. It just says, okay, cross the bridge, you're on your way. Good luck.
Yep, figure it out.
Exactly.
Great stuff. Yeah, but that is the thing I think that makes this game unique from any of the others in the series, and probably my favorite aspect of it. And I still love to play even just this original NES version to this day over any of the others. All right, Doke is going to continue to play this game on his own live stream. If you do not have the link to that, I'm going to try to paste it over here in the chat. So you can go there and continue following him if you'd like to do that. Doke, we're going to step away for a second. I'm going to try to boot up Final Fantasy II here on my machine, and we're going to play that for a few minutes because nobody volunteered to play Final Fantasy II for this live stream, so you left it to me. So I'm going to prove to you guys this game is worth playing. So, Doke, we'll check back with you a little bit later today. Thanks for being with us.
Yeah,
anybody wants to continue, go check out his stream. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much, guys.
So, no problem, man. I need to open Final Fantasy II. Are you muted there on the chat? Dope.
We just need to mute him. Okay.
He's muted now. Okay. Give me just a second, everybody, because like I said, nobody volunteered. You guys don't understand how good this game is. Let's see. Is it actually showing up? I don't know if it's showing up on my device. Hold on. Let me go real quick. I'm just actually going to keep Doke's stream up while I try to get Final Fantasy II going here. 1 second. You can keep talking, Case, about your thoughts on what you're seeing.
Oh, I would love to. This cave looks sweet. Whoa, there's the... Okay, so this is the first time you see the overworld map. Yeah. Look at how big it is. Oh, that is so cool.
And there's no place names on any of those dots, so you don't know what they are.
Hey, that's fine. That's fine. Wow, that is so cool. Now, these little dudes talking, it's backwards text, I think, right?
What's that? The guys that
He talks to these little guys, and they say the same thing.
Oh.
But the text, I think, is
it's
meant
like
to be read in reverse.
Okay. It's still not popping up here. Why is that? Okay. I just got to get my hard drive to be read by the computer so I can actually pull up the game.
Here, I'll let you know so you don't have to come back here each time. Oh, I just heard the do-do-do, which means it unplugged. Now it said do-do-do-do. Yes. But it's not showing anything. No. So it's reading it. Oh, there it is. It just showed up.
It's working. All right, we need to open this and this. Maybe play some Final Fantasy music while he's streaming the game over there. Where did I put that? I gotta open it up again. Music. Final Fantasy. Let's go with On the Ship. That's a good one. Okay. Is Steam open? Steam is open. Fantastic. Go away, please. We're here. Final Fantasy II. Right there. Play it.
Playtime. 30 minutes. What does that mean?
It means I've played Final Fantasy II for 30 minutes.
Oh, congrats. Good work. In this form on Steam?
Yes, in Steam.
Nice.
Where did it pop up, though? Oh, it's not wanting to run right now. Why is that? Okay, well, could be that we need to... Possibility that I've got it on a hard drive here because it's just not wanting to run right now. I've got my Steam. I put everything on like a solid state hard drive here.
Oh, nice.
I brought it over. I haven't used it on this. Oh, there it is. It's working. Okay, we got it. Never mind. False alarm. We're good.
Nice. I think we're streaming.
Yes, I'm gonna switch this over to there, but I also need to lower the volume because it's probably really loud.
Yeah, it's probably competing with us a little bit.
Where can I find? Okay, first of all, press any key to continue.
Where's the any key? Do you remember what that's from? That's Simpsons?
I don't.
Press any key. I can't find the any key.
Oh, man, my controller is not being read. Steam, what are you doing? Steam, how do I go to the controllers? Come on, man. Controllers. I'm going to plug it in again. And hopefully Steam will read it this time. There it is. It's working now. Hooray. Furion is good. But actually, go back. No, I want you to go back. I want you to go. I'm so used to the other button being.
Oh, I see. The B, A, B.
Yes, so I need to go to options. And I need to go to, wait, display options. Configuration. Display. I want you to, okay, so it's borderless window. I want it to just be windowed. Done. There we go.
Perfect.
Now I can move it over here and people can see what we're actually looking at.
If you double click, it should.
There we go. Nice. Now I need to make it quieter. It's way too loud, probably. Actually, I think the fastest way to do that is going to be to just come in here.
Yeah, to just lower that.
Do it like that.
That's
okay,
good.
Everybody. Can you hear the game quietly?
A little higher than that. There you go.
A little quietly behind us. I think we're actually running here. Everything looked good quietly behind us. I think we're actually. All right. We're going to do a new game for Final Fantasy II. Now, these characters actually had names this time. Furion, Maria, Guy, and Leon. And the reason I want to play the Pixel Remastered version rather than the original is because in this version, they've actually designed these characters to be unique to this game. In the original Final Fantasy II, they just reused the same sprites pretty much from
FF1.
FF1.
Oh, no.
Maria had a little bit of a more, I guess maybe Guy did as well, but Furion was just the Red Warrior from Final Fantasy I.
The same, yeah.
So anyway, I like having Furion kind of in this design, which is the design that they had for him, like the Amano, the Yoshitaka Amano art.
Of course, yeah.
For them.
Was 2 the first game that Amano did, or was
no?
1?
He actually worked on the original. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Let's just go ahead and get done and get the game started here. People saying they can't hear the game. I don't.
The original volume is better. So back when it was, we thought it was too loud.
Oh, do you know what? I think I know why.
It was actually.
I think it's because I've already set this up to be like lower. Okay, let me know if that's too loud. We've got a little introduction here.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah, we got like a cool little introduction scene here.
Whoa. The Emperor of Palamecia has called forth monsters. This looks nice. Look at that pixel art. Yep. That looks cool.
They updated this to look a little bit more like a Super Nintendo game, right?
Yeah.
And of course, all this music has been redone for this Pixel Remastered version. I believe Nobuo Uematsu sort of supervised all of the rearrangements. He wasn't the only one working on them, but he was sort of supervising. And for the most part, they're really, really good. I really like the rearrangements of the Pixel remasters. For the most part, especially for the NES.
That shot! Yes, that shot! Oh, I love it. Look at that. Beautiful. Man.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. But their escape wasn't over. So I don't know if that doesn't get you excited to play Final Fantasy II. I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
Holy cow! This game looks really cool.
Okay, so it starts you right off in a battle, right?
Oh, no
You're being
way!
Pursued by the Black Knights of the Empire.
Mystery abounds.
Yeah. So let's try attacking here. See what happens. Well, let's just all attack the same guy. That's usually a better strategy.
I know.
Oh, miss!
You got to take one out.
Oh, miss! Oh, you're telling me you got 0 damage? Oh, miss! Oh no! Oh, he's dead. These guys are way stronger than us. We're not supposed to win this fight, obviously.
Okay, of course.
But we were rescued. Oh, I love the freaking music of this game.
Will he live? Hilda.
Now, I've done a little bit of modding here. So what you will notice is that the text
Okay.
boxes are different than the official
They
release
look like
version of the game.
FF7
I've actually done
boxes.
I've added a mod here where you can see the portraits for the characters. The text
so
is
you
the Final
couldn't
Fantasy
originally?
VI text. No, this has
I
all
see.
been added by modders
That's
out
cool.
there. And I highly suggest that if you're going to play the pixel remastered versions that you
Yeah.
do this, because they're way, way better when modded like this. So this is Minwu. He's a sorcerer. We found them like this on the escape from Finn, fallen from the terrible wounds, or from terrible wounds. By the time we brought them here, I feared it was already too late. His life is not in danger.
Minu.
This sigil will strengthen
That's
his life
crazy.
force. We should let him rest now. Of course. We best be off to the meeting. I imagine they're already waiting for us. If the Empire is allowed to complete the dreadnought they're building in Bask, their attack will begin in earnest. We cannot sit idly by and watch. We must act. Now you can get up, I think, or it'll just be a second. I freaking love the music of FF2. It's so strong.
Yeah, it's very cool. It's very subtle, but it's powerful. I like it. So are these original names, or
these are the original names?
So
Porphyria,
Leon,
Maria, and Guy are his friends. Leon and Maria are brother and sister. So Guy and Maria are here, but Leon is not. He was not found. I thought you'd been killed. I'm fine. You seem all right too, Guy.
Well, I thought they had been killed.
Where's Leon? Yeah, I thought they were all dead. They were rescued at the last minute by the rebellion.
Princess of Finn saved us.
Leon is not here. I see. Don't worry. I'm sure he's okay. Now, here's the thing to note about Final Fantasy II from a development standpoint. It is a very different game mechanically from the first. This is kind of a tradition on NES games.
I noticed to radically change. Yeah, yeah.
Zelda 2 was like so different from Zelda 1.
Yeah.
I think Castlevania 2 was kind of the same way.
Yeah, that's true.
This game
Mario Brothers 2.
Yes, that's true.
Freaking
well, that
totally
was more the
different.
American version, but
you're okay.
yeah.
Good point. Good point.
But anyways, this game was more. A lot of the ideas behind this game system was more headed by Kawazu.
Kawazu.
I can't remember his first name right now. It starts with a K as well. But remember, I have a freaking problem with my brain. I can't remember names. I can't recall them. But his last name is Kawazu.
Yeah. Okay.
He went on to make the Saga series at Square.
Oh,
so
cool.
Romancing
nice.
Saga.
Yeah.
And a lot of the ideas from this game that people tend to hate for some reason, which are awesome and I love them, were accepted for Saga. So we'll talk about that a little bit after we get through this scene. You've regained your strength. Very good. Your life force is strong indeed. You saved us, wasn't it? Thank you. Forgive me, Your Highness, but there is something I must ask of you. Please let us join the rebel army.
There's something to ask of you. Can I fight on your behalf? Like, yeah, sure, dude. Do whatever you want.
Apparently, she's not going to let us do that. I could never allow such a thing.
You
know nothing of battle. You would only be throwing your lives away.
Oh, okay. Actually, that makes sense.
But we have no homes. Not anymore.
Not anymore.
The Imperials attacked, and our parents, they're dead. I'm truly sorry, but that changes nothing. I cannot permit you to join our army. If you've nowhere else to go, you are welcome to stay here in Altair.
So I'm making some assumptions about this game. That first, we're fighters. Second, we're like from this kingdom. Maybe it sounds like those are all incorrect.
Yes, correct.
And so my assumption that of course she'd let us fight for her is
we're
like
just refugee.
Yeah, well,
teenagers.
A military wouldn't just allow somebody who just showed up to join their army.
Correct.
Because in the military, you need to be able to rely on the guy next to you. And if he has no training, and if he's not even from your land, you're not going to get along.
Exactly.
It's not a good idea to put them in your military.
Yes.
Oh, that's so funny.
We have some people in the comments talking about, hey, this seems to have a cool story. That was a big difference
and
between this and FF1.
It's already kind of like undoing some assumptions that I have just of games in this time period.
Right.
That it always starts off a certain way. You're always a fighter. It's never. But this sounds like they're giving us a lot of mysteries right up front with very little text too. It's very interesting.
So this game has a much more involved story than the first one does.
Really?
It's going to feel more that way in this version than the original FF2.
Yeah.
With the text being real limited and
stuff. It's the way it's presented.
But one thing that they did that is really cool, let me click back into this window, is they had this password system that they came up with. And so what you do is sometimes people will have keywords that they say.
Yeah.
And you're meant to remember that term so that you can go use it on another NPC who will then allow you to enter someplace. And now what I really
That's
like
very
about
cool.
this is that it kind of forces players to pay more attention to the text. You can't just be like spamming through. You got to actually pay attention to the story a little bit.
Wow.
So I really like that about this game. So
That's
you go to
very cool.
learn, you learn the Wild Rose term, right? Now we can use that on other NPCs to get extra dialogue, or some of them might use it as a password to actually get to somewhere we couldn't get otherwise.
Dude, whoever said NES games were like
I know.
boring or plain or minimal or didn't do anything interesting.
They're awesome. So if
Very,
we go
very
to
cool.
Minwoo here after we get through this thing.
And honestly, I don't know that anyone's ever said that, but that's a perception. I
Yes,
think that's kind of how I
it
just
is.
think of old games. Like, yeah, it's just basic. They don't do anything like unique.
Yes.
This is cool.
I see your destiny clearly. The future it holds seems closely entwined with my own. So you can go to ask, and then you can do Wild Rose, and then he'll get extra dialogue. You've wasted no time using the password.
Yeah.
Right? And so there's a whole bunch of terms that you'll learn throughout the game this way. So anyway, I'll kind of just get through here. So the king of Altair is sick. We'll go.
I love how everyone here has like that cool hat with a feather in it.
Yep.
Very nice.
I really love the music of this game. It's fantastic. So here's the king. He's ill.
Oh, shoot.
An arrow struck me in the back during the battle, leaving me in this state. I really have grown old.
Perhaps. Well, being hit by an arrow doesn't really mean that you're old, right? Like, even if a young person got hit by an arrow,
he's suggesting
they'd be in bed too.
I should have been able to avoid that. I'm too slow to have put the shield up in time, or to have been aware of what's happening around me.
Okay, okay.
My daughter Hilda now serves as regent.
Nice.
You should speak with her. Okay, so we're going to be really quick on this because, again, we got to kind of move forward to the next game. We went a little too long in FF1, but that's fine. But I'm going to introduce a couple of cool things about this and make a case for this game. Battle system is more or less the same as in any other FF game. However,
nice.
The character progression system is entirely different. You'll notice there are no levels. The characters don't have level 1 next to them or anything like that, right? That is not the way that this works. In this game, you basically level up your attributes as you use them. So, if we go to status on Furion here, his strength will increase as he does physical attacks in battle.
Sure, that makes sense.
The more physical attacks you do, the higher your strength goes up.
Yeah.
However, it will also impact another one, possibly in the negative. So maybe your something tied to magic might go down. So you can't just make every character
maxed at everything.
You have to choose a role for them, right? So if you want him to be your melee, maybe kind of tanky class, right? You would give him equipment of a warrior, and then you would work on physical attacks and taking a lot of damage, because the more damage you take, it actually increases your HP.
Right.
Your maximum HP goes up the more hits you take. So, so if you wanted to have Maria be, I don't know, like a black mage, you would have her casting magic in the battles, and that would increase her intellect, right? That would go up, and so on. But beyond that, you also have equipment, which I don't have right now, but there's each weapon itself you have to use in order to become more proficient with that weapon. So
you're just describing real life to me,
right?
I don't understand
this.
What's the drawback here? Like, what did people not? Because nobody does this anymore.
Literally, I don't know why people complain about this game as much as they do. I actually
because they can't be OP in everything, right? That would be part of it. Some people that's
possible, but I honestly think that most people who really like talk bad about this as if it's the black sheep of the series probably haven't actually played it. But for those who have and don't like it, I'm not trying to say like you're wrong. All I'm trying to say is that there's a lot of hate towards this game that is a bit unfounded, particularly in newer versions. I think one of the things people they claim was disappointing about it is there's a lot of easy ways to break it. So you can attack your own party members to increase their HP. Right?
Okay.
You can learn certain spells that are instant death spells, and a lot of the bosses in the game were not given immunity to those spells. So you could go to like the Emperor, one of the final bosses in the game, and turn him into a toad.
Oh, wow.
And just end the fight right there. Now, I believe a lot of these things have been addressed in releases like this, but overall, I really liked the concepts behind it. And I think a lot of other people, especially those who like the Romancing Saga games, probably do too, because Kawazu went on taking the ideas and what he learned from developing this game and went to make Romancing Saga after this. And
Yeah,
basically,
does it follow similar?
It basically follows that exact same formula in terms of how it approaches character progression.
Should we play one of those on the podcast soon?
Romancing Saga, they don't have like the greatest stories ever.
Oh, really? Okay.
But Romancing Saga 3 in particular is just really, really good from like a combat and gameplay perspective. It's a game I've been wanting to try for a long time. So we will eventually get to that. But that's going to be it for Final Fantasy II. So I'm going to go ahead and close out of this. And because all of you people seem to not like it, we will not be returning to that because I have no one to stream that game. But we are going to move now into Final Fantasy III. So let me send a message here to our streamer for Final Fantasy III. All right. Now, I have this one open here. Here she is.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
Oh.
How are you, Ezzy?
I'm doing well. We were just looking at some pictures of chocobos. Look at this, guys. This is the concept art of chocobo from Final Fantasy
from when?
III.
From
concept art. Isn't that's actually a really dope design. I wish they would bring that back. I'm not gonna lie. That's awesome. It's like
it
a
looks
huge
crazy.
bird.
It looks huge. It also looks like a raw chicken wing with a beak. I love it. It's so creepy. It's beautiful at the same time.
Kind of a pterodactyl with that crest as well.
Let me get your stream real quick, the link, so that I can put it into our chat. Go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. Take your time. Let me know, people in the chat, if you can hear Mike and Kaysen well on your end, or should I turn them up a bit in Discord, just so we know that we got covered. Okay, we can.
We might need to lift her in OBS.
Oh, actually, she might be muted. That's why. Yes, in OBS.
I'm not. Yes, yeah.
Okay. Can everybody hear? Can everybody hear her?
Blah blah. Chicken wing.
I just want to make sure that it's all good. Everybody can hear.
This is fine with me. Thank you for the follow. Also, I'm going to be muting the alerts for a bit. Sorry about that. I'll unmute them a little later.
Okay, everybody can hear. So we're good. We're good.
All right.
Cool. I think everything is good on our end. So you're ready to
thank you, everybody.
Start the game whenever you. Oh, you're in the Pixel Remaster version. So this concept art is there as part of the.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Actually, this is really nice because they've included both like the music player and the entire gallery of a lot of artwork, which is really, really nice. And there are some unused things as well. So it's beautiful. We were just taking a look at the pictures while we were waiting.
I love the logo for Final Fantasy III.
Yeah.
It is one of my favorites from like the
that is cool
2D games. It's just a super dope image. I freaking love it.
Yes, I really like it as well.
My first exposure to this game was the DS. The DS,
the DS
kind
version.
of like remake that they did, maybe 2006 or so that it came out.
Yeah,
2005, I think.
2005,
you're right.
And it was the first time I had seen them use the dual screens on the DS for a cutscene that was full 3D that looked really good.
Yeah.
And it made the game look very appealing to me.
Yeah.
I still never played it though.
It's good. And I like both versions actually, the 2D version and the 3D version. So
they are pretty different. I myself played Pixel Remaster only, and because I've only recently kind of gotten into playing these older games, my entryway to Final Fantasy was a lot later because living in the middle of nowhere, especially as a girl during the time when this was all coming out, video games were not exactly kind of common as a hobby or anything like that. So my entry was Final Fantasy 12, and then I went up and down from there.
12.
Yeah. Okay, nice.
And basically because last several years I'm mostly playing Final Fantasy 14 and just kind of going from there. I'm not going to go into that almost at all, considering that you have someone covering the game later, but there are a lot of references in 14 from 3, which motivated me to go back and to check out specifically like what the Eureka thing is all about, because we have like an entire this community going around Eureka, which is like a side content piece in 14. And I'm so glad that it did, because this game is a joy. I did try the 3D version a few times, and I never really got into it. But today, later during the day, I plan to have like a little intermission where we're going to actually start that game as well, so we can kind of
cool.
Check the differences, because you see here that immediately we go into the character. I press new game and then I can just name the characters. They are all blank slates, which is definitely not the case in the 3D version. And I think that's really interesting.
They kind of prompted you on some names.
Yeah. So I'm going to give them some names, which I think are going to be pretty okay for the event. So we're gonna have Mike. We're gonna have Kason. It's with one S, right?
CASEN. Yeah, one S.
Okay. We're gonna have a Yoshi P, of course, the Lord and Savior. And for the last one, I am deliberating between Clive and Torgal. I don't know which one is more popular.
Torgal.
People are
go for the dog,
Torgal.
Man. Go for the dog.
People are gonna pick Torgal.
Let's go Torgal then. I have another 6 slots where we do have some Clives as well, so we're gonna see everything. But yeah, I think that these 4 names are good to start with.
Torgal means protected by Thor.
Oh, I didn't know
Thor.
that.
Yeah, actually, Gal is protection, and then Tor is Thor in Old English.
That's interesting. I only know Torgal from Last Remnant, actually, where it was like a cat person type character, which is really interesting. They use the same name because there are some people, I believe, who are from the development team of the both games, Last Remnant and this like whole Final Fantasy 16 division.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I guess they like Torgal as a name.
You mentioned you live in the middle of nowhere. Real quick.
Yes. Well, I'm in Croatia, and right now I'm in a city. But I was born in the middle of nowhere, and this is a famous Game of Thrones country. So
no, I have I know people that live there. Actually, that's very cool.
Oh, really? That's very cool. It's a very small place. I'm surprised. Most people don't.
A friend of mine who used to live there is in Albania now. But yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay, good old neighbor.
All right, let's go.
So with Final Fantasy 3, it was a pretty hard course correction from Final Fantasy 2. But in many ways, it ended up kind of defining the identity of Final Fantasy, because this was the first game to have a class-changing system in it.
Yeah.
And this is something that had just happened. A lot of things were sort of reactionary between Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy. So Dragon Quest had a class-changing system, and I think it's Dragon Quest 3.
Right.
So they're going to follow up with this. But a lot of the classic Final Fantasy classes basically came into the picture here. And so this game allows you to change jobs in classes. So that's kind of its big
I see a Silmarillion reference there. The source of the world's light was swallowed by a monster.
Yeah, I would assume that there are a lot of Tolkien references, and this game is very D&D-ish to me. I don't know. I haven't played Final Fantasy 1. I think they probably have a lot of similar tone points in the story, judging from what I've heard. But I'll get there at some point. I don't know. I think the story is very cute. Yeah, 4 orphaned youth. It's
the village of
Ur. Classic, yes.
Ur means light in Hebrew.
Story. Really? Okay.
Yes.
See, I was watching some videos about that, and nobody could figure out where Ur was coming from.
Ur.
I should have just
the land of Ur. That's where Abraham was born.
Yes, that's right.
That's nice. That's a good reference.
So one difference between the 2D versions of this game and the 3D version. In the 3D version, they have sort of established characters that have different looks to them and their own names and things like that. But in the original, it was just 4 kind of blank slate Onion Knight kids. And so, so you start out as this Onion Knight, this little. They're actually very young kids in this game, much younger than typically for Final Fantasy, even, which they're more like teenager, or maybe just beyond that. Here, they're actually like really young kids.
Really? Oh, that's funny. But they were blessed with the power of light.
Yes. So as you'll see here in a moment, when we get through this first dungeon, they'll approach a crystal. And that crystal breaks into shards, and they pick up the shards, and that gives you access to the different classes.
Oh, so that's how
the crystal itself blesses you with sort of the the magical abilities or the job abilities that you get.
That's fun.
That gives these kids, that's how they're able to fight the monsters and the soldiers and things that they face in the game, because they have the blessings of the crystal.
Yeah, they are just here kind of by a chance, and you start with all of them. The game doesn't actually tell you who is speaking, so you can kind of play into that a little bit. When I was playing it for the first time, we spent the entire game voice acting everything, giving them a little bit of a personality. Cool. Yeah, in the 3D one, it's completely different start, which I'm happy to be showing later. But yeah, they are now a little unsure on what to do, and I find the whole conversation very cute in the entire game. It's just, there is a lot of humor, which surprised me because I always keep hearing that they kind of introduced humor to Final Fantasy a little bit later, like Final Fantasy 7, 8 has this
5 was for sure.
5 but this game is so cute and so funny.
I love this game. I love this game.
Me too. It's actually really, really fun. It's a wild ride. I don't know how else to describe it other than it being just wild.
Hey, that I'm sold.
Yeah, so this first cave here, the Crystal Cave, they happened to stumble into it. They fell down. And they're like, oh, no, we fell. How do we get out of here? They're all arguing with each other like, hey, it's your fault. Like, no. Like, so they're like, they're little
Goonies.
kids.
This is Goonies.
Yeah, it's Goonies. It's pretty much what it is. Yeah.
So it is. Yeah. I think I have to turn down the music down a little bit in the game now because just a second.
You're good.
Which gives us a little chance to check out the configuration, because this is also where I feel the two games are very different in terms of what they allow you to edit as well. It's I think the Pixel Remaster really is doing a good job here. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna get some treasure, shields.
Ooh, also there's wind. There's wind in this cave.
Yeah, there's like little mist elements there going on.
Well, there's a famous cave in Colorado that I've been to called Cave of the Winds.
Oh, really?
And the wind blows in it a certain way. It makes a sound, kind of like a train, like ooh.
That's awesome.
Very cool.
Also, this is the first version of the 3D version that we got in the United States. Because the original Final Fantasy 3 never came out in US. Same with FF2.
Right, we never got it.
NES,
That's right. Of the 2D version,
but they released Final Fantasy 2 in the Dawn of Souls version, which was Final Fantasy 1 and 2 combined on the Game Boy Advance.
Yes.
They did not bring the 2D version of FF3 to the Game Boy Advance. They just released the 3DS version. So it was the 3D version. So until we got this Pixel Remaster, we did not have a 2D version of Final Fantasy 3. This is the first time it's been available.
Yep.
I did not know that. That's crazy.
Yeah.
You'd think they would have done that.
And it's awesome, and everyone should play it.
It is really good. It's really, good.
I love the 2D version. The 3D version's good too.
Yeah.
In particular, I like both, and I like the 3D version of Final Fantasy 4 more than.
Yes, I have still not played that. Next time I play the game, I want to do the 3D.
But I I just love the colors here. I think they did a good job with the Pixel Remaster for the look of this game. The 2D version for me is like how Final Fantasy 3 should look.
Yeah.
It's great. I love it.
Yeah, it has that feeling where you really feel like you are playing the original game.
Yes.
But when you actually see how the original game looked like, it's like wildly different. But it doesn't give you that feeling that it's like fresh and renewed and overly modern, and yet at the same time it feels very inviting, and it looks good, it acts good. There's a lot of quality of life improvements over the 3D one that from what I could tell from a little experience that I had with the 3D one, I really like how this game kind of allows you to, I don't know, just a quick save, for example. It works a little bit differently, so you can play it a little bit safer, because when you quick save, it doesn't actually take you back to the title screen. You can just continue playing and have this little checkpoint wherever you want, even though the game doesn't actually allow saving maybe at some points. But also there is an autosave as well. So just in case you haven't, maybe you have died somewhere, which definitely didn't happen to me a few times over the play.
Of course not. I would not.
Yeah, of course not. So it saves you a little bit there. Okay, so this is the introduction of an oddly colored water.
Yes, the odd colored water. This has become kind of a thing that they do in Final Fantasy 2 with the water that will heal you, streams of water that'll do healing.
Yep.
I've had a couple people bring up in the chat here real quick that Final Fantasy II was also released on the PlayStation 1 version. 1 and 2 were released together in those re-releases on PlayStation 1. So that also is where you could play Final Fantasy 2. But Final Fantasy 3 did not come. The 2D version.
I'll always drink the odd
because
colored
of
water.
that.
Thanks,
Because of that, this is actually the first ever localization of the original, like official localization of the original Final Fantasy 3.
Yeah.
Yes, because they did have to make a new one for 3D because it's a different game, really.
Right.
But yeah, this is the first
Did that
time
one
they actually
have voice acting? The 3D for the DS?
I don't.
No, I did not. Yeah, so here, if I do like a quick save, it will just make a checkpoint and I can continue, which is really nice.
Yep. That's a really nice feature they have in these pixel remastered version of the game for sure. You can also walk diagonally.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Such a small thing, but that's a big quality of life improvement.
It really is. It really is.
Okay, we're gonna get
we got Derek asking, "What's the streamer's name?" She's cool. This is Absolute Ezzy.
Yes,
we have the. I'll put the link
in there again.
So you can go check out her
the
stream on
crystals.
Twitch.
Here we are.
So there's the link if you want to click on it and go check her out.
Thank you very much. Yeah, normally you will find me streaming a lot of Final Fantasy 14, by the way, but I do JRPGs every week for the last year as well. And the next thing we're going to be covering is actually Chrono Trigger, which I'm assuming a lot of you actually like to play, but I've never played it before. Don't hate me. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this so much. We're just finishing Octopath Traveler 2 and then I'm going to Chrono Trigger, so that's gonna be great. But yeah, let's get to the actual fight. What's going on? And then we have a little bit of a malicious force attacking us, which is a turtle. Okay.
All right, I've pinned the link, guys, there. So if you want to,
thank you everybody for the follows. I'm sorry I have the alerts muted, but I appreciate it very much.
All right,
I hope
so we've got
don't
the
die
boss
now.
of the cave here against the land turtle.
Yes. This is actually a very cozy first fight, at least in this version of the game. I found it that in the 3D one, and I had to do a little bit of grinding to get through that turtle because you are actually starting all alone. You are meeting your characters in the 3D version, kind of sort of slowly throughout the first chapter, but here you have all 4 characters, so I feel like it's a little bit easier.
I never would have guessed that that's a turtle.
Yeah, I know.
Until
you gotta it's the yellow parts, the face. And
yes,
the blue
I see it now.
Yeah, it's a little.
I didn't know what I was looking at.
I agree. This one's a little hard to read as far as.
It's cool though. The designs of the enemies, I'm noticing at least in this version, they're very creative and very creepy.
Yep.
Oh yeah, this game has some very creepy and dark moments, which is very interesting considering its lightheartedness and also that the main cast is like a bunch of kids. I really, at some moments, this is why I feel like it's so wild. At some moments, I felt like, what the heck is going on? Why did this person jump into a burning furnace like in front of the bunch of kids? What's going on? I love it. Well, all right, crystal time. Let's go. Let's get our job.
Talk with the crystals here.
That's worth 5.
Yep. Blue rupee from Seppa. Crystal shines bright.
You 4 have been chosen. Talking.
Yeah, it actually speaks to them, the crystal.
Yes.
A little bit of a callback with FF14. It does that as well. Yeah, FF14's crystal speaks to the main character.
Oh, that's cool.
It is very similar, especially to the 3D version. There is like a little crystal image that looks very much like the Final Fantasy XIV loading type of screen image crystal. It's very similar.
Says the crystal will grant unimaginable strength. And to that, I echo Han Solo. I can imagine a lot.
Idling, yes.
Are you sure? I'll take you up on that.
The party is enveloped in bright light. So the game is all about the balance of everything, dark and light mainly, but all about the balance.
Yeah. For those of you who have not played Final Fantasy III, there's actually a whole. Oh, maybe I'll just hold off on saying that. It always bothers me. I can't talk about like 30-plus-year-old games. But yes, what you're saying is correct. This game is really kind of centered on the balance between the light and the darkness. You can't have too much of one or the other. That kind of became a staple for a lot of Final Fantasy stories moving forward too.
Yep. And this conversations are going on their own right now. This is like an intro, sort of like a cutscene moment where I'm not actually clicking
able
anything.
to click through, right?
Yeah.
So,
But
what are you thinking about for the first classes you're going to give to these characters? I mean, you only got 4
okay.
now, but are you
Yes.
gonna split them all up, or are you gonna have 3 warriors? How are you gonna do it?
That's a good question. I usually give them different jobs because I like to kind of level different things for different options for later, even though these initial jobs that you get are not exactly the best, but they're good to start the game with. However, we get 5 jobs and we have 4 characters. So here, because we have a Yoshi P in party, I have to give him a black mage. Everyone who's playing 14 will know that he has he's the black mage player. So I think that red mage is actually gonna fall off from this we're gonna see.
I love the red mage class. It's my favorite class
with
in all
red
Final
mage.
Fantasy.
I know. I usually go with red mage. If it was up to me, I would kick out the black mage from this party, but it's Yoshi P and I have to respect the Lord and Savior.
That's fine.
Okay. So we can actually equip them right now, I think, and you'll see that it's really fun. They changed their looks entirely. So let's see, Mike, because you're red mage, actually, I can give you a red mage if you want.
There we go. Make me a red
There
mage.
we go.
That's what I want.
There we go. I think that's pretty suitable.
Get
And we're
the
gonna give you
feather.
optimal gear because I'm not gonna go into that right now.
The what do you call it? The master of none, the jack of all trades, the good at everything but not master of nothing.
Yes, that's pretty much it. I can sympathize with that a lot as well. Okay, so Kason, what do you want to be out of the jobs? We have a warrior, monk, white mage, black mage, and a red mage.
You know you have to make me the monk.
The monk.
All right,
let's go. You have no choice.
Punchy boy. Punchy boy. All right, let's go. And then Torgal. I think we covered Torgal in a blanket. Last time we played, I gave one character my dog's name, and he was a white mage the entire freaking game. So I think that Torgal needs to be covered in a blanket. Dogs deserve such a treatment. So I
agree. Okay, so we got a red mage, a monk, and a white mage. It seems, right?
Yep, and then a black mage.
Yes,
so we're going
party.
all sacred powers here. No fighter, no warrior.
Yep. Well, monk is quite of a physical fighter. Yes, but
monk can
other
become
than
a thief,
that,
right? Is that?
Basically, you can.
No, the thief class you'll get later.
Oh, okay, I know.
Yeah, so it's kind of a separate thing. It technically becomes black belt, but it's not really that streamlined in this game. You can kind of like snooze out on the fact that some jobs are basically the upgrades for the previous jobs, which the game doesn't really tell you itself, other than maybe in how it looks like.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah. So there are some jobs where you can tell, oh, this is looking like a bit of a better looking black mage, so that's probably an upgrade, but it doesn't really tell you that, so you have to kind of figure it out on your own.
Yeah, the thief is a starter class, and that would upgrade to the ninja eventually.
To the ninja, okay, gotcha.
All right, so let's leave the cave here and head back to to tell our adopted parents that we're going to leave to save the world as 6-year-olds or whatever we are.
Exactly. It's very funny.
Sure, kid. Got to go to Ur of the Chaldees.
If you talk to people just regularly in the town, they already know that you're leaving, which I found always very funny because we're just going to have a conversation with our adopted father. By the way, in this game, you have these 2 different types of waters, which is something to keep in mind. One that restores your HP and MP, and then the other that actually revives your characters. It's not the same thing. So it's something that you need to keep in mind while you're leveling, because if you have someone dead and you go to restore just HP and MP, it's not actually going to work until you raise someone.
This is okay. So the one on the left had a white gleam to it. The one on the right didn't.
It's a different sign. There's like a little sign up here.
Yeah. The sign.
This sign, this like icon here, is the resurrection.
Okay, so that one has it as well.
Yeah.
I see. So you got the waters of death and the waters of life. I totally understand it.
All right.
That's old fairy tale stuff. I love it.
This is Topapa.
Okay, so we're gonna actually step away from FF3 now and switch over to FF4.
That sounds good.
Keep going, Ezzy.
Yes.
If people want to continue following her stream, we got the message pinned here for the link. So go check her out, follow her on Twitch, and she'll continue to play FF3 throughout the day.
Yes, we will continue, and in about halfway, we're going to check out the 3D version for a little bit, see how it differs at the beginning, and then for the later portions, I prepared some chapters that we're gonna be hopping in. I plan to stop the stream with the actual final gauntlet dungeon. It should be fun. Hopefully we finish it. But yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds great.
Good luck with the rest of the stream, guys. I'll talk to you later.
Hey, thank you.
We will revisit with you a little bit later today. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
See
See ya. Okay, so now we're switching over to Final Fantasy IV. And we have Big Bad Timber, who is going to be streaming with us. You here with us now?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes. You've sent me the link to your stream, haven't you?
I may have not. 1 second.
Why don't you send it to me real quick?
Yeah, of course.
So I can get it up.
Of course, no problem.
And then we'll switch on over to
just give me 1 second. Let's see.
So, Final Fantasy IV. Jason has played this one a little bit. Did you beat this?
I beat it. No, I beat it.
Okay, yeah. Which version did you beat?
SNES.
SNES version.
Yeah.
The worst version.
Hey, I liked it, but I was.
It is the worst version, and it's the one I'm playing.
As to why you thought the game was so incredible.
Yeah, because I love that game.
Yes, it's very good. I love 4. But now I really want to play the DS version now. That. You're playing.
This is Final Fantasy IV music now that we've got going on in the background.
Good.
This is the good stuff.
Oh man, it's great.
I love this song.
Well, yeah, this is again the theme of Final Fantasy, which was ahead and on our way in the original game, right? But it sort of became the main theme. But this version of it's really good. The one that they use on Final Fantasy IV, which is kind of on it has sort of its introduction, which we'll see. But then after Kane and Cecil leave, there's like a screen that scrolls some text talking about their adventure coming up, a little bit like Final Fantasy I, actually.
Oh yeah,
and tells about.
And this music's playing.
Yeah, and this music's playing behind.
Pumping you up, getting you ready for that, getting you ready for the adventure.
Okay, did you send me the link?
Yeah, I sent it over in Discord.
Yeah. Oh, it's in this chat. Okay.
Here, let me get it. Let me put it in the chat too.
No.
Oh, okay.
I've got it. You're good. You are all good. Let me.
Got multiple screens up, trying to handle all this.
You're good, man. Okay, let's pull this over here. Let's do that, and let's play and get it live. Okay, I think we're good. So now I'm just going to quickly switch over to your stream. There we are. What's up?
Awesome. Thank you guys for having me on. And by the way, you don't have to call me by my ridiculous handle. That was just a joke name for the YouTube channel.
Good. What would you like us to call you?
Mike is fine. I'm a Mike as well.
Mike. Okay, we got 2 Mikes. Greatest name of all time, the GOAT.
It is. It definitely is. And I was telling Mike before that I was a viewer of the Wario Lasky all the way back to the Wario Lasky days. So I couldn't come up with a better nickname than that. So that's awesome.
Wario Lasky was tops.
It is for sure.
That was Landon. Landon's the one who came up with that.
Yeah, it was.
Really?
The story
was. It was on Pool, right?
Yes, 3D virtual pool.
3D virtual pool.
Yeah.
He typed it in, right?
1998. What? Yeah.
Yeah. So that's how we just typed random numbers on the keyboard.
Yeah. That we got Lamiximilov.
Yep.
Oh man.
All that's actually Lamiximilov was Harvest Moon 64.
Oh, you're right.
I think that's where that one.
You're right. Yep. All right, Mike. Let's go ahead and get started with the game here.
Absolutely. So I'll play. So I've got multiple versions actually, just to show that I'm not a poser. I'm actually playing my original cartridge.
Final Fantasy 2.
This is 2, playing on my Retron 5.
The original hardware.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
And then this is 3 right here, and then I'm sure we're gonna get into this very quickly. Actually, right here. Here's an old one right here, if you can see it. Chrono Trigger. So these are my original copies, and I've got every version of the game. Actually, I've got multiple save. I actually found my 2010 save file for the PSP version, the complete collection, which I love, by the way. That might be, I don't know, I'm split between the 3DS, and I'm going to play the PC version as well. I've got multiple save points there during the day as well. But, yeah, the voice acting's great. Well, the acting's okay. The translation's great, I think, by Slattery, right, Mike? If I'm not mistaken. Yes, he did a great job.
Yes.
And this
just real quick, just to let people know in the chat, we've got a little bit more of a delay here. So if you want to go to the link that I put in the chat to Mike's actual stream, go watch it there. And then maybe just have this one that you're listening to or whatever, because he's just a little bit behind us, more so than the last couple that we've had. So he's got a delay from when he's talking and you're hearing him to what we're seeing on the screen, just so you know.
I'm sorry about that, guys. I should have turned off
the
delay.
It's not your fault, it's my fault. I paused it on accident, and so I've been trying to get it to go back to being live again, so it's not your fault.
And just to I think we're going to talk about this. I think this is...
Control, refresh the page.
I'm going to refresh the page.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no worries. I'll wait.
Okay.
Okay. I'm refreshing now. There we go. We should be...
Be better.
Go ahead.
All right. So let's get started.
All right. I'm gonna start a new game right here. And this is like I was saying, this is the original version. And I've got multiple versions. This is like, guys, I think you guys will agree, one of the coolest openings ever.
I love it.
I do
I
like
freaking love it.
With the airship and all that. I do like the opening.
And maybe one of the most shocking kind of opening sequences, I would say. Because I played it when I was a kid. This is my first Final Fantasy game ever. Bought it at KB Toys in 1991 when it came out. I think.
Toys.
KB Toys. My mom picked it out right, and I was like, "What is that?" God, this looks so good still.
Man, we gotta have the Red Wings for this.
Look at that.
We can't have the Final Fantasy theme. We need Red Wings. Where's my Red Wings theme? Red Wing. Come on, maybe it's in the.
There you go. Look at that.
I need my Red Wings. Red Wings, where are you? There it is. Okay, this is the music.
So this game is just really, really special to me. If anyone likes basically current Final Fantasy or even the PS1 era, you can thank this game. If you love your melodrama, your multiple third act twists, multiple deaths and resurrections.
That one can be
huge sci-fi twist, maybe in the third act, possibly. That comes out of nowhere. I still love it. I mean, it's great. You can thank this game, and definitely, Nobuo Uematsu scored this game. I mean, this is when he started reaching, I think, GOAT status, right? I mean, it was just phenomenal. I mean, when I was a kid and I heard this. What is this? Like, this whole opening was just incredible. And I'm a big fan of film, so the way they cool. with the mode. What do they call it? The mode 7. Mode 7. Yeah. In on the Super Nintendo. I mean, you're gonna see Cecil right here after he's conflicted here, and it just really complex characters. I mean, it's just really, really good. And then I'm gonna steal your phrase. One of the I believe the lead designer, right, and the writer, scenario writer,
Takashi
Takeda, a beast, one of the only beasts left at Square. I think
he's amazing. He is an extremely underrated developer.
Yes.
Of these early Final Fantasy games, the work that he did.
Yes.
And he actually had a theater background. We talked about this a little bit in our FF6 podcast. But I think a lot of that influence came through here with the way you talked about the melodrama, but just the character writing, the drama of the story. They wanted to wrap that up. Sakaguchi had been sort of mentored by I forget his name, but he was like basically the guy, Shonen Jump magazine.
Oh yeah.
He had sort of gone to him and been mentored on how to improve his storytelling. And so this was the game where they really wanted
Mike Wazowski
to ramp that up. Yeah. Oh, there was.
Yeah, that was Mike Wazowski.
Oh, so he's dead. You see, Soul's a beast. Well, look at that.
But yeah, the theater influence, on top of the fact that, like I was saying back in FF1, right, where they kind of wanted to make it look a little bit like a diorama, like the world is a diorama, a miniature world. You can kind of think of these 2D Final Fantasy games, even the PlayStation 1 Final Fantasy games, actually, as like little tiny stage plays with little tiny characters.
Yeah.
And so the way that the quote unquote acting is a little bit over the top, because just like on the stage, you have to do that because the people in the back row, they can't see the facial expressions necessarily. So you've got to be really big with the way that you animate the characters so that their emotions are understood. And so you get a lot more of that in Final Fantasy 5 and 6 when they started to do a lot more animations than they did here. but you could start to see some of those theatrical influences that really kind of tied together how the series was presented all the way through the end of the PlayStation 1 era, before we got into the PlayStation 2 and they had more control of the camera and started making them a little bit more cinematic. Now, I love this opening scene here with the King of Baron.
This is so cool.
Cecil is feeling conflicted about what he was made to do.
I love the pause
from Mysidia.
Yeah.
We are not playing the good guys at the beginning of this one.
Well, I love at the beginning while they're on the airship. He said, "How could you steal crystals from poor people?" Something.
Yep.
And I've actually got, if you know, just to kind of like reiterate how much, I mean, I love Takashi Takeda. I'm actually editing, if anyone's enjoying the Live Alive release.
Yes.
That was his first game he ever directed. And the second game he directed was, believe it or not, Chrono Trigger.
How about that?
And one of my absolute favorites on the PS1, if you guys ever talk about it on a podcast, Parasite Eve. Extremely underrated game.
We have gotten a lot of people who really like that particular game. I'll bet you. It's got a good soundtrack.
Oh, really?
Oh my gosh, yeah. Teaming up with Yoko Shimomura again.
That's a game that could definitely be in the rotation of the covered on the podcast for sure.
It is so underrated because I don't think it's based off of a Japanese book, I believe, and a film as well. And it's kind of set as a sequel. It has a lot of lineage to Final Fantasy VII, actually, because Final Fantasy VII was supposed to be a detective story.
That's right.
Yes, that's Takaguchi's, yeah.
And here's his lover, Rosa.
So, yep. Oh, you're
I'm a little ahead, sorry.
Yeah, you're good. So he's moved up here to the top of the tower. I love the scene coming up after this one too, where Kane and Cecil kind of like team up to go together.
Yeah,
it's good stuff. Yeah, so here's Rosa. Cecil, what's wrong? Why won't you talk to me? He feels like he's not worthy of her love because of what he's done.
And there's a bit of a love triangle in this game too, as well.
Yes, his friend Kane
is
also in love with Rosa. That's the best kind of love triangle, right? Your best friend.
Your best friend.
The same girl.
Classic.
It's tough. I think many of us have been there before.
Yep.
All right. So we're gonna see Sid here in just a minute. I forgot to bring up that Sid, as a recurring character, was actually first introduced in Final Fantasy II.
Oh, really?
Final Fantasy II. But this is the version of Sid in this game. He's one of my favorite Sids, actually. I love the big bushy red beard.
Yeah, he's pretty funny.
Freaking dope.
There will be a Sid in Final Fantasy 16.
There will.
Can I just say, I mean, I'm really happy people are enjoying that, by the way, the demo, and I think it's definitely helped boost the sales, which is great.
Pre-orders are way up.
You know, most of my content is, From Software related stuff. So I do a lot of walkthrough, lore-throughs, and it's some of my favorite. I mean, I've got platinum lore runs of, I'm trying to remember where the heck his bedroom is.
Up the tower there.
That's right.
Just go straight from there. Yeah. Oh, sorry, the other room.
Yeah. Well, he's way ahead of you.
Yeah, I know. Did you figure it out now?
I think so.
We're seeing you in the dungeon here. So.
Yep, I got it.
Okay.
I'm not really happy with the combat.
With FF16?
Yeah, and I love Dragon's Dogma, and I dug Devil May Cry 5.
Oh, cool.
And I'm like, I don't say I'm an expert, Souls player, but I love the parrying and the From Software games. And when
I was curious about that, actually. I was wondering if they were going to introduce a block mechanic at some point in Final Fantasy 16.
So here's my problem with that. They do, but it's with the Icon Titan. And if you play that challenge, you can do that. But the problem is the parry button's the attack button.
Oh,
so
really?
it's terrible. So you have to like.
It's just timing.
It's timing. It's basically it's the square button on the PS5.
Just attack at the same time you're getting it.
Oh my gosh! And I really do not like it, and I just hate it because I'm a pretty positive person. But it's just like, guys, this is not good. I disagree with this so much.
Oh man, that's too bad. Yeah, I think I had done that a couple of times in my playthrough of the probably on accident actually on my playthrough.
Me
of the
too.
Demo where I just somehow parried. And I was like, wait, how'd I do that? Just because I was mashing X and I happened to hit it at the right. Or not where it happened to hit it at the right time. But yeah, so here this
the Dark Knight with no courage to disobey his majesty.
I should play Theme of Love for this one. Now the Theme of Love. Speaking about the GOAT status of there it is. The GOAT status for Nobuo Uematsu. I believe that this music was used as curriculum in a lot of Japanese schools for music class.
Oh, no way.
I read that. Yeah.
This song was actually adopted in a lot of school curriculums for music classes in Japan. That's how famous Nobuo Uematsu has become in his own country as far as a composer. Pretty crazy. I love this scene coming up too, where Kane in the 3D version especially, it's
yeah,
so cool, they're like marching down towards each other.
Yeah,
it's like, all right, like you have kind of like a "you have my ex" sort of scene,
yeah,
right? Like going out together. All right, so now we're gonna have to go back to the prologue here, music as they head out.
There you go. And this is this song. I love this song.
You see the moon?
This is the scroll. The crawl.
Yes, the crawl.
And this images like this give you such a sense of adventure.
Yes,
it's so cool. I love the FF1.
Yep.
One maybe a little bit more though because you could see the characters kind of silhouetted. But showing up this image after playing the game for a bit and then hitting an image like this, seeing the vast. But this image will stay with you through the rest of the game because you don't see anything like this again.
I know.
And so, like, you just keep it in mind. And I don't know, for whatever reason, them limiting your exposure to images like this helps maximize the sense of adventure and wonder and mystery of what's happening. And that's what you just can't do that in modern games. I think it's impossible almost, unless you want to go back. Just like, the way games used to be. But, keeping a lot of it in people's heads instead of always displayed right before them. There's a lot less of a sense of awe when you're just seeing it in front of you all the time.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, very cool.
So they're heading out together.
Why do the monsters keep increasing?
This is where we're going to step away from FF4. Mike is going to continue. If you want to keep watching FF4, we have his link pinned. So go check him out. We're going to move over to Final Fantasy V now, though. The crystal was shedding its light.
I love 5 too. That's great. I can't wait to look at. I'm going to pump up the next stream. Switch to that.
There's 2 moons.
Well, but does the moon have a moon? It looks like the moon.
No, it's just a smaller moon. But the moon is important.
Yes.
Very, very important to the story of this game. And they've got a little bit of that in Final Fantasy 16 as well. The moon. They show the moon a lot in Final Fantasy 16.
And the lineage, correct? The lineage of Cecil. Am I right about that?
Maybe. We'll see. But we talk a lot about that in our podcast that's coming out this week. So, all right, Mike. We're going to take off now. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
We'll come back to you a little bit later.
Yeah, I'll definitely. I'll switch either to the PSP or the 3D version.
Okay.
Show off. Show off.
Take care, guys.
Okay. All right. Talk to you again soon.
Alrighty.
All right. We're gonna get WP up here. Okay.
Hello.
What's up, WP?
Hey.
Howdy.
Now, how do you want us to refer to you? WP fine, or do you want us to go by a different name?
WP's fine. You can call me by my first name, Trevor, as well, if you want to.
Trevor. Okay.
Yeah.
I like Trevor. Trevor's a good name.
Trev.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Or Ver.
We're playing
Yeah,
Final
Trev.
Fantasy V.
Yeah.
Now, I believe I have your stream. No, I don't. Can you give me your stream link? Yeah, I think you
I-
sent it to me yesterday.
last night,
Let me go
yeah.
check. Let me go check that out. Yeah. I've got it right.
This
Oh
is
my
the
gosh,
stream.
I love this song. This is
Oh, yeah.
so good.
Yeah, I got the. I also have the Pixel remaster that I'll be playing.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice.
Fantastic.
So Night Fries TV. Very good.
Yeah.
Okay, here we are. We've got your stream up.
Yeah.
Let me switch over to that, and then let me get the link and pin it in our chat so people can come check you out.
Yeah.
Gosh, this song is so good.
Oh yeah.
Oh my goodness,
really
it's
big
good.
fan.
This is the ahead on our way of Final Fantasy V.
Of 5.
Yeah, which is one of my favorite pieces from the entire series. It's fantastic. Okay, everybody, here is the link to Trevor's stream. And I'm going to pin that. There you go. Okay, so Final Fantasy V.
Yeah, I thought we'd start out the same way with
Tell us
this
about
weird
why
chicken.
you're passionate about this game. Yeah, there's the choke. I like that
Look
design
at that.
too.
That's cool.
Yeah,
man.
that
Holy
one. And
cow.
we got another weird one right here.
Muscular Chocobo.
Oh yeah, that one looks
chocobos.
that's crazy, man. I love
Yeah.
Amano's design so much. I wish they would make a Final Fantasy that actually had Amano's designs like
His actual
faithfully
artwork.
recreated in
Yeah,
the
that
game.
would be cool.
That would
Yeah.
be awesome.
It's so Japanese to it. Evokes such a sense of the Far East. Very
Yeah.
cool.
So, but yeah, I love this game. I'll show off right here. You know, we got the Pixel remaster one right here. We got
There it is. Oh yeah.
You
got which word is that? The PS.
This is the
or-
Switch. This is the Switch version with the
Okay.
this is the
cool.
collector's edition little lenticular sleeve on
Nice.
it.
Very nice.
We got the Game Boy Advance version here. We got the
Nice.
first version that I played here with the incredibly long load times.
There you go.
Yeah,
The PS1 version.
Yeah, we got it.
Anthology.
We got it here loaded on the phone if you want. We
There you
got-
go.
Got all the versions. I got it on Steam too.
Man, I thought Mike was a
nice.
show off.
yeah, so,
I
you
thought
know,
I had all the versions. I don't.
That's
Yeah.
so cool, man. That's so cool. So
So
this
I-
was a game that was, unlike FF3, this one was localized multiple different times.
This one was actually first localized on PlayStation 1. So we did not get the Super Nintendo version of this game, but it came to the PS1 in that version he just showed.
Yeah,
Whereas 3 did not.
3 did
So,
not.
but this did
Yeah,
get
they
an
skipped
official.
3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Until the 3DS version came out.
So this dragon here, really cool looking. And then it's wrapping its tail around the
Around
letter
the
A.
letter A. Isn't that
Mhm.
sweet?
Very cool.
we
I'm
will see that
a
dragon
sucker for
shortly.
dragons. I think dragons are the coolest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you ready to start a new game?
Yeah, we're gonna start here. We'll see that dragon basically right away.
Yep.
I do remember some of the beginning of this game.
Yes. I love the intro of
It's
this one
been-
too.
It's been too long.
Yeah.
The intro of this game isn't as like necessarily punchy or exciting, but there's just
Yeah.
a real sense, like an ominous sense that the world is like about to die. And they're just trying to figure out like what is happening, right?
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, so you got this first shot here.
It looks
King
really
of
good.
Tycoon is going to try to find out what is wrong with the crystal of the wind because the wind has died all around the world. There is no wind at all.
Wind is spirit,
Yeah.
by the way.
I think you also
So-
should note that it starts at dawn
breath.
as the sun rises here. They really
Yeah.
Yes, very nice, very
hold
good.
it there. As part of the story, not that you know this yet, but there's Dawn Warriors, which I don't think come up in any other game.
Interesting. So that's a take on
wow.
Warrior of the Light, right? But it's
Yeah.
specific to the rising of the sun.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Very cool.
And I don't control this intro either. This is they control all of the text that goes through
okay.
here, so they really
Why not?
wanted to taste this.
Tycoon.
Yeah.
Now there's a word that has its meaning is very specific in America. I'm surprised they didn't change that. It is a Japanese word, by the way, tycoon.
Yes.
Tycoon.
But what it's come to mean for the English is just like a tycoon, right? It's not exactly the most positive thing.
Right.
Roller coasters, that's what they.
Roller coaster tycoon. That's where I first heard that word.
That's it. Just talking like a rich Scrooge McDuck. He's a tycoon, right? That's
Yep. So here's Lena, the daughter of the king here,
Yeah.
worried about her father as he heads out to find out what.
no
on
big.
earth
He's
is
just
going on.
he's just jumping on a dragon.
Gonna jump on his
flying out from
wyvern
the
and
castle.
dragon.
Mhm.
So they're showing that dragons are normal here.
Yep.
And that
Here
just
in
like How
Tycoon.
to Train Your Dragon 2, they live harmoniously with the humans.
With the humans. I wish we got more of that in Final Fantasy. Dragons are sweet.
Yeah. Look at the
Yeah.
gargoyles on the castle too. I love it.
We basically only get Bahamut, but
Yep.
the
Bahamut's
16
basically the one you get.
Yeah, or sorry, it's not 16. 14 does a lot. I mean, they have that whole expansion with dragons. So
I haven't started it yet, but that's the next expansion I'm going to start. Heaven's Ward.
That's nice.
Okay,
That's nice.
so we got a ship out here in the ocean. It's obviously got sails and they can't move.
Yes, but their
mast
mast is down. Yeah.
There's
which
no
means
wind.
the planet is not breathing.
Yep.
Right. It means the planet's gonna die.
And we got Galuf. We'll meet him in a minute.
Yeah, that's one of the big things about this game too. Like 3, it really wants to get you with all 4 party members very fast. They're like, we want you to be playing this game with your party and experimenting as fast as possible.
Mike is a fan of that.
Yeah.
Fan of getting started with the game ASAP.
What in the blazes?
I think the one in the chat just brought up, I think this was the last game that had like crystal chambers like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
maybe
so.
until the new game that's coming out, maybe we'll have them. But crystals are breaking around the world.
You'll see them very briefly in 12 and some of their intros where they're fighting. You see like the mages around crystals and that as like a chamber. But that's the last one I can think of.
Okay, I'm just gonna say this game looks really cool.
It's awesome.
It looks really good.
It's really
good. I would, if were I to play this game now, I would probably do a pixel remaster.
Yeah, it's good. I think the pixel remastered versions are great, particularly like I said, if you mod them a little bit.
If you mod them and
so that the text boxes
get them
look
to your
really
liking,
great. Which you can't necessarily do on the console versions. So that's the one downside.
Whoa, Meteor!
Yeah, but it does let us now put in the pixel font, which is really nice on these versions. And there's a lot of like little subtle changes to a lot of scenes where they've added, particle effects, as you saw on the crystal. There's like a bunch.
Yeah.
They'll add, I've noticed, because I was just playing through this to get a little further, they've tightened up a couple scenes where you don't have to spend as long doing some things, and just like a lot of little minor tweaks that aren't that big of a deal to most people, but they really want me to know how to play this game, I guess. Make sure.
Yep, you got to make sure that you know what you're doing.
Yeah, and you got to shake your butt. You start off real early.
I love that animation.
I love it. Man.
I love that chocobo animation. It's fantastic. Yeah, so Bart is our main character here, but in the there was a little bit of confusion, as can be the case between Japanese and English sometimes. So I think it was an unofficial translation, which was the only way that American players could play Final Fantasy V for a while, but it was translated as butts instead of Barts, and so that's become a lot of people's preferred nomenclature for the character, me included.
Yeah.
Yes, you're gonna name him Butts. Good. That's how it should be. All right, so you gotta fight off the goblins.
Mm-hmm. And they've fixed, the big controversy in this game when they released it on mobile and those weird versions is the weird tiling that will happen on this Meteor, but does not happen here.
Yep. A lot of little things that, fans of the originals will notice, but I think overall they did a pretty decent job with these pixel remaster. I think the music alone makes them worth it. All right, so we're going to get the rename. Yes, to Butts. That's what I'm talking about. That's the real name.
Yeah.
The real name for the character, Butts. You cannot play Final Fantasy V correctly without naming him Butts.
Now I have to ask. Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, really,
okay.
truly. If you don't play it by naming the character Butts, you're not really playing the game.
No,
right.
like really, is that his actual
name?
No,
Bart's. It was supposed to be Bart's.
Oh, I get the joke.
Yes,
I get it.
yes. It was in an unofficial translation. The person who translated it for like emulated versions, I think, translated it as Butts, and so a lot of people thought that was the character's name.
Man, localization used to be very difficult.
I know. So this is the meteor that fell.
I remember seeing this in the original version of the game. And I love pixel art. I really do. I love the old original style. Something about this is giving me a grander feel. For the game.
You got all this atmosphere, man. Look at the atmosphere.
Yeah, the atmosphere, the trees. I don't know. It looks
they
very
started
nice.
At this is a big leap forward for this game too, in terms of what they did with showing emotion. Is they started doing text bubbles and stuff, specifically in this game as well, where they're like, we want more emotion on our characters, but we're still using the same size. So we started adding these little question marks and things so we can help convey the emotion or what they're feeling more in a broader sense.
Yep.
So it's been mentioned in our chat a couple of times, but some of the developers for FF16, the high lead developers, were interviewed and asked what their favorite Final Fantasy games were. And for 2 of the 3, including the director, I believe, Final Fantasy V was on the list of the top 3.
It was either one of the first games they worked on as developers at the company,
of course,
or one of the first games RPGs that they played.
Yeah,
and so there's a lot of respect for this game among developers of FF16,
which is great, especially in Japan. This game didn't really come to America for a while.
Yeah, it
right?
took a long time. Yep. Another thing to note about this game, it was the first one in which Yoshinori Kitase, who is a big lead at Square Enix now, was involved in cutscene direction, event scene direction. He and Sakaguchi have some great quotes that I have in the script that I'm writing for the FF5 remade retrospective, where they were sort of competitive in a friendly way against each other, where they would try to outdo each other between scene to scene to make it like more awesome or more emotional or whatever.
That's a good thing to have. There's a toxic way to do that.
There's a toxic way to do it, but
some CEOs will try to foster like division and get people to are afraid of for losing their jobs to like compete with each other. But there's a much better, more amiable way to do it, and that's it, right? When you're creative and you're just kind of pushing yourself.
Yes.
I love that.
Yes, and so this is where cutscene direction, as you were saying, Trevor, started to really go to the next level. They had a lot of emotes that they made, a lot of different animations, and
this all in a game that, I mean, if you read also I mean, this is the tale as old as time for games coming up. Is just they're running out of memory, running out of space, and like them having jobs for lots of characters, 5, and like just like all that space taken up, along with the emotion, extra expression stuff that they had in there. Like they're really pushing at the time what they could do on the system and how much they had to spend to even put it on a cart, really.
Yeah. I love that bug eye emote we just saw. You just saw it briefly there
again
when he got thrown off the chocobo. I freaking love that. They use that a lot in Chrono Trigger too. It's like one of my favorite emotes from these Super Nintendo RPGs that Squaresoft made. They just get so surprised, like,
yes,
and their eyes just get huge.
Once again, talking about a stage play, right?
Yeah,
you gotta overact for the people on the back.
Yep, that's totally the feel that these games gave off. Was like they were little miniature stage plays, and I loved that aspect to them. All right, so we got some monsters we're fighting as the Earth is
bunch of goblins
opening up a little bit.
Goblins will make an appearance in Final Fantasy 16.
Yeah, to the loss of the crystal, and you'll see this quite a bit as the game moves on, as the world reacting to the loss of the crystals.
So a very similar setup to Final Fantasy 3, actually. So Final Fantasy 4 went in a really different direction with the story. The crystal motif was still there, but Final Fantasy 3 and 5 are much more similar in terms of their setups and their game mechanics too. This game has the job system, the class system, class changing, similarly to Final Fantasy 3. A lot of people feel it was more perfected here, and a lot of the mainstay jobs that like are famous Final Fantasy jobs were kind of like solidified in this version.
Or started here. Blue Mage, I think, this is the first iteration.
Blue Mage, this is the first time I got Blue Mage.
Of course.
And so that's like I'd say that's one of the iconic, Final Fantasy jobs, is that Blue Mage. It doesn't always show up, or it shows up kind of mixed with other things, but enemy skill is always there, or I think Quistitisu. Being the Blue Mage, or Kimari.
Oh,
Quina's probably my favorite in terms of I had to eat things.
I love Quina. Quina from FF9 as a Blue Mage. Yeah, that's my favorite Blue Mage character.
Funniest character in all Final Fantasy.
It's so good.
So freaking good. Interactions with Kina and his/her parent.
Yes.
Or whoever guardian.
The chief.
Of they're so funny. You got to go out in the world and taste all the tastes. And so funny.
Yeah.
Got to eat all the frogs, but don't eat all of them because then they won't respawn. So you got to leave 2 of them alive.
Yeah.
Of course, Galuf here has amnesia, which also became a trope of like every Final Fantasy after this. You have to have a main character with amnesia.
Yep.
Can't remember who they are. Especially in FF6. it's a little different FF7. It's not quite Amnesia, but there's a twist on that idea. Final Fantasy 9, there's a little bit of that with Zidane.
Yeah,
a lot of that.
Yeah, 7, 8, and 9, kind of 3 in a row.
Amnesia. Oh yeah, Amnesia. Of course, Nate is like the controversial one with Amnesia.
It's a pretty big plot point.
But I at least an interesting way in which they went about explaining that one in that game.
Yeah. And with Final Fantasy X, I love it. He pretends to have amnesia.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that he doesn't just look stupid.
That's true.
It's so funny.
Yeah, he just pretends like he got too close to Sin's toxin.
This is a normal thing. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, they even point out the spring here in this game.
There we go. Yep.
There you go.
In the first cave.
It looks very clean here.
Let's go drink and replenish our HP and MP.
I should probably equip him with a weapon. I forgot.
Drink deep the waters of Tehom.
JH in the comments saying, I too got too close to Sin's toxin and my head's all foggy. Like.
Me too. It's just a thing, right?
Okay.
Now in this console version, you can actually speed up the battles, right?
So I can auto battle, but I don't think I can speed them.
So
up
they don't have like a fast forward feature. I thought they did, man. That would be so
he's
great.
stoked. You see him like pumping it up.
Yep, he was stoked.
Healed.
When it is an auto, it does go faster, but like that's why I've kept it in auto here, because like the bars with auto.
Yeah.
So the fast forward button, it's
not actually fast forwarding, it's just auto battling, which really annoyed me, which is I took that icon off in the modded versions I have.
Oh, really?
Because it's not actually fast forwarding anything. I mean, they move a little faster, but what I wanted was a true fast forward feature to make the battles go faster. Oh, that's right. It's because in this version you can turn off the random encounters, right?
Yeah, you can.
There you go. So that makes it you can get through places quicker and whatnot.
And does that help? I mean, it's more like nice for exploring, or like, I just want to go back and get that chest that I now see, and I'm like, I don't want to fight 20 battles to get there.
Yep.
But yeah, this game is really, I mean, I think this game is really about them refining. They went heavy on the story with 4, and this game I feel is much more them. Again, Final Fantasy is always about changing course almost. It's like we're going back to 3, going back to heavy, gameplay focus, heavy. Yeah. We're gonna experiment. The story is in this game, I would say, the weakest of the NES titles.
The 2D ones.
Yeah, of the 2 ones, I think this is the weakest of those ones on the Super Nintendo. But I think you will see. I think if you're interested in 14, I would guess that the next expansion will be taking heavily from this game.
Oh, from this game. Oh, nice.
Yeah, because
true with the team of King of Tycoon and the Dragons. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so because I'd say Final Fantasy 14 seems to take very heavily from specific games. Like I'd say the first Realm Reborn's very much off FF1. Heaven's Ward doesn't take that much from any. I would actually say, but then the next one, Stormblood's very much off of 2. And then Shadowbringers is very much off 3, and then this recent one is very much off 4. Like they bring back the moon. You see, lots of different things that are taken from 4, and you're like, oh, okay. So I feel like the next one's probably going to take a lot from this game in terms of what you're going to see in that game or inspiration. So you're going, might be able to see where story beats are going to go if you play this game.
Yeah. All right, you've made it to the Pirates' hideout. I think we're going to step away here and move on to Final Fantasy VI. But again, if anybody wants to continue following Final Fantasy V on Trevor's stream here, we've got the message pinned in the chat. You can go check out that link and follow him there. So thanks. We'll come back to you here in a little bit, Trevor.
Excellent.
But we're going to move on to Final Fantasy VI now.
Goodbye, y'all.
All right, see you.
See you.
All right, I'll just kind of leave his stream up for a second while I get Final Fantasy VI going, because this was totally my fault. I did my very best to coordinate with a lot of different people who were requesting to play, and I think I had a ton of people interested in FF6.
I know. I was going to say it's one of the more popular,
super popular one, right?
Yeah.
But then it got filled by Dr. Doak originally, but then I didn't have anyone for FF1. So I switched him over to that since he had experience playing that growing up.
Yeah.
So then FF6 became open, but we were getting close to the time, and so all these people who were interested didn't. And so I was messaging one person and another person, and then it was conflicting, and then like, oh, I've got it filled. Oh no, I don't. Oh yes, I do. And then it ends up we don't have anybody at all.
Oh,
So I'm going to be playing Final Fantasy VI.
Okay.
So let me just get that up and running. I'll be doing the Pixel Remaster version for that as well. So let's just go ahead and get that going. This is the one I've applied, I think, more mods to than any other. So a lot of mods I have installed on this one in particular. I've replaced all the sprites, like the characters with the original game. Text boxes are different. The whole tile set of the overworld is different. Like so much.
I look forward to
so freaking much. So the version of Final Fantasy VI Pixel Remaster that you will be seeing is not how it will come out of the box, just so you know. All right, it's taking a second for it to load up here. I think it did this too with FF2. So it should work. Just give it a second. Let's take a look at the chat, see what people are saying here. There it goes. Final Fantasy VI podcast was really good, says Mix. Thank you very much, Mix. We appreciate you. Okay. Can you guys hear it? You can't see it yet, but you can hear it. I'm going to skip through that part because I need to set it up again as a window. Display. You want windowed? Done. Yes. So we can pull it over here like that and then switch over. You guys ready for Final Fantasy VI? I am. I freaking love this game.
There's an edge. Okay, I see it.
Just fixed it. So yes, we just finished a podcast on this game, so we're pretty familiar.
Yeah, we've got a lot to talk about
with it at the moment.
First off, 2001: A Space Odyssey with that organ.
Yes. If you have not seen our podcast on Final Fantasy VI, I recommend going and checking it out. Tons of info on the development history, how it was such a landmark title. Love those effects. These are new to the Pixel Remaster. Those lightning effects.
Lightning. It's very slow lightning. You never see lightning that slow.
It looks sweet though.
It's very cool. It looks very cool.
All right, let me click in here and start a new game. I think we're going to see that again. The ancient war of the Magi. When its flames at last receded, only the charred husk of a world remained. Even the power of magic was lost.
This looks cool.
I should use your CRT filters, Beardmo. I didn't even think of that. In the 1,000 years that followed, iron, gunpowder, and steam engines took the place of magic, and life slowly returned to the barren land.
Yeah, iron, gunpowder, and steam engines are good for the land.
Yes.
Magic. Very bad for the land.
There now stands one who would reawaken the magic of ages past and use his dread power as a means by which to conquer all the world.
Wow, they really improved on that map back there. That looks very nice. And once again, you have the ziggurat structure, like a pyramid going up here, something like a Tower of Babel. I
love the remastered OSTs. I think they're fantastic. I like the NES ones the best, like Final Fantasy 1, 2, and 3. There's a couple tracks on 6 I'm not fond of. But for the most part, it's great.
They're making it seem like the city was right there.
Right close.
I always assumed it was
really far.
Yeah, down the canyon some.
I didn't like this particular way of representing the city. Then.
Yeah,
I like it better that it's farther away. I guess we're on top of a mountain. Here they come. Biggs and Wedge. Oh, my characters have not been replaced. Maybe some of my mods aren't working. There's the city. Hard to believe an Esper has been found frozen there 1,000 years after the War of the Magi. Probably just another wild goose chase. I like this version of the script, too.
Yeah.
I don't know. They wouldn't have let us use her unless they were confident the intel was good. I think this is the Final Fantasy VI Advanced version of the script that I have on this modded version. Yes, our witch. I hear she fried 50 of our Magitech armored soldier in 3 minutes. Kind of makes your skin crawl, don't it? Actually, now that I think about it, I think that it's a revised version of the 6 script, advanced script, that was
even
like
more
native. That's like it comes with, like, out of the box with this version. So I don't think I modded it at all now that I think about it. We'll approach from the east. Move out.
Nice.
I love this scene right here. You will notice a difference. I'm going to get your genuine reaction to it.
Okay, the shading is interesting with the Pixel Remaster. The way the snow is being generated out of nowhere and it's not falling down.
Yeah. Kind of like it almost like a filter over the top of it or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, they walk a lot slower.
They do.
The biggest thing for me, there's no credits.
Oh!
I don't know why. It makes no sense to not have credits here.
Then?
They'll just have them at the end of the game.
So part of the reason it's palatable watching this scene unfold
because it's a credit sequence. It's an opening credit sequence, right?
Is because of the credits. Yeah.
I have no idea why they didn't put the credits in this version. It's the whole reason why this works.
Yeah, this doesn't work otherwise. Like you're like, yeah, kind of cool, also kind of bored. Like let's keep going.
We have Kieran saying that they did put them back in the console version that they released. So I'm playing the PC version here, and Square with their PC versions, I just don't understand. Yeah. Why wouldn't you also update the PC version of the game when you release the console version, right?
It would be pretty easy. You know, it's funny that the fans are demanding the credits be put back into the game because
I know, right?
You ruined the game when you took out the credits. Whoever hears that.
Yeah, the ground should be scrolling a little faster.
Yeah,
anyway,
those mountains look pretty cool though.
This is one of the downfalls to this version of the game, the Pixel Remaster version. This part. It's like, man, one of the most iconic opening sequences in the series.
And they changed it a little
too much. But it's still good overall. And they did a really good job with the opera scene in particular.
I think so too. Yeah.
As Fresh Ingredient just said. The opera scene.
Yeah, Yoshinori Kitase just released an interview, according to Mix, in which he said many Square Enix staff are clamoring for an FF6 remake.
Remake?
Depends on how...
Girl takes point and don't waste time on riffraff. Remember what we're here for. Let's move.
Let's move.
Alright, well, here we are in Narsh. Got a team show how to play the game.
Well, you just got gears and wheels and...
Yeah. No one's...
Steam.
We're not safe anymore.
Haha, that guitar, man.
Yep, pretty cool. Huh?
Killer.
Yeah, all of the battle themes kind of got like a guitar like that in them in the Pixel Remaster versions.
You kind of could tell they were meant to.
Yeah.
From Uematsu's original.
Especially in FF5, I think it was pretty clear that the battle was supposed to have an electric guitar in there somewhere. Yeah, and they did a pretty good job with the brass in this too, of this battle theme.
Yeah,
I like the way that sounds. I think it's pretty good. Good on the brass for the victory fanfare as well.
Yeah.
I don't know how people generally feel about the battle theme for this game. I've heard some people are like, it's kind of grating on the ears. I really like it.
It's iconic. If it happens over and over, I could see it.
Yeah. I really like the battle theme from this game, though. It's one of my favorites, actually.
You know, nice if they varied it just like a little bit.
Yep.
I don't know.
Surrounded. So they're trying to introduce you to a lot of the battle mechanics here at the beginning. You can get surrounded.
Yeah.
You can have a preemptive strike. They can get a preemptive strike on you.
Right.
You know, each battle sort of introducing different ways in which battle can start. Trying to get you familiarized with how it works. Pincer battles. Yeah, was this the first game to have pincer battles? I actually just thought that might be the case. I don't remember if that was if FF4 and FF5 if they had pincer attacks.
Megalodoth. That's a cool.
Yep.
I don't know if that's like a word, but that's cool. Megalodoth.
Yep. Come on, there you go. So we got our mystery girl here. Don't know her name. It's just question marks.
Yep, the witch.
So Final Fantasy VI, one of the driving things behind its development, I don't have the quote in front of me, but we talked about it in our podcast.
Yeah.
That the drama of the characters, it was all about writing compelling characters.
And a bunch of them. A pantheon, like a huge cast of characters. Yep. And there was not supposed to really just be one single main character. You know, depending on how you play the game. Certainly certain characters can for sure not ever be the main character.
Yes.
But it's kind of up for grabs as to who specifically this story is about.
Yes.
I'd say obviously Terra, because you start out with her.
Yeah.
And she's instrumental the whole time.
Right.
But they really kind of mix it up throughout the story.
Mm-hmm.
And you get really deep into characters that you wouldn't consider them side characters after that.
Yeah. Some of the best scenes from the game, I mean Final Fantasy IV a little bit, but I think this game in a grander way sort of started the tradition of every character is going to have like a background story that we're going to explore kind of at depth. That's really like they've come from a place of tragedy, and you know they have things that they need to overcome, you know, in their own mind and things like that. That sort of became a staple of just SquareSoft RPGs. Really, it got taken to a whole nother level in Xenogears and other games like that.
Yeah.
But that tradition kind of started with this one. The Lightning Welk. So this is also something that actually got started in 4 with the Mist Dragon in that first cave. We kind of cut away right before we got there.
Yeah.
Where they have a first boss that has a gimmick where if you attack it during a certain phase, it'll counterattack and do a ton of damage. They're supposed to stop.
Yep.
Now, these mechanics don't tend to come up again in other fights, but I think the purpose of them really more or less is just to introduce players to the fact that you don't just keep attacking. You got to pay attention to what you're doing. You got to pay attention to what the boss is doing. What are the weaknesses?
Yeah.
You know,
and they introduce that to you early on in the game so that you're aware going forward.
Yeah.
Ricardo in the chat, yes. Welk is Ymir in the SNES version, and his name is Ymir. Oh, wait a second.
This is Ymir here. Welk was...
What was Welk?
Welk was the original name.
Oh, how come it just?
I think it's because
it's just a vote.
It's because I modded the script.
Okay.
Or something like that. I don't know.
But yeah, so
maybe that's a mistake.
It's Ymir currently, but it was Welk in the original.
Correct.
One. Yeah,
that's right. So now we gotta wait here. Let's do like a healing force. Who's the most damaged? Myself. Okay, you're good. You're good. All right, so he comes back out of the shell, and we go back at him again. Let's fire beam's good. I love this battle theme too. It's so good. Uh-oh. Okay, I thought he was going back in his shell. I thought I was screwed there for a second. Is he doing it yet? Not yet. Oh, he's going back in. Dang it. That's not good. Yeah, that's going to hurt. Don't die. All right, not too bad. And, oh, actually, I did it twice. Yeah, that's really bad, actually. Oh, just him. Okay. You're all right. You're all right. We can do some healing here. Wait for him to come back out. All right. Go back at it. We should be able to take him out at this point, I think. Ymir, the founding titan, says Heon. All right. There we go. We got him. I really love the music that's coming for this next part. It's like super mysterious. Really builds a lot of intrigue behind like what is up with Terra. I guess I spoiled her name like 5 seconds before it's revealed, but to go underneath here, don't we? So this isn't Frozen Esper. I love this theme right here. It's so good. So good. He's giving me the creeps. Something's not right. Yeah, 6 has really great pacing. I agree. Frozen creature begins emitting an eerie light. Where's that light coming from? Ah. Who's that? Wedge? Wedge, where are you? Hey, what's going on? And as we got many comments about in our Final Fantasy VI podcast series, the theory here is that they got ejected to another world. And that world is Chrono Trigger, where you find them at the festival at the beginning of the game. Which, you know, pretty cool. Got a Biggs and Wedge in the town there at the beginning of Chrono Trigger. Oh, hold on one second. I gotta let Kaysen back in. The door locked.
Oh,
Oh. You're good. Okay, let me get out of the bed here. Where am I? I'm I, and I only just removed the crown. My head, it hurts. Love this theme. Super good. One of my favorites in the series as well. It's a slave crown. The others were using it to control you. It was robbing you of your thoughts, making it so you do whatever they told you to do. I can't remember a thing. Don't worry, it'll all come back to you. In time, that is. Mysterious young woman, born with a gift of magic and enslaved by the Gastonian Empire. Her name is Terra. I'm just going to keep that name. Yes. My name is Terra. Impressive. I've never heard of anyone recovering so fast. I must be made of tougher stuff than most. Here come the guards. We're here for the Magitech armor pilot. Open the door now. Hand over the girl. She's an agent of the Empire. Okay, so in this version, I've modded it to where you get the character portraits in the text boxes, which I think just looks really nice. This is not how it will come out of the box if you get the pixel remaster, just so everyone watching realizes that. This has to be modded. And there's a great modding community on Discord that can help you out with learning how to install these mods and things like that if you're interested. There's no time to explain. You need to get out of here. These fools aren't going to listen to reason. This way, quickly. But not before I get the elixir in the clock. Can't forget the elixir in the clock. Make your way out of town to the mines. I'll try to buy some time. As Rob says, run for your life and don't loot my clock. All right, let's head over this way. Up there. All right, so one thing you should know if you're playing this game, there's some chests here in the cave. Don't get them yet. Do not get them yet. Save it for later. They get better. What am I doing? I should cast fire on these guys. Boom. Bada bing. She can use magic and no one else can. Do not grab those chests. Don't do it. I seem to think so, hypodermic, but I can't think of one in particular right now. But I feel like that's a mechanic that was in a lot of RPGs back in the day, or not a lot, but some, where it's like, don't pick up the chests, they get better later, kind of thing. Final Fantasy 12 does that, that's true. Yeah, Chrono Trigger, that's right. Did that. Came out around the same time, so it makes sense. There she is. Oh! It might have started with Chrono Trigger, I don't know. It's a good question. Alright. I love that little effect as she passes out there. Very nice. Now we get a little bit of a flashback here. My sweet little magic user. With this slave crown will be all mine. Bam! Oh, that's true, Burrito Kingdom. 6 was before Chrono Trigger. Good point. No, Kaysen had to step out for a phone call. He's not locked out. The door is slightly open. I can see it. He's just on a call. Soldiers of the Empire, we stand at the dawn of a new age. The lost power of magic has returned to us. We've been chosen. The time has come for us to claim our rightful dominion over the world. Nothing shall stand in our way. Hurrah! Long live Imperial. Mike narration pack for FF6, that'd be awesome. All right, here's our introduction to Locke. Took you long enough. Busy with all the robbing and plundering, I presume. I love his face. The reaction, I love the bug eye emote so much. It's just so funny. A treasure hunter, a trail-worn traveler searching the world over for relics of the past. His name is Locke. I prefer the term treasure hunting. Ha, semantic nonsense. There's a huge difference. Anyways, there's something you need me to do. There is indeed. I met the girl. You don't mean. The city guard is pursuing her as we speak. The city has the strength to stand up to the Empire, but it won't use it. The people are just too stubbornly independent to join any underground resistance group like the Returners. I tried to explain that the Empire was controlling the girl, but they wouldn't even listen. Alright, so you want me to get her out of Narsh? That would be the idea. Make your way to Figaro for the time being. Alright. I actually think that although I love this scene here with the Moogles, how they join the battle, we're going to step away from FF6 here and move on to Final Fantasy VII, I think. We're ready to start streaming that. But this is one of my favorite parts of the intro, actually, is the Moogles joining you to fight. It's great stuff. Alright, so let me go ahead and turn that off. Still got Final Fantasy V going on in the background. Move up to here. There we go. Hope you guys are enjoying this so far. Okay. Let me get our next streamer up here. Name is Clark. This is FF7. And I'm going to put his stream in the chat and pin it.
Thank you.
Hello! How you doing?
I'm good. I was being quiet.
Oh,
Yeah.
You don't need to be. Oh, it's scrolling too fast. I can't pin it. There we go. All right, the link to your stream is now pinned in our chat, so people can come and check out your stream. All right, how's it going, man? How are you?
Good. I'm good. It's good to. I think this is the first time we've actually spoken in a public setting. So we're thus validating that we do occasionally talk.
We've been talking about doing it ever.
I know,
and we just have not actually gotten around to it. So here's the first opportunity, and we'll definitely do some more. In the coming weeks or months or whatever.
Especially, however long it takes you to finish Final Fantasy
16.
Yeah, then we'll talk to you about it.
That sounds.
Which I could not be more excited to talk to you about that game in particular. But anyways, Final Fantasy 7.
Yes.
This is not my first Final Fantasy game that I played. I'm actually old enough to have played FF1.
Nice.
And so I went through DNA releases. And then Secret of Mana was the first kind of action-focused RPG that really, it awakened my love for RPGs. But then, Chrono Trigger and then Final Fantasy VII came out. So I've got a huge soft spot in my heart. This actually kind of determined what this planted a seed that determined scholastically what I ended up studying, etc. With mythology and religion, etc. So
yeah,
awesome.
We've talked with you about this a little bit in the past. I remember when we were doing Xenogears, I was asking you some questions in particular because you had studied that. So Kason will love to chat with you about that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's basically all I think about and talk about and read about.
Yeah, well, obviously there's, it's referential here. There's it's sort of a blending of Norse and, the Abrahamic faiths. And kind of there's actually commentary about, the way that Abrahamic faiths culturally appropriate other faiths in here too. There's a lot that you can dive into just from Final Fantasy VII, but it doesn't go, let's say, as hard on the, the Abrahamic and the fringe Abrahamic stuff like Gnosticism and
as
Xenogears does.
Xenogears, exactly.
Hey, one second, real quick, Lark. People are saying that your video feed seems to have frozen on your stream.
Is that right?
So, yeah, I don't know if you're still on the start screen or not, where you can start a new game, but you are frozen in the little camera in the corner there.
I thought you were just a very subtle talker, and you were just
we got Max Darrett here.
What's up?
One and only.
Max Darrett. Hey.
What is up?
I would say refresh stream because everybody in my stream is saying they can see me.
All right,
we'll refresh it here. Make sure that it's working. What's up? Welcome to the stream, Max. Appreciate you joining. Okay, so yeah, we're seeing it live now. We're
starting out FF7. This is so iconic. Going through the stars.
This is a very iconic intro.
Particles.
Love this game.
And the music, that synth, that dun, dun, dun,
absolutely
so good.
It's the best. All right, I'm gonna go for Final Fantasy VII.
Yes.
Play in the back. Full soundtrack. Let's do it. I remember when this game came out.
Me too, man.
Because I had it on PC actually, and it was right after my family had moved to Arizona, which is where I met Kason and his family actually. And I would play this game with Kason, and on the PC version you can navigate through the files to watch just the cutscene FFV sequences, alone, just like watch the video files. And we would just click them and watch them. And we just we're absolutely blown away.
It was the
by how quote unquote realistic the graphics were.
It's hard to put in perspective.
It's impossible to explain.
Yeah, because like my wife is a little bit younger, but she had no idea, and so when I try to explain that this game blew my brain apart when I watched the commercial. First of all, there was a commercial on the television for this game, and I'd never seen anything like that in my life.
A TV commercial
really
for a
do
video
that,
game. Yeah.
you know? So
That's right.
I'm gonna turn the game volume down for everybody.
I gotta
you
get the
kinda had to
bombing
be there.
mission going here.
Yeah, and so we got the opening bombing mission. This is the first Final Fantasy that kind of starts out in a really clearly, urban area. Of course, Midgar.
Yes.
Was, after New York, it was modeled after New York.
Right. And just a dirty,
Yeah,
dirty, grimy place.
dirty, grimy place. Giant buildings with rich people's names on them. Type thing. Not at all foreshadowing.
I think that's what really stuck out to me. On top of the fact that like Cloud's Buster Sword was so freaking sweet.
I think the sword
But,
sold the game for me.
the sword sold the game.
The sword
big deal,
alone.
in a big way. But
Yeah.
like, as I was playing through this first sequence, I was so confused by the turn-based combat. I was, 10 years old at the time. I'd never played an RPG before.
Right.
I was like, okay, this is weird. But it was the setting. It was
Yeah.
like the world, Midgar itself. I was like, I've never freaking seen anything like this before.
No.
This is so cool.
Because it
Yeah.
was fantasy.
The-
Because you would expect to be shooting a gun in a city like this.
Yeah.
He's using a sword.
I know. It was just like,
Yeah.
what on earth? I could not believe what I was seeing in front of my eyes. Like, I
all
could
that
never
I
have
ever
imagined a world like
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
What kid me or teenage me was so like, I just always had that criticism of sci-fi. Like, I just really wish that there was like swords in my sci-fi. And
Yep,
the only
right.
thing that really did that
Yeah.
was
Star Wars.
Star Wars and
Yeah.
That's
Star
right,
Wars had,
lightsabers, man.
like lightsabers.
But they were like future swords. Like this
Yeah.
is just like a metal sword. Like
Yeah.
there's something to be said about that.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, like
Yeah.
the whole twist on kind of the recurring conflict of the series where you have an empire, some evil empire, and a rebellion group sort of rising up against them. The way that they sort of cleverly put that into like a modern context with a corporation, right? And then like a group of eco-terrorists.
Yep.
Was
And
just
the way they kind of
really
had to
clever.
recant that a little bit.
A
in the
little
remake.
bit in remake, but
A
yeah,
little
we'll
bit
talk
in
about
remake,
that.
Yeah, one day-
The world has
I-
changed.
It had. This was pre 9/11.
Yeah. There's a lot to say on that, and I have a I think a little different take on what they're doing with that than sort of I think what the prevailing theory is. But
Sure.
Okay.
we have no obligation to talk about remake right now.
Sure.
'cause-
We'll have
This shot right
many
here.
more
That
opportunities.
shot.
I love that
right
shot.
there.
Yep.
So the sword, the train, and then that shot. That's where it's like I'm hooked. I'm just hooked.
Yeah, the way that they work,
I would be dreaming about this game for the next 2 years of my life.
sort of like FMVs into like the gameplay where you're actually able to run around, where they have like a shot that kind of pulls out and then they'll like give you control of the game.
Yeah.
That was like really, really cool on
Yeah.
the technological side for the
Yep.
time. I've never seen anything like that before.
Absolutely.
No.
And Sakaguchi actually recently was asked about what he thought about remake, and one of the things he said about the OG is that Katase always wanted to make a game that really employed cinematic language. And that he was impressed with how remake did it, but what he was really talking about was the sort of scale and budget of this game was the first game in the world that
Yeah.
really attempted to kind of bridge that gap. And this I would argue that this might be the first what we would call AAA game.
You know what? I think you might have a point. there.
That's actually a pretty good point.
Yeah, that's an interesting, huh?
Because the
Yeah.
budget was huge. At
It
the
was.
time, it was
It-
$45 million, which
but-
is way over $100 million today.
But the
Unreal.
advertising budget
yeah.
was
Yeah.
even beyond
Yeah,
that.
yes, it was like $100 million back then.
Oh man.
But that was mostly Sony fronting that. Just no PlayStations. But
it's
Yeah.
true, but still.
And that's part of the reason too that I kind of consider this to be one of the AAA, like a marker of the AAA impact on the industry is the fact that a console company got involved in kind of frontlining the game. And, you know, it made some changes to the industry that were both good and bad, obviously. You know, but that's a story for another time. But it's a story that's ironically very underpinned by, you know, this incredibly anti-capitalist game that we're playing right now.
Right,
You know, so I definitely will never forget the initial experience, though, of this intro sequence. And there's several other sequences, and I'll kind of get to those after this. But you know, just the idea of it's this cold open too. Like you're not totally sure what you're doing when you're blown away by the visuals. The music has this real ominous tone.
I love it.
It takes you a while to realize that you're a terrorist. You know, and
oh yeah, a long time. Basically, I didn't even realize it until, I think when I first played this game, it wasn't until you're back at the fort and then you're watching the television.
Right.
The weight of what we just did actually hit me.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, wait.
And I think
my gosh, that's people's jobs just worked at that power plant.
Right.
Like, what in the world? And they're all calling us terrorists, and I'm like, we kind of are.
I really believe that the reason this game was as impactful and just on a wide scale as popular as it was, it just spread like wildfire. So it's like the second highest selling game on the PlayStation.
Oh yeah.
And like, even I meet so many people who are totally not gamers, but were in high school at the time, played this. Right. And have never played any other game ever since.
And don't care about RPGs or any of that.
And I really believe the reason for that, and this is at least true for me, is because this was the first video game that made me think about life. Like, it made me think about, wait a minute, this is a metaphor for how we use fossil fuels.
Yeah,
I didn't think of those terms, but you know, we're putting gasoline in our cars. Corporations have all this money. They get involved in politics. There's all of these things that I had never, as a 10-year-old, thought about in my entire life until I played this. And the fact that we're having an impact on the world around us, and is that a good thing or a bad thing, the way we're going about it? And is our economic structure a good or a bad thing? Like, this game, on top of just being extra cool for, you know, the 10-year-old boy I was, and the cool Buster Sword and the world being awesome, it made me think about things like that for the first time in my life. Absolutely. And I feel like that was why it resonated with so many people.
I think it unlocked the concept in the zeitgeist that video games were a valid form of narrative media, right? That they had this power to actually, you know, tell stories. You know, like this was around the same time that, you know, Roger Ebert had actually
video games are not art, right?
Video games are not art, but you know, a lot of people during that conversation were like, well, you clearly haven't played Final Fantasy VII. And I agree. And you know, obviously, I think that video games have always been art, but this was one of the first things to kind of, you know, change the conversation in the public eye around whether or not this is a valid form of expression, and whether this can. And I think it showed the potential that as a narrative source, this might have the most potential of anything we've created as a species. I'm not saying we're there yet. I'm not saying don't watch film. I'm not saying don't read books. But, you know, there's a lot of potential here that, you know, was kind of shown. I actually have that already. So,
so we're getting our first boss fight coming up here.
Yeah, the first boss fight, and to me, this felt like such a slow burn. You know, but you know, now that I've played it a bunch, now that I've played Remake too, you forget how quickly this intro scene kind of establishes, you know, so little about what's going on in the world, but so much about how the game is going to flow. You know, the kind of energy of the game.
They were really masterful at this time at like introducing a world to you and getting you like feeling like you're getting a sense for how it works in such a short space. Like, they were so efficient with the way that they wrote games back then. I think a large part of that was because through the NES and SNES, they sort of were forced to.
They were well practiced.
They really had to say a lot with a little.
Absolutely.
And that sort of carried over into the PS1 games with their intros as well. But I loved it.
I think there's less sort of trope constraints too with a lot of the development team, because the development team, even though they've made other games and this was their 7th, they were making games every year, and they're still pretty young, so they didn't have all this pressure to kind
That's
of.
True. It was only 10 years.
Yeah.
Since FF1.
Yeah.
When this game.
I know. Isn't that crazy?
That's wild
to think about.
Yeah, it is nowadays. My gosh.
So
10
everything.
years to get one game these days.
Everything they were doing had to break new ground. Like they, because it was the Wild West. Now there's so much that goes into, so many established norms that you have to contest with. There were no norms, and so when creating a story, if you're in unknown territory, the amount of real estate you have for waste and all that stuff is so little. Like
totally.
You gotta get to the point.
Yeah.
And then, of course, in Japanese, you can say so much more.
Yep,
with less characters.
Yeah.
And in English, it was so difficult for them to just pack that all in.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And you can tell. Not every localization is as rich as this one, but this one has bangers in it. Oh man.
So fun though. I just love the steam. You see the steam just kind of blowing off of everything. Yeah, like you've got this sort of high-tech feeling world, but it's steam, right? So it's got that steampunk feel. But then people are using like swords and like, I don't know, it's a mashup of the future, the present, and the past, like all compressed into like this single, piece of art.
Nothing like it. I had never seen any aesthetic like this ever. And so this set a precedent for this. I mean, it was one of the. It wasn't the first steampunk, but it was certainly there. And
it was the first one that I ever encountered.
Me too. So, are you playing this on the? Is this the original, or is this a newer version of the game?
This is the. This is Steam 1.09. I have mild, very, very mild mods in there for the music.
I see. Are we going to get Attack While Its Tail Is Up?
Yep, should be coming up here just in a moment. Any second now, really. This is not the right music for this.
Yeah.
For this we need some battle. We need some boss battle music here. This isn't it. What am I doing? This won't work. I like this song.
Yeah, I love it.
I can't hear your music, so I'm just assuming
you're good. This is the Hurry track, which is one of my favorites. Actually, I really like it.
The ticking,
the tick
clock,
tick tock, tick tock. Yeah.
Yeah, and so this part too. So this was the first time you realized that you couldn't just jam on attack.
Yep. Got to be careful. Attack while its tail is up. No, don't do that. It's gonna
See, if you don't get the grammar, like yeah.
Yep, you get confused.
Good. So good.
Confused.
Classic. That should be a comma, not an exclamation point.
I know.
Attack while its tail's up.
I know.
Comma,
I remember
and then you'll regret it.
Yeah.
Now, why isn't its tail always up?
That's right?
Bad guys, they always give you away. They always it's like they want you to kill them.
Yeah.
Please kill me.
Please, I'm so guilty. I feel so bad
I'm
about
guilty. Yes, I can't believe I'm doing this. I don't want to be doing this.
Yes.
I'll give you all sorts of
made
hell.
me do this, and that guy's got problems. Holy.
As Mitch Douglas is bringing up in the chat, let's eat grandma versus let's eat grandma.
Exactly. This is
grammar's kind of important.
And Scarlet's. Sorry, my chat, for making this mistake. I'm not allowed to do that, as it turns out.
Yeah, the bolt magic is effective because it's a machine.
Yeah.
To slowly introduce you to how elements work in the game.
Yeah, elements are very very RPG Final Fantasy, and I'm interested to see how you guys respond to a particular thing with elements in 16.
Oh,
So
really?
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Can't wait to get there. Once again, of course, I love that Cloud. He's already at level. What was he started at level 5?
7. Level 7.
7.
Because it's Final Fantasy 7.
Because it's 7. Yeah. And Clive should start out at level 16.
He should.
Yeah.
He should.
But it's great because Cloud. It's so weird when they give these characters backstories and they talk about how like hardcore they were. Oh, in their past they used to fight and they're level 1.
Yeah. Right.
Like, oh, okay. I mean, it's all relative, I guess. But I like that this game at least, gives him a little bit more experience. It hints at a past that, well, how did he get those 7 levels? Like, well, you'll find out later.
Exactly.
Yeah, and one thing about the team, and you see this in Remake 2, is one thing you can't fault them for is like this real tremendous attention to details. And, and little things that it establishes that the game world is really well built, and everything that you look at, has some kind of story to it, even if you don't know the story. And so even though like a lot of this stuff is personal to them, and we may never know what it is, there's the human mind has the ability to kind of discern whether something is, something has that kind of depth to it, and everything
subconsciously too. You may not even realize it, but your brain is kind of working out the meaning of things in the background.
You're connecting that there's this deep story behind it. That several conversations were probably had about the use of each texture. And that they built a story around why something works, and you can tell the difference between that and something just imported from an asset pool. And CBU One and the team behind this and the people that carried into Remake, all of those really had that kind of mind. Even though sometimes that doesn't necessarily translate into narrative that you can see, I think most people artistically can see this uncanny difference between the two things.
Sure. All right, so we're getting out.
We're getting out of the reactor sequence.
Reactor here.
I got stuck at this part right here.
Did you?
Yeah, because so I was playing N64 games. The locked camera and knowing where to go, where can you go and where can't you go.
Yep, that's hard for people. Yep.
I was like, "Where's the stair? Oh, there's stairs." Like it took me. Nowadays, I look and I'm like, "Oh, obviously that's where you go." But when I was first playing these games, it was not so obvious to me exactly where on this very detailed, background where I could and could not go.
Yeah, that's there's definitely some spots in the game where it's a little bit confusing to figure out like what can I walk on.
Yeah,
but they're so detailed. I love the pre-rendered background.
Oh, me too. I love it. And there's a way they kind of fix this. They put a little cursor in the phone games, I think.
Yeah. Or even in this game,
even the Steam
original
games,
they have it.
You just have to press here's where you go.
In the original
game.
Yeah. Oh, the original
game, you just press select.
Oh, you know what?
And it would show you the entrances and then things you can climb on and stuff like that. So
but
if you don't know to press,
if you don't know that, no problem.
Yeah, quality of life.
That.
And
I love this theme that's playing right now, the Shinra theme. I think so musically, Midgar and particularly like Shinra with those that big like bell and the choir,
the bong,
it gives this game, but like Midgar and Shinra in particular, this very specific sort of character. It texturizes it musically in the way that it's just, I just love those themes. Like it's so ominous.
Yeah.
It's so good. It's so good. Yeah, I love the timer you have to get out.
This was a lot of people's first, a lot of people will say, in terms of soundtrack too, this game is the first, video game soundtrack that they really, resonated with. And I think it's partially because, it was a lot of people's first exposure to Uematsu. I certainly, I'm pretty partial to a lot of the prior series' music, but one of the things that that was particularly like insane about this game is that it's all
that explosion looks nice.
It's all it's all synth and MIDI, and it's still it sounds like video game music and chip tunes all throughout a majority of the game until you get to the very end and you get to One Winged Angel. I remember when I first played against Sephiroth, and if you played the PC version first, you missed out on this, but if you played the PlayStation version of the game first, and then the One Winged Angel starts, and then all of a sudden they start singing, and you hear voices, and you're like, wait, they can do that? Like you don't even like people didn't even know that they could do that in games. There was like Mega CD games that had full audio tracks, but other than that, like it was just totally, it hit everybody out of the blue that you started singing. You wonder why that song is so iconic. It is a good song, but I think technically there are actually better tracks on the Final Fantasy VII soundtrack. But it was so iconic, and it's because all of a sudden, like it was a way to amplify the media presentation of the game, and that's what this game continually did. Is it became more and more like we're telling you this story, and we're finding new ways to visually represent the story, and we're blending cinematic language, and that's something that Katase really wanted, but it's something also that Nomura is really strong at, is cinematic language. Like as long as we leave him, let him do that, and then let other people write the stories.
He is quite good at that.
Yeah, we're good to go.
All right, well, we're going to step away from FF7 here for a while. If you guys want to continue to watch the Final Fantasy VII stream, we've got it, the link pinned right now in the chat. Go give Clark a follow. Schrodinger's baby seal.
It's a really funny quantum physics joke.
Yeah, is the seal alive or dead? I don't know.
Exactly. Yeah. But thank you very much for having me. I just FYI, I'm not gonna be able to stream as long as I had hoped. I got something coming up, but
that's
feel
all
free
good, man.
Hey, they can come right back here.
Yeah,
and they should.
We're going for a long time.
Yeah, we're going a little bit longer on these than we originally thought, so it's going to take us a while to get up to 15 anyway. So it's all good. Don't worry about it.
And honestly, if I'm being honest with you, I've just been stalling for Ryan because he's going to be a little late.
Oh, okay. Which is fine because we're not even close to FF14, so you're good.
As it turns out.
Yeah, you guys are never getting there. Yeah. So, anyways,
all right, we appreciate you, man.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Talk to you later.
Likewise.
All right, see ya. All right, let's see here. Oops. Yep. Close this up. And
mute myself.
And hold on, I gotta turn off the Final Fantasy VII music. There it is. Okay. Do we have Oluvids ready yet? Let me send him a direct message. Let me know we're ready for him.
Hey,
There
hello.
he is. Hey, Oluvid, what's up?
What's up? I'm good. I'm ready to play some Final Fantasy VIII. Hold on, let me swap over.
Heck yes. Heck yes.
Get
Let me
that
get your stream going here. Okay, we're on your channel. Let me get the link.
Game, come on.
Post that to my chat so that they can see you follow.
All right, there we go. Game's on. All right. I am good to go, I think.
Here is the link to Oluvid's stream if you guys want to watch him play Final Fantasy VIII. Welcome, by the way. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, thanks for having me. Yeah.
Howdy.
Let me switch
yeah.
to
So
here we go. Okay, so tell us a little bit about your experience with FF8. You played it pretty recently for the first time, right?
yeah, the first time I played it was like 5 months ago, like really recent. Cause
dang.
Yeah, it's the latest mainline FF I've played. But yeah, I played
really?
like like
That's awesome.
I've played a couple of Final Fantasies before this, and this was like always the elusive title for me because like I played 7, I played 9, so it was like that's the one game in the PS1 trilogy that I know nothing about. So randomly I'm like, you know what?
I want to,
I'm like, I want to play another Final Fantasy game. It might as well just do this, like, you know. And yeah, so I played it. I did like all the stream series and all that. I had a lot of help, thankfully. But yeah, so it's very.
So how do you feel about it in comparison to the other PS1 games?
Okay, so it's not my favorite. My favorite, I would say, is 9. But
oh, cool. Yeah, I love 9.
9's I think what's interesting about it is that it tells a story in a very different way from the other ones, from any other FF I've played, where it's like, it's very focused, you know, like it's like, it tells the story naturally, and if you really want to like dive deep into like other, you gotta do some side content, look around, search around, and all that. Other different aspects with like time and Laguna, which Laguna's my favorite character in this game, by the way.
Oh yeah, awesome.
Laguna. I will say, yeah, he's awesome. All his scenes, great, perfect, peak. But yeah, so I think it's really interesting. I really like the junction system. I love how much customization you could do with the character. This is like a really experimental game, because it's like it's very unique. I really like the gameplay. The characters are cool. The story is, I think, wild. Like, so much like stuff happens in the story, and it's like, whoa, okay. And I'm a Kingdom Hearts fan, so I'm like, okay, this is giving me those types of vibes. Yeah. Yeah. Just in terms of like my background with Final Fantasy in general, I went from Kingdom Hearts and then went to this because I found out about this later, and I'm like, okay, cool. So yeah, it's like I'm getting those kind of vibes. You know, it's got the same writers, got like, you know, Nomura's on there along with Nojima.
Yeah, Nomura character designing and
yeah, it's really interesting that you bring that up, because this is kind of where the Final Fantasy team split a little bit. So they had all been kind of one team through the first 7 games, and now they kind of split into 3 different teams. They had one team working on this one, which is a lot of the kind of lead developers that go on to work on Kingdom Hearts and Final Fantasy 13 and things like that. So you see a lot of the similarities to Final Fantasy 10.
Definitely.
And then, you know, Sakaguchi and his sort of OG team, they go to make Final Fantasy 9, which feels a lot more like the traditional series through the NES and SNES titles. And then, you know, you got the MMO that was developed and things like that. So, anyway, we started to see a lot of differences in between the styles of how each game was developed.
For sure.
This was kind of the first one that really went pretty radically different direction.
Even just visually. So I guess we could hop in.
Yeah, go ahead. Start it.
Yeah, so we can show what the big change was.
Yeah.
But thank you for the follow, Dizod, and
hopefully some people are
Kingsley. Yeah, I think
coming over to your stream.
Yeah. So immediately first, we got 2 things here. We got the choir in the background. We got this nice looking beach.
That's right.
And we'll see characters in a second, but I'll be here. It's a good intro. It's a really good intro.
The PC version.
And this too, all of this does remind me a lot of Kingdom Hearts. Just the beach and the text with the dots. And
it's like the Kingdom Hearts intro. Yeah,
straight
it's
up
like
Kingdom Hearts,
Dusty Island, and we got Renoa. So you can see the characters are looking a lot different compared to like 7.
Yep.
They really like. Yeah, they had. I looked it up. They had like motion capture and all that. They move a lot better, and just like they really. This is like when I think, in my opinion, when the FMVs really start looking good. I think 7s were all right, but it's like this is where like this looks like what you expect from Final Fantasy, you know?
Yeah, next level.
And that was that's kind of how it worked for. When they got toward the end of a console life cycle, that's when they really started figuring out how to maximize the visuals and stuff. And the first ones were awesome for their time, but then you look back and like, oh man, they came a long way over the 5 years, right?
Oh yeah.
Same with like Final Fantasy. Well, Final Fantasy 10 still looks great, but from there to like 12, or from Final Fantasy 4 to Final Fantasy 6, there's like a big difference between the third versus the first, right?
Oh, here we got the fight here between the Squall and Cypher.
Yep.
Like it's like the intro really like, you know, it hits you.
The wings on the back.
We got Idea. Looks like Idea. It's actually certain scenes from the game, the actual plot that's in there. Now that I'm looking at it after I beat the game.
Right. It's kind of like a trailer for the game.
It shows a lot of what's coming.
Yeah, which is interesting. Most games don't opt to show a trailer for the game you're already playing. It'd be like showing a trailer for a movie. Like you watch the trailer first, then you watch the movie that you just saw a trailer for.
Yeah.
But I think this was put here on purpose. This way, as a hook to get people interested, because the game does have a bit of a slower start.
Yeah. Well, I remember one of the prevailing themes for how this was used as an intro. You know, not to spoil too much about how time works in the game, but that this was some kind of like premonition that Squall was seeing about events possibly coming.
He wakes
maybe.
Right.
Maybe.
So like, there's like some kind of tear maybe where he's like seeing some things that may be coming up. that's not official or anything. It's kind of just a fan theory, but I thought
It's
it was
possible.
an interesting one.
Boom! They both get each other with that little double scar.
Yep.
It's showing. It's even. Yeah, like it's showing some late stuff too. Like it's actually kind of surprising to see. This is definitely the type of game you gotta play twice,
right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think this game almost requires playing twice to really feel like you understood what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those. It's
Like
just too bad that it's so long that I like games where they want you to replay it, but you can just go back through chapter selects. That's more of like a modern gaming thing.
Oh yeah.
But I think if I'm not mistaken, I think Final Fantasy 15 allows that to some degree.
It does.
People have been telling me that
added
Final
that.
Fantasy 14 actually has this,
Oh,
where you can
really?
go back and play previous
What's going on
bosses
stage?
and chapters and things like that. And so, anyway, we got him waking up here.
Yeah, so it's after the fight.
Okay,
I guess. Says the Dr. Katawaki. Dr. Katawaki.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm also playing on the original PS1 version.
Nice.
So it'll look a little blurry, but it's okay. I'm fine with it.
No,
I
think
played
it was great.
I played 7 and 9 the same way, so I'm like, let me keep it consistent with how I'm doing it.
It looks great. It looks fine.
Yeah. And yeah, so also another big difference in game, they're like not little chibi guys; they're fully proportioned and all that. So that was a big step up.
Yep, that was something that was actually a big disagreement between Hironobu Sakaguchi and Yoshinori Kitase a little bit, which is why they went back to the chibi models for FF9 because Sakaguchi let them. He thought that's
I think
how
they
they
both
should
look
be.
nice.
I mean, they do. I mean, they both games look amazing. It's just a little bit of a disagreement philosophically, I guess, to how Final Fantasy games should look that they had between the two of them. But that's why they look so much different here in comparison to any of the other first 9 games, really, because they almost universally were chibi, and then they had little taller models for the battles, and then smaller models for when you're exploring.
7 had like taller models. Like I had it for the battle fully, but only that.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna pull, since this isn't my main file, I'm gonna pull a little thing here. I'm gonna go Kingdom Hearts mode. I'm gonna just name it Leon. I'm gonna do it just because I can. That's what I first knew him as.
Leon the professional. Love it.
I'm gonna go with that. I actually named his Griever Leon later on, and
nice.
I won't go into, I guess, in case there's spoilers, in case you haven't played it, but I was in for a surprise. I thought it was just a little name that and whatever.
Leon Lionheart.
Leon Lionheart.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
What's going on, guys? I was 14. All right. Yeah. So training. So this game takes place in like the
introduction to the school here. The Balan
Garden. Yeah. So this game is very different from 7 in like its setting. It's still like a kind of futuristic looking kind of thing, but this time you're like a student. You take place, everyone comes from the schools and all that. Squall's like a super angsty.
They haven't really done that
angsty
since, right?
teenager.
The whole I'm a student in a school and we're
I guess,
I
there's
maybe
the
like Type Zero.
Final Fantasy.
This is Harry Potter straight up.
That PSP spin-off of the Fabula Nova Crystallis series.
Type Zero.
Type Zero.
Yeah.
That's the one.
Oh,
they did that in Type Zero.
They did that.
It was a school setting, like a military academy kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's kind of thing. It's the school, but it's not a normal high school. They're training up mercenaries.
Exactly.
Kistis, is our other character right here.
Talking about Final Fantasy VII with their eco-terrorist controversy, and FF8 is training children to be mercenaries.
Yeah,
which is just overlooked by most people who play the game.
Oh
They're
my
just like, oh, this is fine. Sid's a good guy.
Again,
playing this for the second time.
I know, right? Right.
Interesting.
Wait a second.
I'm like,
See, I
didn't realize.
I always assumed that was
the
other girl.
Oh, Renoa. You thought it was Renoa.
When you first play the game and you're thinking back.
Yeah, they got a similar
like hair and
looking thing in here. Yeah,
but it's not. It's not.
There's her.
So
that was interesting. Okay, this game's gonna be an interesting second playthrough. There's Squall's teacher here.
Yep.
Looking also pretty young for a teacher, but
basically the same age.
I think she's 17, 18. Yeah.
Same age. Yeah. What's going on, Kisses? How you doing?
Well, she hits on us. Actually, it's kind of.
It's true. She's definitely.
Oh, it's just like
it's pretty funny.
Right?
All right.
I love the soundtrack for this game. I always go back and forth
good.
on whether this is my favorite, but right now, because I'm listening to Final Fantasy VIII music, it's my favorite.
It has my favorite.
love it.
It has my favorite victory fanfare. I could say that like completely. I like
yeah,
little. I like the vibe of the victory fanfare. It's so good.
Yeah.
We got a bunch of students here. Cloud's like, out his regular uniform. I'm regular clothes, but he gets a uniform later.
Yeah. His
she just
military
completely
uniform.
reads him like a book.
Yep, she knows exactly what he's going to say before he says it.
Yeah.
And I really love the way they use text boxes in this game in particular.
Yeah, where they pop around.
Yep, they pop around the screen a little bit. It's not
like
just fixed like
Yeah.
before. So they use that
true.
to great effect. In 9, they end up actually creating a text bubble out of it, which is
That's true.
better,
Yeah,
I think. But I like how they popped it around to suggest who's talking here, and how they used parentheses and things like that to suggest this is a person's
Yeah.
like
thoughts.
thinking.
They grade the text.
Yeah.
Sometimes the text is gray or whatever.
This is another really cool thing this game does. It's like it mixes
Good shot.
FMVs with regular gameplay. You'll be walking around and the camera
Yeah,
starts
like this
moving.
one.
It's like, whoa. Like,
And
this
it's
is 2023,
seamless.
but
They
it's
do
still
such a
kind
good
of
job.
impressive. Yeah, like it's seamless.
Absolutely.
And they do it a lot
That's
throughout this
great.
game.
A lot.
Like,
it's really cool.
Wow. Like, I don't care if it's 2023. That's still really cool.
Yeah.
It's also kind of funny sometimes. I make Squall like be running around in circles while there's a big cinematic moment, but yeah. Anyway, it's
Of course.
Yes,
Of
exactly.
course.
You can do
Yeah.
funny stuff while it's the camera's moving around.
super dramatic.
Yep.
So yeah, we're in the class.
And I thought, like, this is so cool. Having at your desk is like, nowadays kids have like tablets and laptops.
Right,
it's
right.
cool.
The
But
Chromebooks
like,
and all that.
Back
you know,
then, it was
being
like,
younger,
"Oh,
it's like,
sweet.
you have a good computer.
Yeah,
on
you got a
your
whole
desk?"
computer terminal. Yeah, it was like a futuristic. I mean, I will see later on. This is a very special location. This school here, but Balam Garden. That's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, Balam Garden.
Yeah.
So we're
And,
getting ready.
One thing to know for anyone who wants to start playing Final Fantasy VIII, you're interested in it. Read all of the stuff, all the info that's
in the
available
computer.
in your computer at
Yeah.
your desk. There is so much stuff about the
Yeah.
world. Just in general in this game, as a bit of advice, talk to NPCs and always go through all of the sort of like data and notes that you get in the menu, in the computer terminal here. There's so much stuff in world building that is sort of filled in by side sources other than the main story, text boxes and things like that.
Mhm.
So if you want to understand
Yeah.
how the story works and not be like super confused by the end, I
That
would
was
really
me.
suggest that you do that.
Yeah,
It's
that's
really
why today that's why I'm gonna do a bunch of side quests because by the end I felt like there's definitely a lot more I need to learn about
Yeah.
this. So I'm gonna be like
Yeah.
looking through some stuff and going to. So that's why I named it Let's Explore the Lore. Let's learn more about what's going on.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Final
just to
Fantasy
check
likes
that
to
real
do
quick.
that though.
Yeah. Go ahead and check it out and just kind of show people.
Turn
You
on
come into the
power,
computer terminal here, you turn it
Yeah.
on. There's all kinds of
we
little
got tutorials,
info that you can learn. Basics
lots
about
of
the
stuff.
garden square,
This one,
school festival
this
committee.
one's a little
all-
funny thing. It's a funny thing to see progress. I won't like go into it fully, but
Yeah.
if it'll load up, there we go. So whoever was running it before, like I left, so oh well.
Yep.
Hopefully
So
someone
we're
can
gonna
pick it
get
up.
a new character who's going to be taking over this. This character will join our party later.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like some you could go back and check up on throughout the game. Let's see. Right, all right. I'm gonna keep it moving a bit. I'm gonna go.
Yeah. Go ahead and do
see
that, but
what,
just so people know, that I would definitely suggest that.
Yeah.
We're actually going to jump into FF9 now, but
Okay.
if you guys want to continue watching Final Fantasy VIII, the link here is still pinned in the chat. Go give Oluvids a follow, and we may be returning here a little bit later when when key moments come up. But we're going to skip over to FF8 now. Appreciate you, man.
All right, see ya. Thanks for having me.
All right.
See you.
Peace out.
Yeah.
All right. Let me switch to that. Let me get a whole. Let me turn the Final Fantasy VIII music off. Come on. I got so much stuff going on my screen. It's like so hard to keep it straight.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're going to have 8-bit D, I believe, on Final Fantasy VIII. Or 9, I should say. send it 2 pictures, one there and one over here, just to be sure she sees it. Man, hearing that Final Fantasy VIII music took me back to the very start of our podcast. It was the very first one we did.
What is it? Almost 3 years ago? I think it was about 3 years ago.
Yep. 20.
Almost to the month. Yeah.
Almost exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, June, 3 years ago. Can't believe that. It's crazy.
Amazing.
Hey.
Amazing how time. Oh, hello.
Sorry.
How are you?
Howdy, howdy.
You're good.
I'm loud. Sorry.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I just wasn't expecting it. You're
Doing
good
great.
level. Okay. Did I get a link for your stream? Here?
I did
Okay.
put it right there.
There
yeah.
it is. There it is. Okay. I've got it, and I'm pulling it over here, and then I'm gonna copy the link, and I'm gonna put it into my chat. So chat, go follow 8BitD.
Hi.
And I'm pinning that message for everybody. I will. Oh, we're right in the here we are.
Oh,
Final
good. Here
Fantasy
we go.
Okay, what part of the game are you at currently?
We are. So we've been rambling for 20 years. So we're
Very nice.
we are. Yeah, we're just getting to the end of the play where our friend Steiner unfortunately chased our lovely buds, and Vivi just used magic for the first time, and everyone's minds are blown. So
All right.
Of
We're kind of
course.
still towards the beginning of the game. That's great.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very nice.
I love the intro to Final Fantasy 8 or 9 so much. It has like, oh my goodness, it's like this whole setup, this
It's
whole
good.
first like set piece, and like the plan to go kidnap the princess, and she actually wants to be kidnapped. You find
right,
out,
I
and
know.
then
twist.
it's just like
And
holy
how-
crap! There's all these
how,
parts moving, and you can't help but
Yeah.
be so interested in where it's going. I
Right,
love it.
and the thing with the two tonally compared to what's come, like we were just talking about this before y'all rolled through, but the tone of this is such a shift from previous games. Like we're starting with war crimes and violence and like
Yeah.
slavery
Yeah.
in other games, and
There's
even
Queen
8,
Drum.
it's like someone got a scar, and they're
Yeah,
all just
right.
so violent. And this is
Mhm.
just Phoebe's walking around trying to go to see a play.
Yep.
It's just
Yeah,
so
he's just trying to live the normal life.
Yep.
it's so just so
There-
heartfelt, and it's sometimes I
Yeah.
don't know, it's just a welcome shift, and it kind of
Yeah.
I guess pays tribute to that desire that the team had to go back to the basics and kind of that watershed through the series, and
Mhm.
it's
Yeah,
really
more
special.
there's a sense, there's a whimsical sort of charm to it that has almost more of a fairy tale
Yes, for 9.
feel to it,
Oh, yeah.
more than like some kind of dark fantasy or something gritty. And
Yeah.
I really love that about this game. It's got that like classic fantasy, classic fairy tale sort of feel to the story and its tone. It's got amazing humor, but
Yeah.
also really good juxtaposition to the heartfelt like trauma that the characters feel. There's this perfect
Yeah.
balance between the two things that it achieves better than any other game in the whole series.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I don't even think it's close.
Yeah, it's
It's
wild to me too, because I think that's my favorite thing about it and why it's my absolute favorite. Because prior to this, my absolute favorite was always 4, and I feel like it
Yeah.
kind of
Nice.
took a lot of elements of that tonally with those character arcs that are kind of really formative shifts in their belief systems, and we see that a lot with like Steiner specifically, and it's
That's
I don't know,
right.
it's also just again the replayability of this. I have played this more times than I care to admit, and I'm always catching something different each time.
Yeah.
It's really beautiful.
So what you're playing the PC version with mods here? Is that
Yeah,
right?
so we're using
It looks so good.
it's this mod. I'm not a mod person. I'm an original hardware person. I
Okay.
very rarely will go off original hardware.
Yeah.
Bit of
yeah.
a purist. But Gory Mod, which was just linked in my chat, is
Mhm.
a 10 out of 10. It doesn't affect anything other than the visuals. But
It looks great.
it's
Yeah.
beautiful. It takes those like up-rendered character models from the re-releases on Steam, but redoes
Uh-huh.
the backgrounds,
Wow.
and it is
Oh, nice.
just stunning. And it's the only game that I will usually just dive in and play on PC for that reason. I absolutely love it.
Does it increase the battle speed for
You
the
can.
ATV?
You have
Okay,
options
good.
to do so.
That's awesome, because that's one of the things about this game that for me makes it a bit of a slog is the battles are really slow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably the only negative I have with this combat system. I love the return to 4 party members. That was very welcome.
S4. Yeah. I tell you what, who needs remakes when you can just like mod the game, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I know exactly.
There's been a lot of noise about an FF9 remake. I don't know.
Yeah. How do you feel about that?
You know, if you can mod the game and vary your experience while preserving like the core of the game itself, there is no need for a remake. There just isn't.
Yeah.
But
it's funny because
remakes,
I was at the 16 pre-launch party, and of course this was all anyone was.
How was that?
It was so fun. Oh my gosh, we had such a good time.
Congratulations.
And we were bugging Square staff about this because this and the tactics rumors are just so intense. And they were very hesitant to say anything about the tactics stuff, with kind of a little wink wink. With this, everyone was like, no. So it was really interesting. I mean, I don't know if that means anything, but it was just an interesting difference in tone.
Yeah.
Because I do feel like, I don't know, I'm not personally a huge fan of remakes anyway, but I just don't feel like this needs it.
Yep, me neither.
Final Fantasy IX does not.
It doesn't need it.
I'm actually of the opinion that basically no game needs a remake anymore.
No,
I love going back to playing old games.
With the modding community, you can up-res, you can do all sorts, you can speed up the battles, you can do the quality of life improvements. Just, the community of modders kind of do it themselves. Yeah. You don't have to go so far as to ground up remake the game so that it fits like a super modern action combat system.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I agree. And I think with this game specifically too, it would be so hard for a remake, I think, to truly capture the tone like of these visuals. I don't know. I just think this team did such a good job with this. But I mean, I know everyone's really excited about the I don't know if you've seen the Memoria project. Anyone seen that?
Oh no, yes I did. Did you see that? It's like a bunch of game developers got together and they just made like in Unreal Engine 5 just a short little demo that they didn't release for people to play. They just released a video, but it's like a remake of Final Fantasy IX done in this really high level, and you should definitely see it.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. I just watched it last night because I was filming a YouTube video to react to it, and I was stunned. I'm the biggest no remake. 9 doesn't need it. It's perfect. Like leave it alone. And even that, I was like, because I think they captured the only graphical style that would make sense for it.
Oh,
really? It was still very charming and had that, you could feel that like a mono design influence in it. I don't know. It's great. It's definitely worth a watch. You should definitely see it.
For sure. Yeah.
Wow.
It was pretty cool. I was really impressed with it. I was like, wow. If they did it like this, I would probably be to a full 3D like modern sort of remake of it.
Yeah.
Is it
turn-based? Forest.
I don't even remember if there was combat in that demo. Did they show combat? I don't remember.
Yeah.
They did not.
Okay, yeah. It was just basically Vivi going through and kind of just the very intro cinematic kind of thing.
Wow.
And he was sort of running through the town.
Going through Alexandria. There's voice overs in it, like voice acting, which was strange.
It's not that remakes can't be done properly. It's just that they aren't ever done properly.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say ever. They aren't usually done properly. And so I'd rather just not worry about it.
Yeah.
But if someone's going to do it properly, sweet. I'll wait until I see it.
I still
if they do it, cool. I'm not saying it can't be done.
I still haven't. There's been a few come out this year that people say are really good. So like Resident Evil 4 and Dead Space.
Yeah.
I really want to try them.
Resident Evil 2 was a great remake. It's an example of what I think that should be. It just made it more accessible.
Oh, sure, yeah.
I'm a disabled gamer, so anything that increases accessibility, I'm all about.
Yeah,
so that for me is like a big box that I love to get ticked. So like that, I'm all about it. Like Legend of Dragoon, for example, I'm like, if you're gonna touch a game, do that one. It needs help. I can't play it anymore.
Yes, it does.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it induces seizures for me because the frame rates and everything. So I went back to play it recently, and I was like, oh my god, I can't play this anymore. Chrono Cross was a similar deal. So I'm like, all right, that kind of stuff, I get it. Makes it more accessible. Or like a Crisis Core reunion. It's, it wasn't no one had a PSP anymore or whatever. That's right. I'm okay with it. But 9, I'm like, that's my baby. And the fans have done such a good job here. I don't know. Look at these backgrounds.
I know, right?
Oh, this is beautiful.
Fantastic. It looks so good. The upscale backgrounds are just really well done.
Yeah.
That is very smooth.
And the 3D models actually seem to fit the background pretty well. Possibly better than the original game even. Sometimes
Unlike 8 remake, I mean, the remaster of 8, where it's painful to look at.
Exactly. Either you got the pixelated models on the nice background, or you got the pixelated background with the really fine, character models and stuff. I think on the CRTVs it made a little bit more sense.
Yeah.
When you play it now, though, and you can get the lines to be like perfectly straight, and then there's a resolution mismatch, right?
Sure.
But this seems to fix that. It's really nice.
Yeah, it does a really good job. Also, just this sequence of crashing. Oh god, the active time events, so good. This is my favorite.
I love these too. You get all these, and they kind of have something like this in Final Fantasy 16. Now that I think about it, with the active time
time lore, which is
that might actually
good.
be a callback to this.
I didn't even think about that.
Now they don't play scenes out; it just kind of gives you descriptions of things. But here, I love how they have scenes. You could go watch other scenes happening elsewhere in the world same time.
Cool. Yeah, I do like that, where it actually sometimes it takes you away for a while.
Yeah. And there's a bit of replayability to it too, because there are some of these that are limited to like there's certain triggers for them, or if you watch certain ones first, you won't get them in sequence. So on subsequent playthroughs, it is possible to see different like active scenes, which I think is fun. It kind of gives a tiny bit of replayability to it.
Sure.
And it's the perfect way to make the party not feel disjointed.
Yeah. But this game in particular, I think of all the Final Fantasy we talked about, even 6, which very much has a motif to like stage play sort of presentation.
Yes, yeah.
This one like has it the most of all of them. I love like the cutaway there. It's like they, transitioned the stage to another scene, then transitioned back.
Yeah.
I love how these games felt presentationally during this era.
Yeah.
This one was definitely more so that way than 8, which was going more for the cinematic touch. But
yeah, those transitions in 8 from the FMVs to like the actual action. I wish 9 had a little bit more of that.
Yeah, those were cool.
That was just Square doing, what they were known for at the time. I totally skipped all the dialogue in the ship. I need to go back.
Oh, no.
I got too excited. Oh my goodness, that's a heck of a raid. Hi, Retro Island Gaming.
Oh, we got a lot of people coming in.
That's a lot of friends.
I love that animation you got there at the bottom with that's amazing.
We love it's all Final Fantasy themed around here. We just got a Torgal emote today too, so we're ready for 16. Thank you so much for the raid, everybody.
Did you do those animations, or did you have someone do those for you?
My artist, Kimchi, is fantastic, and I'm gonna plug him really quick because he has a charity. He has a charity shop where he sells Final Fantasy themed merch and donates the profits to this month's Trans Empowerment Fund.
Oh, cool. Yeah,
we have to go. We didn't actually have to go in there. Sorry, my brain is breaking. But welcome, Raiders. Hi, hello. I am joined today by Mike and Kason of Resonant Arc. Do you want to introduce yourselves to the community?
Sure, we'd love to do that. So we run a YouTube channel called Resonant Arc, where we have a podcast that talks about storytelling, particularly like the thematic storytelling of old RPGs and new ones too. We just got done with Nier Automata, but we've done Xenogears in the past and a bunch of Final Fantasy games. Talk about the storytelling and how rich it is and how deep it goes, and try to bring out some of those philosophical themes and the references being made to, real life psychology and religion and philosophy and stuff like that. That's our podcast, and then we also will do retrospectives and reviews and video essays from time to time on RPGs, but also other games, but mostly RPGs.
I think most of my people know we do a lot of deep dives into 8. That's like my favorite to do. Oh, very nice. I just feel like it's the most misunderstood of them, so I tend 100%. To dive into that a lot. So 100%. I always was sending people your way for that. So I'm like, nice. They get it.
Well, thank you. We appreciate it.
No worries. Well, welcome in,
all right,
everybody.
So we got a trance going on here. This is this game's version of Limit Breaks.
Yes.
How do you feel about the trance system?
It's probably one of the bigger cons for me. It's so random.
Yeah.
It never works out when you need it. ever.
You can't choose when to use.
You could save up the limit break
in Final Fantasy VII.
But not.
And Final Fantasy VIII, you could just choose to use it or not, but you had to be like you had to lose a lot of HP to get there. Or I think there's an accessory that can make you get it more commonly.
Right, you can kind of manipulate the system though to use it to your advantage in that one. Here, it's like there's nothing you can do.
It just happens.
B points out it's a nightmare in the speed run. I can only imagine.
Oh, yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I can only imagine. And yeah, like these abilities, I'm like, it's fine. I do love the designs though, and we were talking about that a bit earlier, how a lot of the trance designs have nods to Amano's artwork. They also just kind of have nods to some character moments and things. So that's a pretty fun little thing to pay attention to when you're playing through it.
Wow, this is... I am going to have to play this version of Final Fantasy.
This specific mod, yeah.
This is outstanding. It is done so well.
It's really well done. It's like, and the first time I played this, I was like, "This is free? Like, this is where we are as a fandom? Like, this is
basically it's what you would want from a remake. Honestly, just give me this.
This is what I want.
Yep.
I just want the game to be
doesn't add
widescreen.
anything. No weird fonts. The font changes. Even the pixel remasters. I had to mod the fonts in those.
Yeah, we were just playing FF6 and FF2 on stream, and I had so many mods on them for, character portraits instead of those weird little colored boxes for the names of the characters, and changing the fonts, and some of the tile sets on Final Fantasy VI are just like, what the heck? The water's purple in the ocean for some reason. So the modders have done such a good job of restoring,
finishing the game,
finishing it for them.
Yeah.
Don't get too comfortable there.
We'll see. Maybe we'll get an announcement on this one, but the hope is not.
Well,
we'll see.
I am pretty sure it's going to happen because there was a NVIDIA, like a leak from, and almost all of the things
have happened.
So it seems pretty likely that Final Fantasy IX is getting a remake.
I mean, I guess it means we'll get more merch, That's positive for me. Yes. I have a merch problem, so, I'll take it. Collector's edition, maybe, take it.
If you want, I mean, you can just send those our way, if you're going to get good stuff.
No, I've got my precious. I have my VV with me today. My emotional support VV when we jump discs and see some heavier stuff.
Emotional support VV. I need one of those.
I've also got one of the original dioramas on my desk.
Oh, there you go. Look at that. That's cool.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, you got a diorama? Is there a way to see that? Is there any way for us to see that?
I can pull him up. Hold on.
Look at that.
What is streaming? I don't know how to stream.
That's amazing.
Camera's gonna do camera things. Hold on. I got a weird. What is streaming? This isn't my job or anything. It's fine. There we go.
There we go.
Yeah, he's standing with Zidane. We're probably gonna die in game because I didn't pause, but it's fine.
There he
and then
is.
Zidane's dead, so we should probably not die in this game.
Zidane's #1.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's fantastic.
Okay, let's see. We tab back in. We've got a dead Zidane, not paying attention. It's fine.
Uh-oh. You got Phoenix Downs?
Hey, nobody's judging.
No, we got it. It's fine. VV saved the day. You keep looking at yes, get the VV. That's one of the action plushes. Those are a pretty penny, but they're quality.
Vivi is my favorite character in the series.
Same. My number one in the whole series, yeah. And I feel like that's a lot of people because he's so relatable.
He's relatable. He's young, but he has the most difficult adult problems to deal with. Despite being young, and the way he carries it. You know what? Part of the reason I like Emil in the Nier game is maybe at least in part because he does remind me of Vivi.
That's a good point. Yeah.
He's just excited about life, though he has a horrific past. And possibly not good life. He's not. Some of the similar problems, but having a maybe like a 10-year-old have those same problems is just really, really interesting way to just kind of humanize the character and to have the character still be excited about life. I love that.
Yeah. And I think we've all had that moment of questioning our existence, right? Like we've all been there. So it's one of those you know, a lot of these characters I can't relate to being, you know, chronically loyal like Steiner or that sense of duty or that's, you know, I'm not a very adventurous person. I don't relate to Zidane that way. It's to have a character like Vivi in this cast, it's great. And I feel like they did it well too, where it's that relatable. You're kind of learning about all these people in this city and that little bit of exploration at the beginning with Vivi without it being Final Fantasy X. Like, this is fish out of water. Everyone is giving you exposition. It's just a different approach that I think really works very well.
Yeah. It's fantastic.
Look at this room.
I know.
Looks
The
so good.
attention to detail in these backgrounds.
This is so cool.
Was amazing.
It's really
and they had really
the
mastered it by this time. By the time the ninth game came out, like their pre-rendered backgrounds were just unbelievable. And you can appreciate them so much more when they're upscaled this way. There's so much more detail you can see now in HD that you wouldn't have seen in the original game. It's just like they hold up so well. Now, I don't know how much of this was sort of painted over and whatnot in the process of upscaling, but I'm sure that they were trying their very hardest to remain
it's pretty
as
authentic.
faithful to the original as they could.
Their website has like a cool side-by-side. We'll show you a lot of the frames, and everything's the same. It's just redone very faithfully. It's really awesome. And this game in general has my favorite setting. It has my favorite world building. I think it's the best overworld map. I love how you go in the overworld map and there's airships going around. The world feels so lived in.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, it's so cool.
Yes, especially Lindblom when you get to like Lindblom.
Lindblom.
It's like, and the whole mist explanation, and that's how airships run. It's like it's fascinating.
They get their fuel from the mist.
Yeah.
Oh, we got Steiner's theme coming up right as we see Steiner.
Yeah. The character themes too, like Vivi's theme.
Oh yeah.
So good.
So Zidane having a tail always bugged me when I first played the game. It did. It actually really bugged me because you've got Cloud and he looks super cool. He's got his big sword, even with like Squall or other characters in other games. And then I'm like, Zidane is so cool. I want to like him. And then he turns around and he's got this tail.
Oh, you're just talking about how you felt about it.
Just as a kid,
like
when I was younger. I played this game a long time ago. And man, I just couldn't get into Zidane. I couldn't like feel like I was him.
Oh,
because of that tail.
Yeah, I feel like
it's
that
like
was
the smallest thing. I don't care anymore, but as a kid, I was like, nah, Cloud is way cooler. Just because Cloud doesn't have a freaking tail.
But I think that's what happened to this game in a lot of, I mean, there's a million reasons why it wasn't the bigger seller, right? Like the end of the PlayStation 1's life cycle and then the visual change and 10 getting announced.
That's what I'm getting at.
Right at
I
that
think
time.
Some people may have had a harder time. With that.
Yeah. And it's funny because that was Square's concern at the time. Like this almost wasn't a Final Fantasy game when it was originally being
conceived. It was originally going to be like a guidance sort of side project, and then later into development became the 9th installment.
That's wild to think about, but it makes sense. And you know, so much of the fandom. Oh really? Yeah, it's an interesting. Yeah, we almost didn't get it.
Was Sakaguchi still?
Yeah, he was still heading the project.
It wasn't. It
was just that it was going to kind of be this Final Fantasy guide. I haven't read it up about this in a while, so I wonder like what new information, if there is any, since the articles I read like freaking 7, 8, 9, 10 years ago.
That's what I'm going by. I haven't seen anything recently.
But maybe there's been an update to that. But
maybe in one of his live streams, he let slip a few details.
He tends to do that.
Good luck researching those.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, it's. I think that it was a turnoff for people, and it's interesting that if it led to a hesitance to kind of go in that direction ever again. I don't know. It's hard to say because visually we've really been in that Nomura land ever since, though. You know.
Yes, exactly. True. Yeah. But Nomura's, artistically, he's great. You're just you're not going to get this anymore. And you know what? That also bugged me about Dragon Ball Z. They basically, when they turn Super Saiyan, they look like monkeys.
Oh.
And I'm like, that's not cool. What?
Yeah, before he gets Super Saiyan, he had he kind of just turned into a giant gorilla-looking thing, right? Yeah.
I swear he has a tail too. Anyway, we don't need to
got
go
cut
on about
off
that.
in Dragon Ball.
Oh, did
back
he?
in the old cartoon.
Oh,
Goku's tail got cut off. Anyway, enough about Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah.
So we got the Evil Forest section here. I think we're gonna step over into Final Fantasy X now.
Yeah.
But if you guys want to continue watching Final Fantasy IX, in the chat it's still pinned the link to go over and check out 8-Bit D's channel. Make sure you give her a follow. She's great. Thank you for joining us, and we may be returning in a little while. So
we'll probably be much farther along. We're gonna jump to like just 3 soon, just to kind of hang out and see some
that's
stuff.
what I like to see. See some stuff from the end of the game. Okay. All right. Well, we're gonna jump over. Thanks for joining us. We'll chat with you again in a little bit.
All right. See ya.
Okay. Let's switch back here and get going on FF10. Let's make sure we get Devante. I think he's coming in on the line here any second. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this so far. I think it's going fairly smoothly, despite the fact that
it's good.
We're not as far into the series as I had planned. I had planned to be basically through 15 by noon, and it's about to be noon, and we're getting to Final Fantasy X. So moving a little slowly, but I like it. I like the feel. I think it's
this is fun. I like it too. I like meeting new
Devante, are you there?
Yes. Hello.
What's up, dude? How are you?
Nice to meet you guys. Nice. Hope you guys are doing good.
Yeah, we're doing good. Did I get a link to your stream yet?
No. Let me do that.
Hit me up. Hit me up.
Give me a sec. I'll do that real quick.
Thank you very much.
I just tweeted it out recently, so.
Sweet.
Just
there we go. Put that up there. So we're going to be playing Final Fantasy X here with Devante.
Yep.
Give us a little bit of background on your experience with FF10. When was the first time you played it?
So my first experience with FF10 wasn't playing it. I watched a YouTuber back in like 2008 named Nintendo Capri Sun. Yeah.
Oh, I know Capri Sun. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Capri Sun. Yeah.
Yeah. So he was playing through 10, and I was like, oh, because I played 7 and 6 before.
There you go.
Before this game, and I was like, oh, I need to play this. This looks insane. It looks like Kingdom Hearts, basically. Is what my thought was, because that was the one I played before like anything else. So
all right, chat. Here's the link to his stream. I just put it into the chat, and I'm pinning it now. So if you want to go check out his stream on FF10, you can do it there. So now that we've got you up on the screen here, let me switch over to you.
Okay.
And we are now seeing your screen on our stream. So go ahead and get started whenever you're ready.
Okay. Well, I forgot to adjust something on my stream.
All right. Quasar D Games.
You're good.
Yeah, that's my YouTube.
Very cool. Quasars
channel.
are cool.
Yeah.
Quasars are cool from a distance.
Yeah.
Very important caveat.
Not up close. They're not very good up close.
Not as cool up close, but you know.
All right, so we actually just did pretty recently, not as recently as FF6, but pretty recently we did a podcast series on this, so it's pretty fresh in our memories, I think.
Yeah, I watched that.
Oh, did you?
Lot, actually,
good.
Yeah, it's one of my favorites of yours. Is that specific podcast series? Yeah, no, you're welcome. Because it's like it made me see the game differently. Because I already like looked at it from a like analytical standpoint, but you guys brought up some points that I never really like thought of myself. Such as like some of the stuff like the concept of death and how the game uses it. For a lot of the things in it, I was like, wow, like this like opened my eyes and made me love the game even more.
It's a deep game.
Yeah. I hadn't really, until we were doing our preparations for that podcast, thought about some of the things that we brought up in that. And Kaysen just went absolutely like next level on the symbolism, especially like details in the clothing and stuff that I had never looked at.
That was one of the things I was like super surprised at, because I was like to me it was just like, oh, cool character designs and like cool neat outfits.
But why are they cool?
Why are they cool? It's like really like opened my eyes, and now I think about that whenever I play any game. When I look at like character designs, I'm like, okay, so this must represent this or symbolize this.
Well, recently, and what was so great about that was that Nomura, in interviews leading up to the game, said specifically that this was the first time where his designs were very intentional in that way. Not just some design this to look cool, but because it has some sort of tie into the theme of the game, into the story, into the world itself.
You know, this game may have done it better than any game.
Oh,
because
it's amazing.
Like in the games we played since then, I haven't been able to pull nearly as much from the designs there as I was able to get from 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, 10's
was
like
clear. Yeah.
10
Go
feels
ahead.
like one of those once in a lifetime types of things, like media that are
lightning in a bottle.
created. Yeah, exactly. Like even more so than like FF7, bringing the series to like its global phenomenon status. It feels like this, like from a narrative standpoint, a design standpoint, even not like the gameplay systems feels very different than anything before or after.
Well, I tell you what, I didn't have a PlayStation 2 when this game came out. We were Nintendo kids, so
same.
Yeah.
And I
missed this one.
I was involved. Like I have my battle scars from the console wars.
Console wars.
I lost some limbs along the way, but secretly,
hopefully you lost your
secretly,
ego
not publicly at the time, but secretly, I wanted to play this game so badly because I loved FF7. I had it on PC, not PlayStation 1.
Oh,
and I was waiting. Yeah. Hopefully, they would bring a PC version out, which they, didn't do until I don't know, a couple of years ago, really. But but I had a friend who had a PlayStation 2 who had this game, and I would go over to his house to watch him play it, and I would sit there smugly and be like, "Yeah, the graphics are okay, I guess," like, but like, I loved it.
Better.
I loved it. I wanted it so bad, and anyway,
hey man, you got to appreciate what you have.
It definitely like started this console generation off, like you were saying, with like, I don't know, it there was something really special about this time. I have a lot of nostalgia for.
Yeah,
even though I didn't even have the game myself. I still feel nostalgic for it.
I didn't really play it till like 2004 or 2000 around 2008, so I wasn't nostalgic for it. Like, oh, I got a day one either. But I think as I watched that playthrough and I don't know what it did, what the game feel like. Oh, like it's childhood type of game. Like it just feels like you played it when it came out, even if you didn't. And it did that for me. And whenever I go back, I think to myself, damn, I wish I played this when it came out. I wish I had a PS2. But I was very happy to have been able to play it in general. And this is my favorite version of it, is the PS2 version.
PS2 version.
Oh, cool. Nice.
Yeah. I agree. I agree.
I like it better. The Besed Mandala is actually better in the PS2 version. When they up-resed it, you lost some of the symbolism. They didn't do it exactly the way that I think
that's interesting. I feel like that's probably an issue to outsourcing it, which
yes,
probably true.
So they didn't realize the importance of some of
yeah, exactly. Which I'm glad they're doing less now with their games, but I wish this game had come out when they were more in-house remastering stuff. It would have been nicer.
Yeah, I definitely agree though. I if I'm gonna go back and play this game, recently I did the HD remaster for our podcast just to see some of the differences and things. But in future playthroughs, I'll definitely play the PS2 version from now on.
Yeah, the PS2 version just feels like the intended way to play it. I also think the models look better.
Way better. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Because I think there's some loss.
There was something weird. I can't believe
their faces
that they did what they did.
Strange.
Yeah, their faces. That's exactly what it is for me. Is the faces.
Look at
just
this. Waterfalls coming off of buildings.
Yes.
Like, how cool is that? Who thought of that? Who thought of that? That's a genius right there. I guess. Yeah.
I think
actually no. Who was the art director?
It's Yusuke Naoda.
Yeah, Yusuke Naoda. He was really good. He was really good.
I'm kind of sad he left the company after 15 because I think 15.
What's he doing now though?
I don't know. Keep up with it. He works in Insomnia.
Yeah, he worked on Insomnia. 15.
Oh, he worked on Insomnia. The place.
Yeah, the place.
City.
Yeah. So I think like in terms of like locations in the franchise, I think he does like the best stuff.
Super good job. Yeah.
Like 10 has like a lot of my favorite locations. In the game.
He was the art director on 9 as well, and that has some beautiful cities.
Oh, what's he on 9?
Down. This city is literally floating.
It's floating on the water.
Floating city.
Yeah.
This is so cool.
Crazy how like in this game like looks even today, like for Xanarkin specifically.
Yeah.
This is the thing, and people when they talk about graphics and stuff, it's like art direction is so much more important.
Yes, that's what I think too.
Like the actual like number of pixels or the resolution of the textures or the animation.
Yeah.
Art direction has got to be solid first. That's what's going to really stick with you, and that's what will make the game age well. Games that just go for a realistic aesthetic and they're just trying to be as hyper realistic as possible, but have maybe not as much of a unique sort of like art direction. Those do not hold up as well in 10 years, 15 years as something that is just aesthetically so different from anything you've ever seen before. And Final Fantasy as a series has always been fantastic.
They've always done a very good job.
I definitely agree. I think like to me to this day 13 specifically aged as well as it did, not just because it looks really good with the crystal tools, which looks really nice when they do like visuals
13
for water
does
and stuff.
Phenomenal.
It does.
But its art direction is like what helps it look as good as it does, and same with 10.
I gotta tell you, this intro here is so cool.
It's so good. So cool. It doesn't get old. It doesn't get old.
Just, the energy is so palpable. It is just like that right there. Where the energy explodes and everyone cheers, and then you see. Oh, it's just
this series has so many fantastic intro sequences. Like FF7s, FF6s, FF4s, FF10s. Like there's so many of them that are just so freaking riveting. Like right off the bat, he's like toasting the monster as it's coming. It's just like, what on earth? This is crazy.
Like you wouldn't really get this anywhere else. Sometimes even today, you won't get an intro like this with like this insane heavy metal rock chorus while they're
in
the sphere throwing around a ball, and it just like looks.
Well, they invented a sport. So cool.
And the way that sport plays into the culture later on, and it like sort of informs its religion and everything else. Like, just really well built world, I feel like.
Spoilers maybe for later in the game, but when they do bring up saying, "Oh, this is all we have," like Spira has now is Blitzball, it like really like tells you like, "Oh, this is like what they need at this point in time because of what's going on."
You think about like what sports are like, at least to some degree, they symbolize that kind of
like
almost like an escape, you know.
It's just like I agree.
But you're not fighting a war, but you're fighting.
Yeah,
right?
you're still fighting.
It's a contest.
But you don't actually die.
People go and watch it, and it's cathartic. It's it's communal experience with a lot of other people.
Yeah, people like use it like because like I feel like a lot of people need a place to unleash like feelings that they can't normally unleash on a day-to-day basis.
Exactly.
And, like, sports are the way to do that. And I feel like that's represented in this game too. Like they get it down like perfectly.
Yeah, I thought they did a good job. And then the sports as religion motif, that the connection between the two, it's so cool because the Olympics started out as like they were dedicated to Zeus, right? It was like we're going to compete, and then the Olympians, were like the messengers from the gods, and as they would compete, it was almost as if the gods were competing through them. And people were able to watch, and you would cheer on your favorite god.
Exactly.
But it's so cool. And then it turns into what we have now, which still gives you some of that religious experience, but at the same time, making it, I guess, more accessible to a secular culture. But you still feel that, like when people cheer and see somebody score a goal and everyone jumps up, it's like
everyone's united.
You feel something. There's like a spirit that connects everyone there. It's really cool.
It's really, really cool.
I always love that because I grew up playing basketball, so I really like basketball arenas get really loud because they're enclosed spaces versus say like a football stadium that'll be more open. But when you get someone to hit like a big three or a big dunk and the whole arena just explodes, the energy is unbelievable.
Yeah, the energy is just incredible.
Yeah. It's really, really, really cool.
It's why I don't really keep up with sports like that much, but when like finals or something are happening, I always go to make sure to watch that because like I know that's where like the best energy is going to be for said sport.
Right, those are the highest stakes.
Yeah,
and really, this is so funny. Like, we don't need to talk about this too much, but I did have one point. I didn't make it in the podcast. Like, the land is blessed when the team wins.
Yes,
like,
right.
Think about when the New Orleans Saints won the Super Bowl after Katrina.
And
it was like
The whole
this
city.
hopeless place, the whole land was blessed.
Yep.
Because of this, this achievement by the people.
That's what
everyone coalesces around.
That's what the gladiators are out there fighting for, is the blessing of their homeland.
Sure,
right?
exactly.
Yeah. And all the people.
But it really does
thank them when they come back for having brought that blessing back. That's amazing. That's an amazing observation. That's actually so true.
It is.
It feels like that in this game too. Like when the Luca goers, or not Luca goers, I forget, the Potato Aurochs. If you win that game, it makes everyone on the team feel like, yeah, we did it for home. We did it for everyone at home, back home.
It renews their hope.
Yes, exactly. It's so good. It's really good. I do love that they were able to get even that little bit down as well as they did.
Yeah. Especially since a lot of the core themes of the game are somewhat anti-religious, like seeing that, at least anti the organized controlling.
The theocracy, anti-theocracy.
But the religious, the spiritual elements, the communal spiritual elements, what would you call it? The ceremonies and stuff. Right. Being preserved and still having meaning, I think is so cool.
Yeah. It's great.
Which I do enjoy that.
Sorry, guys, I can't talk about this game without bringing up religion.
No, it's fine.
How could you?
Yeah, the game's all centered around it.
It's imbued in there. It's imbued in there. We just had Rob bringing up, are these streets flowing water as well? And you can kind of see that in the texture. There's water flowing through the street.
I was wondering that too. But
I played the HD version. I don't remember if that was actually in the HD version or not, now that I think about it. Maybe I just wasn't looking.
It does look like flowing water, not the camera.
The street there's water flowing through the street. You can see.
Yeah, I wonder if that's because of the sin attack, or if it was like that before.
Oh, that would be a good point. This could be just because of the sin attack. Everything's wet. And they're just showing.
Yeah, water's just kind of all over the place.
That could be what it is.
Yeah,
but I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that was just a natural part of Xanarkin because of everything being centered around water.
Sure, yeah. They normally just have water in their streets.
Yeah.
So why not?
Somebody texted, said the Lakers have won so many championships and I don't feel blessed. From LA.
Very good point.
I think it was Dude McGuy. Yeah, well, I'm just saying it's not like
not
all the time.
It's just figuratively it feels that way.
No, but go to when the Saints won, it really was a thing, or when in England, when a lower underdog wins a game, like everyone's just stoked. Like
Denver Nuggets finally won an NBA championship. Denver Nuggets just won.
Did they just win?
Yeah, they did. They just won.
Wonder how Denver's doing.
I know. All my Denver friends were stoked. Yeah.
It's like I actually have not paid attention to sports since COVID. COVID, going 1 year without sports kind of took me out of sports completely, and I don't watch them anymore.
You just don't even follow it anymore.
Yeah, not at all.
Yeah, Denver Nuggets just won their first championship.
Congrats to them again.
Dope. 5 games. They they dominated the whole playoffs. They were great. Yeah.
And who did they beat? Who else was it?
The Miami Heat, which were an 8 seed. An 8 seed made it to the freaking finals. It was this year was crazy.
COVID, things have just been weird. Like all sports have just been so strange.
Everything has changed a little bit.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
So funny.
All right, so we got Aaron. Something happened here.
Yeah, hold on.
Oh, did it crash?
Yeah,
no!
That's weird. It hasn't done that before.
It's all good, man. We were getting pretty close to the point where the intro ends, but I just to speak on it a little bit more, I love that part where Aaron is looking up as the world is sort of falling apart.
He's like,
"Are
you sure?
Are you sure?"
Yeah.
The mystery behind that question was
it's
unbelievable.
So good.
I was like, dude, what is this? This my first time playing the game back 2000. Well, I didn't play it. I watched my friend play it, but I that question was like the greatest hook of all time to me. Like he's talking to the monster. Wait, what? What the frick is going on, dude?
I was so curious myself. I didn't understand, and it kept bringing me back closer and closer to or not closer. Make me want to go forward and forward with the game. It's just to understand what Orin was talking about and where did Orin go, and everything is involved with him.
Yeah, fantastic.
That's all right. Well, saved.
There it is. Okay,
you're saved a little bit further after. You've gone forward a little bit.
Is this where they start playing Blitzball?
Yeah.
This is the Kingdom Hearts place, right?
This is where the island in Kingdom Hearts is
like
fashioned
Destiny
after
Island.
this.
Yeah.
Destiny Island was kind of fashioned after this for sure.
Which makes sense. Makes sense.
This is where he meets Waka, right? Yep.
Yeah.
Great stuff. Okay, well, we're going to go ahead and move on to our next streamer here.
Okay.
Again, if you guys want to continue to watch Final Fantasy X, the link is in chat. It's pinned in the chat right now, so you can go give Give him a follow. Quasar Games. Quasar is. I'm sorry, my eyes are so bad. It's at D. Quasar D Games.
Quasar D Games, yeah.
Yeah, so go give him a follow and give him some love over there. And if you want to continue watch FF10 and chat about it with him, that's where you can do that.
Yeah,
but we're gonna move over to Final Fantasy 12 now, actually.
Oh, okay.
Because our Final Fantasy 11 guy won't be able to join us till later, which is okay because we're a little bit behind schedule anyway. So jumping forward a little bit will help with that. Okay, but our Final Fantasy 11 guy will be on a little bit later. So.
Okay.
All right. Let me send a message here to our FF12 guy.
Thank you guys so much for having me.
All right. Hey, thank you.
No problem. We may be back.
Okay.
All right. We got Easel Games here for Final Fantasy 12. I'm getting his stream up on the. Let's get that link and copy that over here into the chat and pin it. So this is our next streamer, Easel Games, who's playing Final Fantasy 12. Kaysen and I are both. Up? Hey, there you are. What's up?
I was just waiting around, and then I figured I should just unmute.
Yep. Now's the right time for that.
Yeah, perfect.
How's it going, dude? How are you?
It's going good. I'm looking forward to this, even though I'm nervous.
No, nothing to be nervous about, dude. Final Fantasy 12, you're playing one of the greatest.
I love this game.
Final Fantasy games, in my opinion.
I was shocked at how good this game was.
I really like it too.
Because nobody talks. This is one of the games that goes under the radar. People don't talk about 12 much.
Yeah.
But this game was incredibly good when I first played it.
Yep. When did you play it for the first time?
Oh gosh, what was it? 2015, 2016, something like that.
Okay, sweet. How about you, Easel? When was the first time you played FF12?
Probably 2000 when it came out, like 2009-ish.
Oh,
yeah, so original release. Nice.
Yeah, I played all the versions.
Nice. So which one you're playing a mod version here?
Yeah, I'm playing the modded Zodiac Age on PC.
Nice. So what mods have been added to this?
The main one is Struggle for Freedom, which is the one that's on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then there's a few gameplay tweaks. It's all gameplay. There's nothing visual.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's an image link to a mod list kind of below on the channel.
Nice. So go check that out. So why don't we go ahead and get started with the new game? I love the intro of this game too.
Oh, me too. It's so good.
Even though it's like an FMV sequence, it's just a really freaking captivating FMV sequence. They just did a really good job of like pacing and showing stuff. And I've spoken with some people who are like, oh, how can I care about this or that character? We don't even really know them yet. But for me,
right,
I understand that sentiment generally speaking. But for this game in particular, for whatever reason, I don't know. Like they just do a good job in this very, very short space of essentially like just being like, oh, this is like tragic what happens here to this kingdom. And you really feel for him. And then the scene that comes right on the back of that with where what's his name? Bosch goes in with
Rex.
Rex. Yeah. And like the twist at the end of that, it was just like,
oh, this is crazy. That was
amazing. All right, let me put the music for FF12.
And look at this, just the intro.
Yeah,
the look is so good. It's so
good.
cool.
Make sure that we're seeing
I am using a mod to get rid of the zoomed in like black bars. So.
Oh, good. Actually, that's a great mod. I should apply that myself.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's one of the ones listed, but I don't remember which.
Nice. Okay, we got FF12 music going now. Nice. Yeah, this is a very impressive FMV. Cinematically, it's really, really good. It's beautiful.
It reminds me a lot of Star Wars Episode 1, actually.
Yes. There's a lot of Star Wars DNA in Final Fantasy, generally speaking.
Yeah.
I mean, going all the way back to the first and second games, in particular, the title crawls at the beginning to sort of introduce the world to you.
The Biggs and Wedge, of course.
Yeah, the Biggs and Wedge.
Aren't you a little short
references? Aren't you a little short
Soldier?
for a soldier or something like that? That was in FF6.
Yeah.
The Empire versus the Rebellion theme that goes all the way back to FF2.
That's true.
So there's a lot of Star Wars inspiration in Final Fantasy. You can definitely see it in this one with the Tatooine.
Yeah, the desert planet.
Yeah.
The way the buildings, the kind of domed shape of the buildings, and then the festival at the end of episode 1. This just reminds me so much of that.
So good.
Yeah, I don't get why people complain about that.
Image illustrations. Yeah, I don't know. I just find this whole sequence here just like really captivating, and the music's great too. I really like Sakimoto, the composer, who did like Final Fantasy Tactics and Vagrant Story and this game.
Nice.
I love his style. He's got a very Hollywood, like 80s, 90s blockbuster Hollywood style to his compositions, which is real different from Uematsu. So there's definitely a difference. Like, it doesn't sound like traditional Final Fantasy music, but it is really, really good. I really, really like it.
And they did a good job with the reorchestrated remaster.
Oh yeah, it's great.
I don't know about that.
It's really great.
I don't think I've experienced it.
They're looking over the battle plans. They have like magical animated like board there.
The war room, the war games.
Love it. The airships are freaking sweet in this game. They look really cool. Yeah, so the technology of Ivalice, which is the world this takes place in, this is way before Final Fantasy Tactics takes place. So they had like a more technologically advanced civilization in the past that sort of fell to ruin, and then the Final Fantasy Tactics civilization rose after that, and is a little bit more medieval than even this was, in terms of like technology and I guess the height at which they've advanced.
That's right. So this came before Tactics.
Yes,
right.
yes, long before. There's not really even that much of a tie in the Ivalice games now that I think about it. Like, there's not places you go to that were also places in the other one. It's just, they just say, it's Ivalice 2, but just trust us. All that stuff that you knew, that was destroyed or whatever.
A lot of references.
I want to go back to Bur Almasace and see what became of that place.
Yeah, right? Yeah, I love this war scene, too. Oh, the transition here. This transition into, like, the battle itself. So sick.
There you go. Look at that. Oh my gosh.
That same.
See, they show you the glory of war, which is the troops marching through the streets in a parade, and then they immediately transition to, okay, now those people you're looking at, they're all dying right now.
And this feels like a Star Wars.
This is so Star Wars
space battle or something, right?
Totally.
The way that this is shot.
Yeah, exactly.
Totally gives that feel. And then you got all the soldiers struggling here. Bosch will come running through on a chocobo, cutting them down. It's so awesome, dude. It's just so awesome. I love this game.
This game's incredible.
Yeah, you got the different races in this one, the big guys. I forget what they're called.
A long intro.
It is. It is pretty long, but it's awesome. It's so sick. I love watching it.
It doesn't matter, man. Yeah. And they do get you playing here pretty quick.
Yeah, it's not too long. It doesn't overstay its welcome, but it is a long intro.
It's an interesting choice to have you play as somebody who is not
the main character.
The main character.
Right away. Yeah.
Yeah, and then all throughout the game, you're playing as not the main character.
Pretty much.
They even joke about it too, because like Balthier,
the leading man,
he'll be like, "I'm the lead man." It's like, dude, no, you aren't. I'm playing as you, and you should be the lead man. Well, I guess maybe Bosch should be, but maybe just not Vaughn. I don't know. Who here's a fan of Vaughn?
Also Ash. Ash is very much.
That's right, Ash.
Kind of at the pinnacle of the conflict. Too,
yeah,
right?
100. Yeah, absolutely. Ash.
Yeah. I still like it though.
No, I still do too. Yeah, it's just an interesting choice that they decided to have you play as a character and then have you play again as another character. Neither of which are the actual
really
center of the story,
the centerpiece.
Yeah,
character of the story. Yeah,
it was an interesting choice.
Oh no, he's been shot. The armor designs are really cool in this game too. Really unique.
Yeah, especially the judges.
The judges look so tight.
So cool.
The judges look awesome,
man.
And they've got a bit of that with the Empire in Final Fantasy XIV. Has a very similar sort of style of like armor and
then the slowdown.
It's a good style.
Yeah. All right, take him out. Get him out. Get him to safety, Bosch. It's too late. He's deceased. And
I love it just breathing and fading away.
Yeah, slow motion towers falling. Yasumi Matsuno is such a beast. Dude, he's so good.
Now, did Matsuno have anything to do with FF16?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Other than just being an inspiration for the developers.
Yeah.
The same lineage in terms of the development team that goes all the way back to Tactics. But I don't think he actually did any work on FF16.
Okay.
But they did mention him specifically in interviews, saying that his work sort of inspired how they approached writing Final Fantasy 16.
I wonder what her relationship was like with him.
Ash's with
Yeah.
The prince there, yeah. I mean, I'm sure it was an arranged marriage, right?
Right. Well, she was crying there, so she cared a
Yeah,
little.
but
Yeah,
he must have at least felt something. You get the title of the game.
So FF12, it'd be, I guess, important to bring up in this stream that this is a lot of the people working on 16 worked on this game.
Yes, they did.
Right here. This would have been the first like big because there was tactics and big and story, but FF12 would have been where you really ramp up the team to get hundreds of people working on the game.
Yeah, I was actually talking to a buddy of mine who is a big Final Fantasy 12 fan, who has been disappointed with Final Fantasy since 12. So he didn't like 13, didn't like 15, not a fan of the MMOs. And he was all really disappointed with Final Fantasy 15 and 7 are. But so he was all talking to me about how he's not going to play Final Fantasy 16. He's done with Final Fantasy. And I was like, but did you know Final Fantasy 12 team is making Final Fantasy? And then he went, are you serious? I'm going to have to buy a PlayStation 5 now? That's so stupid.
Got to get hyped all over again. Yeah.
And so he's turned around a little bit hearing that fact. And so if you're an FF12 fan, I think you'll have a lot to look forward to with 16.
Sounds like it cost him a pretty penny.
Yeah,
probably.
And I'm not even trying to comment on like whether or not these games are good. It's just my friend was disappointed in them. He just they weren't for him, And so he's now much more intrigued by Final Fantasy 16, hearing that the devs of 12 that's the team that's kind of carrying over. So I guess Final Fantasy 14 as well. If you like Final Fantasy 14, that's a more recent sort of direct.
Yeah, and with how long dev cycles are now.
Yeah, right.
So do you have any story about when you first played this game? What were your initial impressions when you very first played this game?
I just love the gameplay, really. The gambits and all that stuff.
Yeah, the gambits.
I played it when I was like 16, though, so I don't remember a lot.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, you can spend so much time just like customizing the gambits and getting all the presets and everything.
All the hunts.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, doing all that stuff.
I think what Final Fantasy 12, what stands out to me about this game in the legacy of the series, what it did better than any game that came before it. Well, it didn't have much competition yet, but it was voice acting.
Yes.
The voice acting is outstanding.
It's actually very good. Yes.
Yeah. It's really, really good.
Yeah.
And like a lot of these voice actors, you'd think maybe they'd bring them back for other roles later, but like I think the guy who voices Balthier came back to do something. But man, I wish they'd bring some of these people back. They were super talented.
They were. The way voice acting, the way the industry works for video games with voice actors is kind of not healthy. I don't think it's not very good.
Yeah.
And I guess if you want somebody, you just contact them directly and say, "Hey, we're going to bring you back." But the way they do auditions and the way that voice actors typically get video game jobs is it's very veiled. They don't know what they're auditioning for. They're definitely underpaid.
Yeah. They're trying to not keep stuff from leaking, right? Yeah.
And often because of that, they don't really have agents that can push for leverage, or you've got this big $1 billion game and you charge like $300 to do a voice, and it's like, okay, but you're a popular voice now, like sweet, that's fine. I'm not saying it's like horribly wrong, but it's definitely not how like actors are treated elsewhere. This is unique to video games. So I think sometimes you wouldn't bring guys back because it's like, I don't know, you can get other actors for so much cheaper.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Right.
Yeah.
It does suffer a bit from PS2 compression, but.
Oh yeah, and so you're playing this on the PS2, or is that right?
No, I just mean the voices.
The voices, the voices.
That's right.
The audio quality is really compressed.
Yeah.
And they didn't really fix that in the re-release.
It's good enough.
It's good enough.
It's good enough, I'll say. Okay, so how many minutes in are we?
Good question. How many minutes have we been?
14 minutes.
Wow. So it takes 14 minutes before you can actually start playing. That's longer than I remembered it being, but
a few of it was just doing idle, but
yeah.
So this is where we get a little bit into the battle system, which was pretty different from any of the offline single-player games in the past. You're actually moving your character around. It's not strictly turn-based.
Yeah.
A little bit more MMO-ish, I guess, in kind of the style of combat. But you still use a command system. That's true. We don't have what do they call it? the sort of like wheel of abilities that you just kind of tab in between or whatever. You had
the
menus, right?
Radical Wheel?
Menus.
Radical
Yes.
Wheel?
Yeah, I think that's what they call that. But I kind of like it because it gives you a lot of control. Like you can have as much or as little as you want. You could give every single character commands all the time.
Yeah,
it would be extremely freaking slow to play
exhausting.
That way.
It's nice that they just kind of go and do it on their own.
Yeah, but you can, with the Gambit system, you can, in a really granular way, like command how or tell the NPCs or the other party members that you're not controlling how they should act in battles.
Yeah.
And they have not recycled the Gambit system, and it blows my mind how they have not used it again.
I wonder if because once you get used to the Gambit system, it makes perfect sense. It's not difficult to use at all.
It's so great.
It's fine. However, when you first are introduced to it, it does feel a little bit overwhelming at first.
Yes.
Because there's a lot of options. You don't know exactly what everything does and how it works. It doesn't take long to figure it out.
Yes.
But it is a bit overwhelming, and I wonder if just in terms of getting people into the gameplay quicker, they just decided to forego that in general.
It's a good question.
It doesn't help that our PS2 they locked a bunch of it away.
Oh, did they?
Story progression, yeah. You can't get a bunch of gambits till later.
Oh, that's true. That's true. I remember that now. They make them more accessible in the re-release.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. There was. This is one of those games I'm a little bit like conflicted on in terms of which version I like better. There are definitely like balancing issues as far as like difficulty that I like the original Final Fantasy 12 better for the PlayStation 2. But I love the class system of the re-release.
The Zodiac.
Being able to like switch the characters to different classes or pick them
easier. Yeah.
And the fact that they have a second one that you can get two.
Yeah, that's right. Like a secondary, like a main one.
Right.
Yeah, that is very cool.
So I really like that rather than everybody sharing the same license board.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like there's pros and cons to both versions, and it kind of just, what are you looking for on this playthrough? Do you want a lot of character customization, or do you want like a more challenging gameplay experience, I guess? But they're both good.
I gotta not die here because the mods I'm using.
Oh, really?
Oh, what mods are you using?
It's the struggle mod. It makes it harder.
Oh, it makes it a lot harder.
Oh, cool.
Oh, okay, there you go. Well, there's one way to increase the difficulty.
I've never been tempted to make a game more difficult than it needs to be.
Yeah, true.
Oh, that's funny.
But it makes the characters have like set classes instead of
right.
Like
FF4 style. You need them to be in a role for sure.
Yeah, it's role based. Yeah.
Yeah, this is way harder than it typically is, isn't it? This is taking a while to take out this first enemy. This first large enemy, I should say.
Wait, his health's like only half.
I know, right? It's like they're just chipping at him. He's doing big damage.
All right, he'll do the quickening soon.
Oh yeah.
I don't remember where.
I guess that's the plus side of it, right?
I think that's a 3-4. Yep, there it goes. Not my favorite limit breaks, I will admit.
Yeah,
they look good visually.
They're all right. They're all right. They look cool, but not my favorite limit break system either in the series.
Yeah. That negative energy. Did you see
that? The black energy.
Cool. Yeah, the black with the white.
Pretty sick.
I like that. It's one of the things you find out very quickly doing visual effects is that if everything is bright, the screen is just white. And how now do you differentiate? Between the different fire and energy attacks and stuff.
Yeah.
One way to do it is negative.
Negative energy.
Yeah.
The black energy.
And the reverse energy and the negative energy. So cool.
Oops.
All right. Well, we're going to jump over to FF13 right now. I was hoping we could get to the end of the sequence, but you were right when we were talking the other day. It's a little longer than I remembered it.
Yeah.
But I love the end of this scene. This particular part. It's so
the
good.
Revelation
at the end of it.
Yeah. It gives you a big mystery.
So if you want to keep watching FF12 through the end of the scene, go ahead and hit up the link that we've got in the chat.
It shouldn't be too much longer.
It'll be pinned there. Yeah,
Cool.
it's going to be coming up pretty soon, the end of this sequence, but we're going to jump into FF13 for a bit. So thanks for we may be coming back to you a little bit later.
right.
Unless I don't know how much longer you can go today, but we'll be checking in.
Okay. Just let
All
me
right,
know
talk to you
because
later,
I'm
man.
going to mute.
Okay, yeah.
All
sounds
right.
good. See ya.
See ya.
See
Thank
ya.
you.
Let's switch back to here. Okay.
Back to command.
Cullen, are you there?
Hello, hello. Can you
What's
hear me
up?
all right?
How's it going? I can.
Awesome.
Do I have a link to your stream? Did you send one to me?
Yeah, I just posted it in the
In the chat here?
Yep.
Okay, great. Let me grab that and pull it up.
I was watching
Are you
a bit
sure
of,
you want to click a link? What?
I was watching a bit of the 12 stream and seeing how it was mostly just the intro cutscene and a little bit of gameplay, and I'm like, I have a feeling that'll be the exact same situation with 13.
You're probably
yep,
right.
I think so.
You're probably right. Okay, I've got your stream up here. We're gonna get through some ads first. So while we do that, I'll pull up the 13 soundtrack. Get it going in the background. So tell us a little bit about your history with FF13.
So I fondly remember recovering from my wisdom teeth surgery,
there you go.
being stuck on a couch, and this
Yeah.
was the only game I had, and my because my parents were like there with me, and they could not stand it because they don't really play games, and I was just like.
But hey,
pretty
your
much
wisdom teeth out. You can do whatever you want, right?
Exactly. No, I commanded the TV for at least
nice.
2 days, and just
Nice.
high off of like whatever they put you on to recover from that.
Yeah, well, Vicodin for me was Vicodin.
I think it was about that, and it just
maybe.
Oh, it was just completely gone. I had a great time.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty obvious though. This is the more contentious one. We've seen so far on this set, but I kind of dig it all the same.
Yeah,
it's like me personally, while like story and stuff is pretty important, I'm a bit of a vibe guy, and I think this game's vibe is just immaculate. And I've noticed like in recent years, coming back to this, particularly for streams, it's a very good stream game because you don't really have to think too much about it while you play.
There you go. You just go forward, push the button when it tells you to, keep going. That makes sense.
Okay, do I have the right stream here? I'm on some kind of Diablo 4 thing.
That's interesting.
I clicked on the link that you gave me. Maybe you had another. Is it Scump? Is that?
No.
That shouldn't be right, is it? Let me try again. Different. This link here.
Yeah, just
I clicked on the one that you had in the chat.
Dr. Cullen PhD. I should be because in my end everybody's seeing.
Let's try this one. Okay, there we go.
What happened?
I think I clicked on this instead of this. When you do that, it just takes you to Twitch generally and will just put you on some random stream somewhere.
Okay.
Okay, so I actually put the wrong stream into the chat. So let me fix that real quick too.
No worries.
Buddy.
So that is not correct. This is the correct. There we go. Nope. It's scrolling too fast. Let me pin it. There we go. Okay, so now the correct the correct stream is pinned. So let me make sure we're all set here.
Here we go. Wow.
All right, what's up? We are on the
Lightning's a
correct stream.
good
You are
fighter.
playing Final Fantasy 13. The graphics were unbelievable.
Oh yeah.
They really are. Even still,
Yeah.
this looks really good.
Yeah, this is an FMV, but
Yes.
the way it'll transfer here into the gameplay, I remember at the time thinking like they were so close to where it was like it was almost the gap had almost been bridged between gameplay and FMV.
Real life.
It was really
FMVs.
close.
And this is the Steam version, which doesn't even have like that good FMVs comparatively.
Oh,
I'm sure
that's
if I
true.
modded it,
Oh,
they'd
really?
look a lot nicer. But like even
Yeah.
then though, I have to say like the FMVs look amazing. And one of the nicer things about like this game focusing so much on graphics is that it has still aged pretty well visually, I'd say. Like when you get into the actual gameplay.
Oh, definitely has.
Yeah.
It still looks amazing.
Oh yeah, and you don't need to worry as much about performance anymore. Like I know, I don't know if you guys are familiar with it, but if you play these games on the Xbox Series consoles, they upscale perfectly to 4K.
Really?
Oh no
Wow.
way! I didn't know that.
Nice.
Yeah, especially 13.2, and I believe Lightning Returns even can let you do 4K at like 60 FPS.
Well, holy cow!
Yeah, like
That's
they've actually
amazing.
put in effort into making them like I think for 13 in particular, they re-encoded all the cutscenes, like these FMV cutscenes too. Now I don't have an Xbox Series X because
Xbox has done a really good job of that in general for upscaling older games. Because I've heard that even Lost Odyssey performs so much better.
No,
it had performance issues on the Xbox 360, dropped frames and really long load times. And you play it on Xbox Series X, and it's just like blinding fast and like super high frame rate. So Xbox has done a good job in general with increasing performance for older games.
A lot better than PlayStation, I'd say, which is really funny because I'm more like fond of that library, but the PS3 was such a nightmare system to develop for that.
It totally was.
You just don't really get good backwards compatibility support unless they just re-port the entire game.
Right. Yeah, I remember, man. I remember how hyped I was for this game. I was watching all the trailers. I was living at your guys' house at the time. I was living with Case.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
And I had the game pre-ordered. I went to the midnight launch. I was working.
We had that song. We had that music playing all the time.
The battle theme. Yep.
Oh,
we'll hear it here in a bit. But
I'm trying to remember the exact name of the composer of this.
His name is Hamozu.
Hamozu, yeah.
Yeah, he's really good.
Oh yeah, I remember him working on. I believe it was Alliance Alive or on 3DS.
Yes, he did. He did the music in Alliance Alive.
On his entire work, especially because I think he does a couple tracks on Remake as well, or just like he's one of my favorite lesser known composers at Square.
Yeah, he's really good. He did World of Final Fantasy, which has a brilliant soundtrack.
Oh, it has a great soundtrack.
He's very good. He's got a very unique style.
Oh,
and he worked on FF10 as well. A lot of his tracks on FF10 are some of my favorites.
I was gonna say, a bit of a bump. Like when I saw the list of the ones available, I was like, oh, I can't do 10 because I'd say 10 is probably my favorite of the bunch.
Yeah,
but like
10's real popular.
His, like, you can really see why they chose him for 13 based on just what he put out on 10.
Yeah.
Really fits this kind of like not exactly like fantasy, not exactly sci-fi Final Fantasy style of games.
It really does. He's got a very like atmospheric, like really full sort of like soundscape. He's always filling it with pads and interesting electronic sounds.
Oh yeah.
It's and he sort of peppers in this really bright piano. But it's very unique. It's like I've never heard anybody else who sounds similar to him. So anytime I hear a soundtrack he worked on, it's like, oh, that's Hamozu. That's Hamozu. That's Hamozu. I know it like immediately.
Nice.
Like to kind of compare to another Square series right now, like I'm sure like with the later Dragon Quest games, they're gonna try to find people who get that exact like classical style. But for someone like Hamozu, you can't really. I stopped paying attention for one moment at the game. And it's like, you can't really like mimic this style for 13.
And I really like it a lot. I mean, I know there are some people who are more fans of the the stronger melodic sort of soundtracks of Uematsu and things like that. But I'm a big fan of Hamozu. I like this game's soundtrack quite a lot, even though it does not have a prelude theme anywhere in
the whole game doesn't.
Not one doesn't appear anywhere.
That's why the game didn't sell it.
Just kidding. You gotta have your prelude thing, or else it'll sell bad. Actually, it sold pretty well, but
did it?
It did. It was very successful, but
I know in Japan it was. In Japan, they loved this game.
Yeah.
I know that this one sold well. I'm not sure exactly how the other follow-up games were. Like me personally,
like Returns. And...
13-2 is my favorite of the bunch. It's just it is such a PS3 game, and it's kind of one of the reasons why I love this whole trilogy is that they're very much of that era.
Yeah, that's true. They were sort of a little bit of a learning curve as we were getting into true HD development, right? And their games were just kind of developed a little differently through this console generation.
Like they still feel like a bit of like PS2 carryovers of like those kind of PS2 games where they really were pushing the system too far to their limits, and they needed to like make the like concessions just to run properly. And this game's full of that, but it's still it's charming as all hell.
Yeah, a lot of people, or I guess one person at least over here in the chat, is saying they need to re-release this game. I'm actually surprised they haven't done any kind of HD or like modern console re-release for this trilogy. They released it on Steam, but they haven't done like a PS4 or a PS5 release of, and it's probably because of what you were talking about, like developing this game on Crystal Tools on the PlayStation 3's architecture probably was such a nightmare that like trying to port it is probably just not easy. Although they did port it to Xbox 360, so I'm sure they have that build that they could work off of.
And they have the PC build, which isn't great.
It's like terrible. I hate it.
We already saw one of the weird things where you actually have to manually set it to controller button prompts, and then it is not exactly the ones I'm playing on a PlayStation controller right now. We kind of miss out on those modern PC port benefits of just knowing what controller you're using.
Yeah.
I am actually surprised that we are already into gameplay. I thought that
this is a faster intro than FF12's for sure.
Yeah, that's
in my memory, it was a lot longer. But
me too.
I think it's
the other way around.
I think it's mainly just because there's a lot of like your party synergy, and then your different style changes are more in like I think it's like a couple hours in, but you are playing the game right away.
Yeah. They had the rating system for the battles here,
which I
can't, that's right. You like get graded and stuff.
The number of stars you get for
FF8 did that right with the missions and
where you get
rewarded
graded on how
you get a salary.
Yeah, that's true.
It wasn't like each battle, I guess.
Yeah, but like for the overall mission, yeah, that's true.
But to kind of go back on, I am genuinely confused why they haven't tried to bring this back.
Yeah.
I know they're divisive, but that hasn't really stopped Square before.
Well, I feel like Final Fantasy divisiveness is kind of relative. It's there's a lot of like loud people on the internet, me included, who will like, go over their grievances and like, oh my gosh, and there are a lot of people debate and argue about it. Yeah. But like the game had a fairly high rating in terms of like its aggregate score from critics and users. And it sold really well. So most of those people aren't weirdos like me online debating people. So, I'm sure they would love to play it again. So I agree. I don't really understand like why they wouldn't have brought it back yet.
Like, I don't know if they think just that because you can play it on a Series X that counts, but I wouldn't really say that's like a brand new remastered port, as nice as those versions are.
This game does not need to be remade or anything like that. It just needs to be ported, and like have a stable build, right, on like a modern platform. I don't know how much work that is because I'm not a game developer. It's probably more than I think, but it's less than remaking it.
Given that this was the game engine that they used for this is very particular.
Yeah.
I wonder
if that's the issue.
Yeah.
Maybe they need to like move everything over to Unreal or something. Which
right.
Isn't
that's
easy.
just what everyone's doing. I don't love it. I don't think everyone should all use the same engine, but that does make it easier for the future of your game, especially, and for any kind of ports.
Yeah.
Especially, Unreal is such a good engine to use for like multiple different consoles as well. Like I know that that Crisis Core remaster was probably able to hit Switch a lot easier due to it being Unreal.
Yeah,
Same,
I'm
like,
sure. I'm sure.
Dragon Quest.
Right.
Yeah. Did Dragon Quest, is it 11 or 12? What was the current one?
11?
11, yeah.
11? It's out on Switch, right?
Yes, it is.
Oh yeah, it's like
that's awesome.
It's a miracle.
Really good version too.
Yeah, that game
Sweet.
runs so good on
Dude,
Switch. They basically had to remake it.
Game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of crazy how like Nier Automata, for example, when it launched on PC was like a horrible port, but then like the Switch version of that game is
so
like,
good.
really well done.
I was surprised. I do written reviews for a site called RPG Site, and I remember I got assigned to that and playing that for about the week before launch. I was just kind of stunned at how good that game ran on Switch.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense that
it doesn't make sense at all.
No, because I feel like Square Enix games that have tried for like less ambitious, like I guess gameplay styles have run much worse.
Yeah,
and they made it just look so easy to get that running on Switch.
Yeah. Oh man, I just had like this flashback to my first day playing this game. I see it's in the bedroom that you were in.
Yeah, that's
in that
right.
house up
At
there.
the desk.
At the
Yeah,
desk
yeah.
that was kind of on the wall there.
Yeah.
And my TV was sitting on that. And I was sitting in a chair, and Parker was sitting there with me, and we were going through it. And I was, man, long time ago.
Yeah, dude.
Really long time ago, over a decade ago. I cannot believe how much time has passed since this game came out.
I'm kind of curious. For you, like, because I know you're not huge on this game. Was there
it's not my favorite, but...
was there a kind of a moment that you kind of like turned on it, or was it like right away, or was it more gradual?
My experience was actually kind of weird because like I didn't like it out of the box. Like, and I think it was particularly like the snow sections. I was really annoyed by him and the Nora characters. And I felt like it really clashed with like
moms
the
are
stakes. The moms are tough, all that stuff. So like I was kind of looking back and forth with Kaysen's brother, my other friend Parker. We're just like, what the fetch is this dialogue, you know? So like at the beginning, I was actually more down on it than I was later on because I kept playing it, and I feel like maybe around the time that. Not you get to Pulse. It was before that when you're trying to save like Vanille and some of the other characters. They're on like that ship and they're like in prison. I think Hope is there too, and you're going in to like rescue them. It was during that section I remember like the battle system started clicking with me a little more in terms of it being more complex than I thought it was, and I started to really enjoy playing it. And so by the time, and I actually really liked the ending of the game the first time I played the game. I thought it was actually a really well done ending that I felt satisfied by. And so by the ending of Final Fantasy 13, I actually liked it better than I liked it when I first started playing it. So like by the end, I feel like I had more or less a net positive experience, but there were just a lot of things about it that annoyed me or bothered me or that I wish were different or whatever.
Death by 1,000 cuts. Yeah, I get it.
Sure. But it's a very good game. Like it's a very polished game. And then that's the thing about Final Fantasy. We get caught up in the debates and the people fighting about stuff online.
Yeah.
But like as far as quality goes, like they're always very high quality games.
Yeah.
Outside of 14 1.0 when it released. That was the only game that was like a very poorly designed and optimized game.
Yeah.
A game that did not function the way it was
That's like
meant to.
what were they thinking kind of
Yeah.
thing.
And that was the only one that was rated like below a 5 in terms of aggregate score. But they're all super high quality games. It's all just a matter of taste. And the fact that there's been so many different styles and approaches to how these games are made that if you get attached to one that you really like, and they're not kind of doing it that way anymore, and they're moving in a direction of one of the ones you don't like, it's just kind of, you feel left out.
Yeah.
You feel a little left behind. But there's no like doubt that the quality of all of these mainline FF games is very, very high. They're very good
very
games.
polished too. That's like one of the like consistent things I think the series kind of nails is just they're some of the most polished RPGs you'll find on the market.
For sure. All right. Well, I think we're going to jump into Final Fantasy 14 now for a little bit. But again, if you want to continue to watch FF13, you're curious to continue with this stream, the link right now is still pinned. So go ahead and head over, give some love to the stream. And we may be returning in a little while. How long are you going to be able to stream today? You got plans later?
I have some plans a bit later, but I can definitely go for a couple more hours.
Okay. So we'll see if you're still streaming by the time we get back around. We just got to get through 14 and 15, and then we can start jumping around to the other streams and returning to them. Yeah. So.
Alrighty. Well,
all right, man, we appreciate you. Hopefully we'll talk to you again soon.
All right.
Let's see here. We got to get Night Sky Prince on the line. Night Sky Prince, the Final Fantasy 14 stan all time. Let's see here. Let me send him a ping. Okay, do I have him in the chat here? Let me see. Do we got Night Sky Prince in the chat? We do. So he should be joining us here momentarily. So Final Fantasy 14. This is different because it's not as easy in an MMO to just jump back to the beginning and just sort of like start playing.
That's totally
create a whole new character, and there's a whole like You know, you're only allowed a certain number of them and stuff. So he's going to be in Heaven's Ward, I believe. You there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up, man?
What up, dude? How you doing?
How's it going? I'm doing great, man. I'm so happy to be here.
That's good. Awesome. I need a link. Are you on YouTube? You're on Twitch, right?
I am on Twitch here. Let me send you a link.
Send me a link real quick.
Real
we
quick.
Can get your stream up here.
Okay, that should work.
I am hearing you through a camera mic, I believe, just so you know. I don't know if there's
Oh, wow.
your actual good mic. I am not hearing that.
No one in chat. Why did you not tell me?
Maybe in your live stream they're hearing it correctly, but
Okay.
I'm hearing you through a camera, not through your. Okay, so here's the link to the Night Sky Prince's stream. I am currently pinning that. Maybe it's just on Discord. You have a different device setup or something like that.
Oh, okay. Can you give me 1 second then?
Sure thing. Go for it, bud. I am going to.
Well, look at this. So it's snowing.
Okay.
It's snowing in the world of FF14.
Yeah, let's take a look. I actually know this area. I know exactly where you are.
Yes, this is Ishgard. This is
Ishgard.
Yes.
You gotta guard your ish.
I think you're gonna love this area when you get to it, Mike.
So which expansion would this one be?
Heaven's Ward, the first.
Heaven's Ward is the first expansion.
Mm-hmm. And this is the one that everyone loves story-wise.
Yes, and this is broadly considered where the game, quote unquote, gets good. And there's a reason for that, and we'll be kind of talking about that. It says that it should be coming through my default output. That's so weird.
Maybe there's something on my end, but it just it's fine. We can hear you. It's just it just sounds. Oh, now we hear you better. There it is.
What happened?
There it is.
Okay. You sound perfect.
Okay,
Yes.
great. Okay,
There
I'll
it
keep
is.
it there. Awesome. Okay,
Watch, now it like breaks the stream.
Yep.
No, it's good. It's good. So as everyone knows, the development with Final Fantasy 14 1.0 was an incredibly disastrous development.
Yeah.
They used Crystal Tools, a notoriously problematic engine that had all kinds of issues baked into it. Mike, I don't know if you ever had a chance to watch that 1.0 documentary that I sent you.
By No Clip?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of No Clip. I like their documentaries a lot. They're really good.
Yeah. So in there, they discuss a lot of it. It's a fantastic documentary. I recommend it to anyone who really wants to know more about this game's development in depth. But Crystal Tools caused so many issues with this game's development that they basically had to scrap everything and they had to start over, and they couldn't even reuse Crystal Tools because one of the issues that they had with Crystal Tools was that it would cause basically the performance issues, and basically they would have to rewrite the engine from scratch. So they ditched it, and what they did was that they ended up using an early version of Luminous. So what a lot of people don't know is that 14, as it currently stands, uses a different fork of the Luminous engine.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Because it was still in development at the time.
Right. And they were working on Luminous to create Final Fantasy 15, right? So Yoshi P kind of went over to, at the time they were called Business... what was it called? Business Unit 2? Something like that. Development... Division 2, something like that.
Before they had the current structure they've got now. Yeah.
Right, because they had to restructure recently, right? So Yoshi P went over there. He was like, hey, I need an engine. I need anything you got because we don't have anything right now.
Yeah.
So they took this early offshoot of Luminous and they just immediately started working on it. And this version of Luminous is no longer comparable to the version of Luminous that has gone into Final Fantasy 15 and Forspoken. It is their own thing now. So
interesting.
Yes.
So it's kind of developed into its own engine, but was its genesis is in Luminous.
Right, and it seems like with Final Fantasy 16, they kind of took this as a base. This isn't fully confirmed. It's strong speculation, so keep that in mind. But people are speculating that they took 14's engine
and continue to make improvements on it, and that's what they're building with Final Fantasy 16, and that's also why we're conveniently getting a graphics update for Final Fantasy 14 with the release of 7.0, right? Yeah, because they can go back and implement a lot of those new features that they've made back into this game. So
nice.
But with Heaven's Ward in particular, because they had to rush and put together, A Realm Reborn. And A Realm Reborn, there's a philosophy that they had with A Realm Reborn that they basically wanted each quest to take 9 minutes, even if you were skipping dialogue.
Really?
Yeah, because they needed to have enough fluff there to keep people playing.
It definitely shows, dude.
Right. To keep people playing as long as possible, right? Because that's all they had. They didn't have anything else. So they were like, we have to keep people busy as long as possible. So Heaven's Word is the first time where they could just make a game. And they didn't have to come up with anything else to fill in those gaps and be like, okay, well, what are people going to do? You play Heaven's Word, and it is a lot less fluff than A Realm Reborn is. And not only that, they doubled the voice acting, all while keeping this game. This game is about half the length of A Realm Reborn. Base Heaven's Word is only 20 hours long. And
that makes me so happy.
Yes, and it's a much tighter 20-hour experience with double the amount of voice acting that A Realm Reborn has.
Wow.
So, how has your 14 journey been going so far, Mike?
Well, I got through the base game of A Realm Reborn, and my goal was that I was going to get through Heaven's Ward before Final Fantasy 16 came out. Obviously, that did not happen. Largely because the Final Fantasy 16 demo dropped, and I wanted to play that a couple times and get familiar with that. That was more important for the build up to 16 than playing Heaven's Ward was.
Right.
What I got caught up on was I was a paladin in every cutscene of A Realm Reborn, and that's cool and all. But I wanted to show in the gameplay footage I was recording of the game some different looks. I started the rogue class, which goes up to ninja, but it just takes a while to. They've made it faster. They've made it so you gain experience faster to level up those quicker, but it still just takes a while to level up. So I'm level 40, I want to say 43 on ninja right now, but I got to get up to level 50 in order to continue the 2.1 patch story content. I can't do those quests unless I'm level 50. So I wanted to show myself, my character, as something other than a paladin in some of the main story cutscenes, but I got to get up to level 50 in order to do that. So that has been taking so long that I haven't really gotten too far into the patch 2.1 content. However, I have really liked where the story is going in patch 2.1. Almost everybody was telling me, oh my gosh, it's such a slog. 2.1, just hang in there and get to Heaven's Ward. But actually, 2.1's kind of what it's building, I feel like, is more interesting to me than some of the main story content in A Realm Reborn was, which I also thought was pretty good.
Yeah.
So I like it. I like it in general. I don't feel that yet, but I haven't gotten that far. I think that the crew has just sort of picked where they're going to update their new headquarters to, and they're getting ready to kind of shift over to, what is it, more Ghana or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're getting ready to shift their headquarters over there. So that's as far as I am right now.
Yeah. That's actually a really good point. I think that's where a lot of 14's core lore actually starts to reveal itself, and it shows you, I think, what's really interesting about the world, because you have these people that are called Asians, right? And those are they're really goofy guys that wear the mask. And I remember my first reaction to the Asians were I kind of thought these guys are kind of dorks.
Same. Yeah.
I was just how are these guys supposed to be villains? I'm how are they menacing or threatening in any way? And then actually, as you really get to know the Asians, they become cool. Yeah. People are obsessed with the Asians, right? If you go into 14's community now, everyone has Asian tattoos, does Asian artwork. So people are really into the Asians. So the Asians, they end up being sort of a very huge appeal for this story. And for those who are not familiar with the Ascians, I'll give you kind of the most spoiler-free synopsis of the Ascians. But basically, think of these mysterious beings who are able to... What they're able to do is that they're able to sort of like pass through the live stream. And they can sort of manifest anywhere. And they are immortal, right? Because they have creation magics. And so they're able to fabricate new bodies for themselves. Not only can they fabricate new bodies for themselves, they can also possess the dead. And use the dead's body in order to walk around with. And they do a lot of that. So a lot of times you'll see a character and it's like, wait, I thought that character died. Is this a fake out? Nope. Ascian is walking around in that character's skin to commit all kinds of debauchery and political sabotage and all kinds of other things. So you can see how that could lead to some really interesting scenarios.
Nice.
Yeah.
We got people in the chat here talking about how great the Red Mage is, and that was actually the next class I was going to try after Ninja, because I love the Red Mage class generally, just for the series. It's one of my favorite classes.
Yeah.
So that's going to be the first mage class that I try.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Red Mage I think starts at like level 50 already.
Oh yeah, I think you have to upgrade it from one of the base classes, right? You have to.
No,
I don't
actually,
know which one.
I think.
Oh, it just starts.
Right,
It's kind of like Dark Knight then. Dark Knight's the same way, isn't it?
So yeah, so later on they just kind of decided to ditch that. Like you have to start as like another thing, and they just like new jobs. You can just go unlock them.
Dude, I should just do that.
Yeah.
So I can continue the freaking story of the game as a Red Mage.
Yeah, yeah,
you
totally
keep leveling up Ninja.
You totally could. And Red Mage is a really fun job. Everyone I know who plays Red Mage pretty much swears by Red Mage. So I'm a gunbreaker, so my girl Ultima here, she has a gunblade, which is also what's cool about this game, is that pretty much every job that you can really think of, every like major like core to Final Fantasy job that you can think of is in this game. So actually, I think my gunblade is hidden, but you could see it if I.
Oh, you're a what's this class? The gunbreaker? Is that what it is?
Yeah, I'm a gunbreaker. So yep,
everyone loves this class.
Yes,
it's the Squall Leonhardt class.
Yeah,
right?
and you hold the sword on your shoulder. Yeah, the Squall class.
Yep, and all the animations here are referenced through Squall and Lightning animations. So they went back and looked at like how Squall and Lightning use their gunblade, and so you'll see your character do a ton of like poses that Squall and Lightning do. And Dark Knight actually references a ton of Cloud's poses, right? Even though Cloud's not technically a Dark Knight, the sort of blade being like a large kitchen knife kind of calls back to calls back to FO7, right? So they use that as reference. So and that's kind of like what
was the Dark Knight class introduced in Heavensward?
Yes, actually.
Okay.
Yeah. And so what's cool about each expansion is that each expansion kind of goes deeper into kind of like the lore of each job. And so you have a job, and it will kind of, how should I say, like it'll take that job and it'll make it kind of like the main focus of the story, right? So for this story, it really makes Dragoon sort of like the main focus of it. And you'll get extra dialogue acknowledging that you are a Dragoon, and you get to like feel like a little bit more involved in the story in that way. And so some people, they'll see like the new like canon job like in like the cinematics, and what they'll do is they'll go and level that up because they're like, oh, I want to play as that job because it's going to be the relevant one. And they'll get like the little extra lines of dialogue acknowledging kind of that they're playing this sort of role that they would, that they think the Warrior of Light should be playing. So in this one, it was Dragoon, and I actually got to play Dragoon. And what's fascinating here is you meet a man named Estinian. Now, Estinian, he's one of the main Dragoons of your party. And so later on, when you do have access to like a party, because there's actually a party in this game. Let me see if I can actually...
Of NPC characters that come with you?
Yes. And cool. So what happens is the Scions of the Seventh Dawn actually go into dungeons with you after a while. And you can actually use them instead of having actual like party members that are... if you want
cool.
to.
That's really cool.
Yeah, so this has kind of been like a big thing for them, is that, and this kind of started with Heavensward, is that they decided that instead of making an MMORPG, they wanted to make an RPG MMO. They wanted this to feel like a true mainline Final Fantasy title and not just an MMORPG. And so people could play this even if they had no interest in MMOs and still get a complete, well-told Final Fantasy story. And
so
I
you're
think
saying that philosophy developed during Heavensward's development?
Yes, that's when, and that's why Heavensward is. I mean, all the game systems are the game systems, right? Like the same systems that you will come across in A Realm Reborn. And they're a little bit different going forward in the expansions. Each expansion kind of changes some stuff, but the core is still there. But what defines Heavensward onward so differently is that the actual structure of the content is focused on making you aware that this is a mainline Final Fantasy title, and you feel it. And your Warrior of Light, it really feels like the main character in an epic story here.
Cool.
Yeah.
So have you just started the Heavensward expansion here? What part are you at the moment?
Yes. So we're at the early section of Heavensward, and right now you have Count Edmund, who rest in peace, his voice actor. Unfortunately passed away this past year. They're showing you around the town. I don't want to tell you too much about like what leads you into Heavensward, because I really want you to experience that for yourself, because I think you would really enjoy it, because it's actually one of the most, it's a very, very, very brilliant cliffhanger. It's like a cliffhanger that leaves your jaw dropped. But let's
at
just
the
say,
end of the patch 2.1 content.
Yes, but or 2.55 actually. So it'll be a long one. Right. So at the end of A Realm Reborn, they give you a very, very, very fantastical ending. But it leads you to basically need to flee from the current part of Eorzea that you're at and go into this part for a while. Right. So you're here in Ishgard, and they're showing you around the town. Generally, every expansion is gonna, kind of lead you into like the new city state first, and allow you to kind of get a feel for it and meet the new characters that are going to be essential to building up the story arc for this. So, what's a good way to summarize Heavensward's story without spoiling too much? There is an evil pope, I think, which kind of says it all, right? You can't even mention a pope without saying, oh yeah, the pope is the bad guy. But there is strong
I hope
themes
media can get away from that
a little bit. Yeah,
it's a bit of a
it's getting a little old.
Right, it is getting a little.
But I think there's a lot more to it than that as well. Because this is also a revenge story as well at its core. There has been a millennia-long war between man and dragon. And perhaps the church itself has a little bit to do with the perpetuity that war has been going in between man and dragon, right? And so dragon views man as basically, slaughtering their kin. But man looks at dragon and thinks, well, you've been slaughtering our people too. And this has been going on and on and on. But for dragons, it's a bit different, because dragons live a really, really, really long time. Dragons can live for thousands of years. And so to them, to human beings, it seems like it was basically like a long time ago. It was ancient that this conflict began. But to the dragons, all that hurt was just yesterday, because their perception of time is different.
Gotcha.
Right.
I've never heard it put that way before.
That's really
usually it's like, oh, it's no big deal. What is the line from The Hobbit? Thorin in the movie, he says, the life of a dwarf is but a blink of an eye to an elf, or something like that. Yeah. I can wait. And but I've never thought about the pain caused to a being that can live for that long.
Yeah.
Being that much more present for them. right? I've never really thought of it that way.
That's great.
In which case, it's like they will hold a grudge
for a
very
long time.
Right.
A very long time.
Right, exactly, right. And so because these beings, they live for 1,000 years, and yeah, they've known their people for that long, and so when you slaughter them, you know, it's kind of it's almost maybe a deeper wound to them in a way. And
so we're like, dude, that was 20 years ago, and
exactly,
and they're like,
right?
what are you saying?
Right.
That sounds like 1 week ago to them.
Right, and so basically, it packs them in a more difficult way, and then you have the church, who has been manipulating the strings. And
is this what I saw early on? You went up to a building, and it was called the Orthodox Church.
Yes,
the Ishgard Orthodox Church with the Archbishop.
Get out here and take a look at Ishgard really quickly, and also I'd love to show you guys some of the. So one of the things that they wanted to do with Heavens was that they wanted to create a Gothic Final Fantasy, right? And so they wanted to do Gothic Fantasy, and so that's why you have these churches and a lot of maybe like Catholic like motifs,
right?
And I think
that's
it's beautiful.
Church then up
yeah, I think it's really cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it is really cool. And in some ways, you'll hear people that say that this story in the world, it kind of calls back to like maybe like Super Nintendo Final Fantasies, and it does feel like that because there was a little
more. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, there's some areas which I'd love to show you.
Well, in fact, playing FF1 just now earlier, the way that castle looked so cool and stuff like that was pretty Gothic.
Yeah. Very sort of classic Western fantasy sort of inspired architecture. Yeah.
And so I think this team has always been into, oh man, it's really unfortunate that it's nighttime right now because I'd love to show you some of these during the day.
Yeah, I mean, I know that it's not plausible, but just playing the game basically by myself for the most part, it was like, oh, I wish they had a way to fast forward the time to day, but I know that doesn't work in a game where there's like a bunch of other players.
Just get your lucky to cloud and
That's freaking sweet.
Book it.
Yeah,
that's freaking sweet.
Yeah, so there's just a lot of beautiful places in here. There's one in particular I'd love to show you that I think is so cool that I don't even know if I can really remember the name of it. Is it the Churning Mist? No, it's the Sea of Clouds. Of course, it's the Sea of Clouds.
Sea of Clouds.
Oh, there's two areas I really want to show you. That's really cool. So the Sea of Clouds, again, I wish I could show you during
the daytime.
During the daytime, because it's so beautiful. Yeah. But it just has like these wonderful floating land masses here.
Nice.
That kind of like call you back to very
floating
like
continents.
early early final. Yeah. Which I totally wish they'd bring back, right? Like they don't make any sense at all, but they're just so cool, man. They're just so cool.
Floating continents are tight, dude.
Yeah, dude.
No, the new Zelda is all about those floating continents.
That's actually why I'm excited to play Tears of the Kingdom. I haven't picked it up yet because I've been so busy with 14 and building up to 16. But I love that concept of floating islands.
Yeah. When I was playing Tears, my first thought was, holy crap, they need to bring this back in Final Fantasy. It's like they need to bring this back like yesterday, man. Like it's so cool. And then one of the other areas I want to show you is a place called Az's Law. So this is where this is a very different area than anything you've seen in Final Fantasy 14 so far. This is something I definitely don't want to spoil.
This looks like Tron.
Tron, straight up Tron.
It does. It does. And so you get to visit this ancient civilization, Alligans.
Nice.
And that will tie into the story pretty heavily. And the music here is also really, really phenomenal. And it also very much calls back to the Super Nintendo Final Fantasies for me. I don't know how to explain it. It just does in its spirit. And that's kind of the thing about Creative Business Unit 3, I feel like, is that even though a lot of CVU3's games, gameplay-wise, are very different than
classic
Final Fantasy. I think that the spirit and their intention with the storytelling in particular really calls upon the ambition of the older Final Fantasies, right?
Yeah.
And I think
I kind of felt that way about even just the main story of A Realm Reborn. There was a lot of it felt a lot like the NES Final Fantasies to me. Like before it started getting into the steampunk and the cyberpunk sort of settings.
PS1.
It had that sort of feel to it with the crystal motif and all that stuff. It felt very much like it belonged among the same sort of like plots or like settings as early FF games.
Yeah,
and there's a lot of references and callbacks.
Yeah, exactly. And they're really big on that. So they're really big on the storytelling spirit of Final Fantasy. Now, the gameplay spirit of Final Fantasy.
That's gone forever at this point. There's no getting back.
I know. It's,
right. Yeah. And that's also kind of the thing too, right? When you're pursuing a modern AAA game and how AAA games have become, it does get a lot harder, in my opinion, to get away with a lot of those abstractions because a lot of people have expectations for one, fully realized, can see the pores in someone's skin. And I think, I think that there is, there's a lot of fair criticism, and maybe just AAA games are kind of like, maybe like ruining people's ability to abstract like what they used to from games, right?
Sure.
I think that's 100% true. In fact, we were sort of touching on that with FF1 and 2 about how the abstract nature and the way that the art was presented and how much of it had to be done in your mind, giving a greater sense of adventure and mystery to these games than modern games are able to convey with all the realism and graphical power.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. And so and me and Mike actually had a pretty interesting discussion about this too on Twitter.
I might have heard it. Was it a couple years ago?
Yeah, no, it was actually pretty recently because we were discussing.
Oh, that's right. I was on your stream. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, I think I still listen to it though.
Yeah. But this has just been like, it's been like such a problem, right? Because the big question has been, how do we adapt Final Fantasy, like those abstractions, into something that is one for one, and that is that can satisfy like these AAA needs, but also still
that's
have
what sells now, right? You have to sell a game,
but then also still have the same feelings that you get from those abstractions, even if it's not the same exact thing, right? Like, how can you give someone the feelings of the world map without the world map? That's the like essence. Things like that, right? That has been their big struggle. It's because they haven't had a good answer for that. And they've been trying different things. And thus far, how I feel is that I think 14 does a lot of things to kind of get those things right. I think 16 is also doing a lot of things to get those things right. We also have like the Final Fantasy VII Remake trilogy, which is their answer there is to kind of divide the games up so that they can dedicate the time to flesh all those things out in the same way.
Right.
But there still hasn't been anything that can really match what those abstractions did in the way they did them at the time. That they've come
symbols
up with,
right? And they're trying to be a little too explicit about everything.
Right.
And one of the cool things about more abstract art is that it necessarily has to be symbolic. So it's hearkening directly to the archetypes themselves. And when you try to be too explicit about things and too nuanced and too detailed, you lose the general picture, which is the archetype, which is the symbol, and you end up kind of getting lost in the myriad of things that are thrown at you by the system instead of focusing your attention on the specific symbols that are more important.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And so I have good feelings though with this team that it's really hard to say that from a gameplay perspective how we'll all feel about 16 by the time it's done, because gameplay wise it's just so different from anything they've done, even from like what modern even from like what modern Final Fantasy is,
right, even from 15 it seems to be quite different, so.
And one of the things that I like that they're doing, and it overlaps with this game, is kind of the going back to like the zone-based design, right? So that instead of and this is pretty much like the best way that you can use this type of abstraction, I think, in a modern AAA game, is that, well, if you're not going to have a world map and you're not going to have an open world, right? Because that's kind of like what people view nowadays as like the alternative, I guess, like the default alternative to an open world is the overworld map. I mean, is an open world. And so they said, okay, well, we're going to do like these nicely crafted zones, and we're not going to make like the vast spans of nothing in between. And you'll just jump to those zones and experience what you need to experience in the well-crafted zones, and not flesh out all this, just basically this landmass in between, right? Because if you go through Final Fantasy 15, for example, I think that there's a lot of stretches of land where it's just land, right?
Yeah.
And I think with 16, they are kind of going back to, really focusing on, it's almost day, hooray! Get to see
right as we're about to jump into FF15.
Yeah. Oh man! All right. Well, you get to see the beautiful city of Kugane here.
Oh, nice! It looks great.
Yeah, it looks very
Japanese inspired. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks more Eastern. Look at that. That's awesome.
So this is where I'm hoping 17 goes. Actually,
17. Okay, so as far as numbers go, I feel like 16 might actually be the highest number you can go
before it starts sounding really weird.
I think 17. And it may just be a bias of that's where we're at, but I actually really think that once you hit the number 17, it's like you're counting too many things. You got to find a way to get that number lower, or find a different way.
The new Mortal Kombat game going back to 1, right? Mortal Kombat.
There you go. You got to do something like that.
Right.
So
17 is the number.
I mean, right? And so Yoshi P said he's had a talk with the other higher ups about like whether they should ditch the numbers or not.
At some point, you have to, right?
Yeah, and so I mean,
how ridiculous does Final Fantasy 96 sound? I mean,
it sounds pretty bad.
Where does that line get crossed?
Right? Yeah, yeah.
The series really gets good around 32.
And there are people. Who,
32.
I think that and like we don't think about it, right? Because we've been into gaming and into Final Fantasy for so long. But there are genuinely people that have no idea that none of these games are connected.
It's true. They'll see the new one and they'll think it's the 17th version, 16th in an installment of linear games following the same character.
Yeah. I was watching a big streamer the other day, and I was watching like his reaction to like one of the Final Fantasy 16 trailers, and he was like, "Oh, I never got into Final Fantasy because there's so many of them, and I don't know where to start." And like, someone in the chat told him none of them are connected. They're all their own story.
That might be a reason in and of itself to stop with the numerical.
Because people just don't know. I mean, you can't expect someone to know that.
Right. So just call it Final Fantasy with some subtitle and just kind of move on from there. Moving forward would make more sense. But
yeah, dude, he was shocked to his core. He was like, what? How come nobody told me? Yeah, his whole world came crashing down. He was like, how come nobody told me that like none of these games are connected? Like the whole time I've been avoiding them because I thought that like, and so I think that like, Yoshi P was saying that like, well, if we did drop the numbers, which it'd be really hard to like, differentiate like the spin-offs, because we have so many spin-offs from the mainline titles, so that might be the reason to keep the numbers steady. Okay, this is actually
okay, now I can see in the daytime.
Yeah, and this is a really beautiful time of day
too.
Actually to
sunrise.
Yeah, and so Heaven's Word, for this reason, really great callback to like Super Nintendo, like early era Final Fantasy, both in story and in the visuals too. And again, with Creative Business Unit 3, while gameplay-wise, they've gone in very different territories than where Final Fantasies used to being, they've stayed true to the thing that I personally identify as the spirit of Final Fantasy, which is telling a fantastic story.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, we appreciate you coming on and chatting with us and showing me some
well put.
dope FF14 zones that I
Look
can look
forward.
to.
Yeah, look
Yes,
forward to it.
man. I can't wait.
Yeah, and we'll have to chat again once I've actually gotten through more
Yeah.
FF14 and talk about stuff. But
yeah, you know, it's
All
funny.
right.
My fans always ask me to ask you where you're at in FF14, and I'm like,
because Mike won't talk.
I'm like basically
great.
like every stream I do, people like before it was like, are you gonna get Mike to play FF14? I'm like, dude, he's a grown
Oh
man.
my
He's got to
gosh,
make that
that's
decision for himself.
That's great.
I already asked. I already told him to do it. But yeah,
right,
like
man.
other
Well,
than
thank
that,
you.
yeah. All right.
I'm getting there. All right, we will possibly be back. I know you can't stream super late, but we'll see where we're at. We just got to get through FF15 now, and then we'll start jumping around. So.
Okay, sweet. Just hit me up.
Yep.
All
Talk
right,
to you
thank
later.
you.
All right, sweet.
Okay, so let's get. We have 2 streamers that we are about to bring up simultaneously. We have 2 people doing Final Fantasy 15.
Ooh.
So I'm going to pull up Jacob, Frustrated Jacob, on this screen. I can hear you. Are you there?
Hello. Nice green background.
So we got.
Okay, he's really quiet though.
He is.
there anything we
I
can do
think
about
it's
that?
because
Is that his stream we're hearing, or is that
we're hearing him through Discord, I believe, but you're a little quiet. I can hear you, but it's just quiet.
It is extremely.
Oh, it's because you're not. Okay, I can hear you coming through your stream, I think. We need to get you into our chat on Discord.
That's right. So the stream is low.
So let me get him in here. Yeah, I got to get you into the call. That's what I need to do. So have you joined our server? I think I sent you a link to that, right? In the DM, I think I sent you a couple links there, but one of them is an invite to our channel. So we have a channel in our Discord server.
A specific channel.
Okay, but are you in the Discord server?
It hasn't accepted it.
Because there's a second link that goes to the chat.
You need both.
You need to be in the Discord server first before you can be put into the
Yeah,
chat.
I got it.
Okay, so you joined the channel, but if I hit join voice, it doesn't do anything. Okay, but are you in the server? You're a member of the server, right? Because I need you to do that first before I can get you into the chat. I just tried to add you to the chat. It didn't work. Okay, so let me go back in here now, into here, and it's actually here. And go to permissions and add you. Oh, I think it's because I'm with the wrong name. There we go. I tried to type Frustrated Jacob. That's not.
Oh,
your
that's why.
username on Discord. Okay. So it's down below. It's under.
I'm in
voice
here now.
chat.
I'm in here now. Okay.
Hey,
There you are.
It was invisible to me. I don't think I had permission to access it.
Well, Mike just gave you permission now, so
Yep, we're good. Sorry about the trouble there.
No,
All good,
you're
man.
good. Welcome. I actually got someone else I got to add to. He's already
go
in
ahead.
the chat, so let's get him in here. Okay. So now, and I'll need to get. Let's see. Where's his? I think he sent me.
Well, it's that link right there, right?
This link.
Down that.
Oh,
push
this
that.
one.
I think that should be it.
Yes, this is it. Okay. Okay, fine. Okay.
Hey.
So we got that one going. So we have 2 different streamers we're going to be having a conversation with simultaneously here, all right? So how am I going to handle this with the links? Here's the Frustrated Jacob link.
You'll just have to include both links and then pin
Yeah,
both.
oh, you're right. You're right.
In
I'll
the
put them
same.
both
comment.
in this. That's I can't. Hold on. Let me try that
Maybe
again.
just hit space.
Let me try that again. Okay, and then I'm going to do space, and then I'm going to grab this one and put that one in there as a second link, and then I'm going to post that, and then I'm going to pin that one. There's 2 links.
It
that I am pinning.
it got rid of a lot of your spaces.
Well, yeah,
but
it sort of truncated it, but there is 2 different links there. So just keep in mind,
2 links.
There are 2 links right there. So we have Frustrated Jacob and Meadow. Meadow, are you in the chat? He's still
Hello.
muted at the moment. Oh, there he is.
Hey,
Hello.
hey,
What's up, guys?
What's going on? How are you?
Doing good, man.
Doing
Glad to
good.
have you both here. So we have 2 streamers for FF15. I wanted to bring Jacob on specifically because he knows a lot about the development history behind Final Fantasy 15 and Versus 13. So that's going to be a really interesting thing to talk about. So we'll get to you in a second, Jacob. But let's talk to Meadow here first. Let me move you over. So we've got you on the screen, and I got to switch over to the screen like that. So what's up? How are you, Meadow?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Doing great.
Doing great.
So, Final Fantasy 15. Tell us a little bit about your history with this game and why you like it and why it's special to you.
Well, it wasn't my first Final Fantasy game, but it was like amongst the 3 top Final Fantasy games that I first got into, one being 7. Like, it was funny you mentioned Versus 13 because I kind of was like keeping up with the development history. Maybe not while it was Versus 13, but I think it was Final Fantasy. It was 15 at the time, but I went back and watched a bunch of videos and stuff like that. So
nice. So you played the game at launch. How did you feel about it? Were you a fan? It was a little bit divisive at the time.
Yeah, I think I was a bit jaded at the time because I was just really excited for it to come out. And then like I played it and a month, I think I dropped it for a little bit and I got back into it and I don't know. It wasn't what I thought it would be.
Yeah.
But then Royal came out and it fixed a lot of issues. A lot of the story I was just really confused with. Like I didn't really understand a lot of the stuff. It felt like a lot of stuff was like missing. But I thought Royal was really fun. That's the version I'm playing today.
Okay, so the Royal Edition that has all the DLC and everything that's been added back into it, right?
Flying cars.
Yeah. Okay, sweet.
Exactly.
All right, so go ahead and feel free to start a new game there. And then let's come over here to Jacob real quick. Jacob, what's up?
Howdy. How you guys doing
All
today?
right, we're doing great.
Doing great.
So, I remember that I saw the trailer for Final Fantasy Versus 13 at E3 2006 or whatever that was. And I immediately knew I was buying a PlayStation 3. Like, I saw Final Fantasy 13. I thought that was cool.
Yeah.
I think they even teased Type 0 before it was called that. It was called Agito or something like that.
Yep.
But it was 13. It was Versus 13 specifically that I was just like, I have to play that.
Yeah.
And then I didn't get to play it until way far into the PlayStation 4's life cycle. So I bought a PlayStation 3 and never got to play the game I bought it for. So it had a very troubled development history is kind of the point that I'm making here. And so Jacob has followed this, researched it. And so Kaysen did a video too a little bit
on Project W.
On Project W.
In particular, yeah.
So I'm sure we'll maybe touch on that a little bit, but give us the rundown on what happened with Final Fantasy Versus 13 and why it became 15.
So that's the thing, is that a rundown on this, because I not in an attempt to toot my own horn or anything, but just because of how
it's gonna take a while.
I'm not. I mean, I promise I will. You guys can dictate the pace of this and ask what you guys can ask the questions you want to ask. But my point is, I could talk about this basically as long as I wanted to. Because I actually got started on YouTube doing coverage of Final Fantasy 15 way back in the day. I don't really do pre-game release coverage of stuff anymore, but it was basically a situation where when this game was originally 15 specifically was unveiled in 13. I remember there was mass hysteria in the streets of people confused about whether or not, is this a turn-based game? What's going on? I don't understand what kind of game this is.
Yep.
And, obviously it wasn't, but people were leaving legitimate comments like that. And I had been similarly to you following Versus 13 since it was revealed, basically, and had been following it closely and felt that I was knowledgeable enough to be able to try and explain, okay, where did this game go and what happened? Because there was also, I don't know if you remember this or not, but at the PS4 reveal conference, this is the first interesting thing of how it became what it became, really, the first sign. was at the PS4 reveal conference where they didn't actually show the hardware. They just showed they just like said, "Hey, we're making it," right? Shinji Hashimoto came on stage and showed the tech demo that we'd already seen before for their new engine, and then just said, "Hey, by the way, we're making a new Final Fantasy game for PlayStation 4. See ya." And then he went, and then he stepped off stage. and I distinctly remember thinking at the time, like, this, like, why wouldn't they just say it unless it was like something we've seen before, and they don't want to talk about it yet. So I started thinking this might be Final Fantasy 15. But why wouldn't they just say that? What if it's versus 13 and they're making it bigger? And I guess with that in mind, the first real thing, this took a while for me to come to this realization, but as we are here watching this opening cutscene of the game, you know, we're looking at character designs that have existed since 2006. We're looking at locations that have existed since 2006, when it was a totally different video game with totally different staff and totally different creative leadership. Which I guess brings me, first thing that I want to talk to is the entire concept of Fabula Nova Crystallis, which you mentioned Agito 13 a second ago as well. And this was like I've come to realize I think at least, I've come to suspect this was an elaborate marketing gimmick. Of like, because they said, though, the point of it is that there's this shared continuity between the games. They share a mythos, right? We have shared elements from these various games where they're all stories about conflict over crystals and people who have a fate that's dictated upon them and they fight against, and some shared gods and elements. And I'm like, don't all the Final Fantasy games have those things?
More or less the same,
basically.
So what I think actually happened was that obviously in the 90s you had a lot of Final Fantasy spin-offs. You had Tactics, you had the Chocobo Kart Racer, you had various different spin-offs of the Final Fantasy series. Then you had Crystal Chronicles going into like the GameCube and stuff like that, and you had the compilation of FF7.
Yeah.
Going into PlayStation 3, I think they knew how expensive game development was getting. I don't think they realized how tough it was going to be yet. Obviously, they didn't because of what happened subsequently with this and with FF14. But I think they realized it was going to get more expensive. Yeah. And making spin-off games was already getting more expensive on the PS2. And I think their thought process must have been, it would be really hard to make this M-rated, bloody, mature action game that Tetsuya Nomura really wants to do with his Kingdom Hearts team. It would be really hard to make that on a huge budget and as a really big divergence from like the tone of the series and sell it as the big new game, right? Well, what if we could think of a way to like put a Roman numeral on the end of it? What if it wasn't actually Final Fantasy 16 or 15 or 13 because like it might be too M-rated and violent and action-oriented and fans might reject it? But what if we could somehow attach the Roman numeral to it so it could sell more units and we could give it a bigger budget? What if we said that it was like they were connected by a thing? And I think that was the extent of it.
Yeah, that sounds like a very Yoichi Wada sort of directed the company, what they were into doing at the time was trying to.
Yeah, and the same thing with Agito 13, where that was originally meant to be released on like basically really high-end gaming phones that only ever existed in Japan.
Yeah.
That was going to be this really high-end mobile phone experience that, of course, eventually was too high-end, and they had to move it to PSP. I think it was a similar thing where it was, how do we move this really expensive, high-profile, and weird experimental project? Because Type 0 was also an M-rated, extremely violent, dark experience. Now here we are, like 15 years later, and Final Fantasy 16 is doing all of these things as part of the mainline series. But I think that was, it's interesting to me that in interviews, Yoshi P has talked a lot about like, Game of Thrones was a really big influence. We told the team to watch a Game of Thrones, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
But that seems almost to me less like an influence on the material and more like they got to use it as a proof point that, look, this can make money.
Yeah, that's more what it sounds like.
When the companies get as big as Square Enix, especially after the PS1 era and stuff, it's really difficult to avoid situations like that where it's like it's just whatever makes money.
Yeah,
that's how you have to convince people.
So and we got on Metal, just real quick on Metal Stream over here, the opening of the game here where they're pushing a car in comparison to what we had been shown in a lot of trailers or like other material beforehand, where there was a battle happening in Insomnia itself. I think a lot of people who maybe weren't following the game's development super closely and didn't understand that Nomura had been moved off the team and they had a new director and the game was sort of changing a lot, might have been surprised by like, wait a minute, like what happened to all that stuff you showed before?
And this is the first gameplay.
You're
game,
just
It's
pushing a car to a gas station.
I love it.
Meadow, you still there? I think you might be muted on our end. I can't hear you coming through if you're talking. But
sorry about that. Yeah, I just didn't want to talk over you guys while you.
No, you're good.
Oh,
you're good.
You're welcome to chime in anytime.
Yeah. Feel free to chime in.
I don't want to. I'm not trying to hog anything. Feel free to everybody.
You're good.
Jump in all
that was a really good intro, though. I thought you painted a pretty good picture of, the development of FF15.
Yeah. So, do you have any idea? Because I haven't really looked into this in many, many years. Like around what time they decided to move Nomura off the project and put Tabata on, or any of the behind the scenes of how that went down or anything like that? Has anything been said about this? Because I would assume not. Like they don't want to like air out their
when Nomura left the project.
14.
He was Tabata was added in 2012 and Nomura was removed in 2014, at least publicly. He was definitely still on it in 2013. I want to say he was removed in like mid 2014 and they announced it late 2014.
Okay.
And so at that point, how sharply did the direction the game took, even like from a story standpoint, how much did it change at that point when Tabata took over?
That's hard to say, because one of the, and I am going to remove my webcam while we're doing this. One of the things that's interesting about this is that like a lot of the decisions that were made were the result of deliberate creative changes, moving between different creative teams. But a lot of it was like, okay, the original game, one of the specific things that they cited when talking about things that had changed was that the nation of Lucis like worshipped, they said they worshipped Etro, the spirit of death, who the goddess of death, who was mentioned in Type 0 and has a pretty big role in the 13 trilogy, one of the kind of leftover lore elements, if you will. And they basically explained that that we had to remove Etro in her entirety because in certain countries having quotation marks Reaper worship will automatically get the game an M rating. So having some elements of even if it was just like, oh, there's a goddess of death that this society looks up to, they said would get an M rating. Soldiers that previously spewed blood when Noctis killed them in those trailers back in the day were turned into robots. So I think a lot of the changes that were made to sell units. But then there's other stuff that like I look at and seems more like possibly a lead creative decision. So it's often difficult to see, I think, where the legitimate creative decisions of the director like end and where the even more so than, because I mean I just mentioned like corporate decision making, but one of the things that's most interesting to me about this game is the fact that they had tons of feedback throughout the process. And they were really, this is the most reactionary a Final Fantasy game has ever been. Like the open, well, I look at a lot of this stuff and I say, okay, the big open world in this game, maybe they just really wanted to make an open world game. Maybe they just really wanted to have this type of mood, but a lot of it feels very much in response to FF13, stuff. And even stuff that's positive in this game. Like, I mean, I think everybody in general agrees the best thing about this game is the bros, right? Is the the connection you have with your the bromance throughout this game, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And I'm a big fan of the party in this too. I mean, even just I'm glancing over here at the stream and I'm looking at this opening cutscene with them standing around talking to Sid and Cindy, and I'm like, I like these characters. This is fun stuff. I enjoy these people.
Yeah.
But even then, I asked, and and to some extent, all these characters had been around since the Versus 13 days. You look at old trailers, and there's like a scene of like Gladiolus giving Prompto a noogie or something in one of the Versus 13 trailers.
Right.
But I ask myself, is the fact that all of these dudes are best friends from minute one, is that a response to the fact that everybody in 13 hates each other in the first couple of hours?
Right. It takes a long time before they warm up to each other. It does feel that way. I feel like Final Fantasy 13 had so much like controversy, I guess, surrounding it.
Yeah.
That, especially Tabata, that seemed to be his sort of directorial style. I'm going to put out surveys constantly.
Yeah, he
to
did
like
a lot.
get
Yeah,
a
he did.
feel for what the audience feels about even our in development kind of like build right now, and what can we, how can we pivot?
I love the cup noodle
this
hat, by
late?
the way. I just saw that on second. I saw the cup noodle hat.
Yeah, how can we pivot like mid development and make some changes that would like more accurately address like what the audience is looking for? It's a much more like, I don't know how to even describe it. It's like it's not an artistic way of directing something. It's all like business minded.
And that feels odd because whatever you can say about Crisis Core and Type 0, they have distinct visions of themselves.
Yeah, sure. What were we going to say, Casey?
Just designed by committee.
Yeah, designed by
That's
committee.
what
It's a great way to put it.
It's like there's not really any direction, but you know it. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I think it's clear, and I think it's maybe not universal, but nearly so, that Final Fantasy 15 had a problem with disjointedness when it came out. But of course, they tried really, really hard to address that. Over the countless, it seemed like, DLCs and things that they released. And Jacob, you said you hadn't played the game since it came out, right? You hadn't played since release. Have you gone back?
No, I haven't. And I'm it's funny because I never got that cup noodle hat that I'm looking at right now. I don't think back in the day. And what's really interesting, I'm going through this tutorial right now, and it's interesting, especially contrasting this with the FF16 demo that just came out, which gives you some walk around stuff, then has a diegetic combat tutorial.
Right.
And this one has like a totally disconnected from anything tutorial, and then lore guide that I'm looking at right now. This stuff
really different.
This is definitely not my area of expertise. So if anybody else in here knows a little bit more about the background and lore of 15, I have forgotten a lot of what was the deal with all the various gods in this and whatever, because that was not my strong area of investment in this game.
I kind of just wanted to add, I remember you were talking about Etro. I remember there was a painting in one of the trailers from a long time ago. And it was, I think her name was like Stella at the time.
Yeah, became, what is her name in
Luna?
15?
Luna Freya.
Luna Freya.
Well, Stella meaning star.
Yes.
And then it turned into Luna meaning moon.
Yeah.
But Noctis and Stella were standing around the painting of Etro. But then a lot of the stuff, some of the stuff from that Reaper worshipping kind of made its way into Noctis's outfit.
Yeah, his outfit.
I saw in the trailer, or in one of the cutscenes, there was a skeleton on one of the buttons, and you see a bunch of skulls on his shirt.
Yeah,
I'm trying to get a close up on his outfit right now, but I can't really get it. I'm trying to get him rubbed up against a wall so you can see it if you cut back at me really quickly. But his t-shirt's covered with skulls and crossbones.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So the design elements are still there. They just took it out of the story. This idea that they worship this death god, right? Yeah.
I thought that was really cool. It's kind of disappointing that some of that didn't make its way into the game.
Well, and the weirdest part was how they had a trailer leading up to the release of Final Fantasy 15, a couple weeks before it came out. It called the Omen trailer, which to me still represents the original story of Versus 13 more than it does 15.
Yeah.
It's almost like they just made a short, tiny little trailer movie to pay homage to Versus 13,
what it could have been,
and
because the Omen trailer had Nomura's handprints all over it.
Yeah, it felt that way.
It felt very opening of FF8, absolutely.
Yes, and a little Kingdom Hearts-esque. Speaking of
Kingdom Hearts,
well,
go ahead. My bad.
Verum Rex, right?
That's exactly what I was gonna say.
So Verum Rex, in my mind, it is elements of Versus 13. Being used in a different kind of way.
Yeah.
And I think that's what Verum Rex is. It just seems to be that way to me.
And is that
It's
going to
really
be part
blatant.
of Kingdom Hearts 4, or like what is that?
Technically,
Has
it's
that...
part of the universe, but I don't know if it's going to have any of the characters or any.
I don't know how much our other streamer. If our other streamer's a KH expert, I'll let him take it on this one since I'm already talking a lot. But I know a good bit
you
about
got this,
KH
Meadow?
as well.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Are you a Kingdom Hearts guy?
I am a big fan of Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, you take.
Tell me, what's your take on Verum Rex as it relates to Versus 13 and all that?
I think it's incredibly like blatant the connection that they're trying to make between it. I think Nomura is trying to kind of get his game back. If you saw like I think it was a secret ending towards the end of Kingdom Hearts.
I did.
It was like, if you put them back to back, they looked exactly the same with him riding in the car toward the end. And so it seems like they're really setting up for that in the future. So
is that? I mean, I don't know. I don't follow Kingdom Hearts at all. Is that going to be in Kingdom Hearts 4, the Verum Rex stuff?
I think it's its own game.
Seems like it. Yeah.
Is it going to be its own game now?
I don't know, because at the end it showed the character
the Verum Rex character, right?
Made their way, when they made their way into his world. So it seems like it's still going to be a part of Kingdom Hearts in its own way.
Okay.
There was an interview with Nomura where he actually discussed, I was considering whether or not I wanted to make Verum Rex or Kingdom Hearts 4 first.
Oh, wow.
But,
I didn't see that. That's crazy.
But in the trailer of KH4, Sora is definitely in the location from Verum Rex. So it might be he's going to, like, introduce elements of this other idea that he has. Like, basically have the characters of Verum Rex guest star in a Kingdom Hearts game, and then do that, and they'll be. It's unclear as of right now what that crazy boy Tetsuya Nomura is up to.
Well, Verum Rex was in Kingdom Hearts 3.
Yes, it was. It was
briefly at the kind of in one of the endings or something.
So I actually,
you were able. It was part of the Toy Story world, I think. Right?
Yes, there was a video game called Verum Rex. Initially, it seemed like it was just a cute little reference, like haha, remember?
Yeah.
But one thing
there's
that's
like a whole
interesting
mini
to
game
me.
there.
Yeah, one thing that's interesting to me is that there's a lot of like obvious homages to Versus 13 visually later on in that game.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But when in that scene that we mentioned a minute ago, where where Stella and Noctis are talking about Etro and they're looking at that painting, they talk about a concept that was repeatedly stated across the Versus 13 trailers, where they talk about, quote, the light of people who see the light of expiring souls. They said that people who have near-death experiences have like premonitions about when people are going to die in the world of Final Fantasy Versus 13. And Noctis and Stella were two of these people. This element was removed. It's not in 15 as we received it. But I couldn't help but notice, if we want to try and look for like thematic, because I don't want to speculate too much about what Versus was going to be about, because you never know. Like, there was an interview with Tabata where he said that Versus 13, quote, never quite took shape in the development phase. And that may have been saving face, or that might have been it was a project that got out of control. But one thing that's really interesting to me is there's a bit in Kingdom Hearts 3 where all the characters die. Spoilers. Don't worry, they get better. Sora briefly is in the Beyond realm, and he is talking to the souls of dead people who have regrets from their life. And they are the way that they're discussing it, he's literally talking to the lights of expiring souls. And when I look at that, I can't help but see possibly a thematic echo of what might have been going on in Versus 13. But then I look at this game, and because we've been talking a lot about the development in Versus 13, and I don't want to completely, blow past whether or not 15 was doing anything on its own. And there's an interesting, in a way that's maybe going to be a bit of a vague spoiler for these games. So if anybody doesn't want to be spoiled on Crisis Core Type 0 or 15, maybe mute the stream for a few seconds. I can't help but notice that all three of the Tabata games are about young men dying because of old men's petty wars. All of them are about a young innocent who is just trying to fight for what he believes in, and his friends winding up getting killed because of increasingly petty conflicts between the powers that be. That's also the only way that I can. That is the only way that I can justify the inclusion of Genesis and Crisis Core, because it makes the machinations that lead to the ending of that game even more silly and pathetic. The only way I can justify that character's inclusion.
That's funny.
That's what was it? The movie Troy? Did you ever see the movie Troy with Brad Pitt?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Sean Bean plays Odysseus.
Oh yeah.
And in it, there's a line where because Achilles is super upset with the way the war is going.
Yeah.
Because everybody out there is just getting slaughtered, and then Boromir, Sean Bean says,
his real name is Boromir.
Exactly. His real name is Boromir. He says, war is old men talking and young men dying.
Yep.
Get used to it. This is politics.
Yep.
And that's a very consistent thing on all of Tabata's work, actually, I think.
Interesting.
So, Meadow, since you've played the Royal Edition, I have not.
We haven't.
I have not revisited Final Fantasy 15 since it was released, so I don't know how it feels to play it now as a quote-unquote complete version of the game, right? But you said you've kind of warmed up to it at this point a little bit. So why is that?
Well, in the beginning, I mean, it's pretty cool because I'm not sure why they included these, but these weapons in the beginning are what you get. And, you see this Dragoon Lance and this, this sword and all this stuff. But then you also have like a bunch of the DLC. I think it includes every DLC except for Arden's story. So there's a point in the game where some of the characters go missing, and one of them is Prompto. Right. And I personally haven't played Prompto's story yet, but from what I've seen,
no one, right?
Yeah, he's in. It's in the Empire.
Yeah,
right?
That was pretty good.
So you get to experience that a little bit, and Gladiolus and everyone. So
So another thing they added was the ability to switch characters. That was not something that you could do in the original game. You only had Noctis.
Right.
How do you feel about that in terms of like in the middle of a battle? Is there like a good sort of like a good gameplay reason why they would tell you, okay, switch to this character now and play as Gladio for a while, and then is like strategic, or is it just mostly, I just feel like playing like this dude, so I'll just switch?
I think it could be a mix of both. Like I'd like to compare it to Final Fantasy VII Remake in a way. Like in how it just changes the combat a little bit more. Like you get a glimpse of that when you there's a button L1 button what you do, and they all have different abilities, and it helps you to take down some of the enemies. So I think it's just a glimpse of like what the DLC is like once you get a chance to play with them.
Yeah, so I remember I played some of those DLCs. I think I played all 3 of the character DLCs. And my favorite was the Ignis one. I liked kind of his gameplay style.
Really?
It was pretty cool.
It's most of the time when I ask people about the DLC, I've never heard that. So that's
people saying Ignis, because that's all happening during the battle in what was that? It's the city that you just going to right
I
now.
only know that because the name is literally on the screen right now.
Yes, exactly. It's during the battle where Leviathan comes out and
that was a really cool
doing
part.
his like Super Saiyan battle against that,
was
right?
Great.
And so Ignis. It's where, well, I won't say that. Something happens to Ignis that's big for the story, but it's kind of plays that little part of the story, and I liked that. I think of all the DLC stories, that was probably my favorite one. But
I think that scene that you're talking about, that was in the trailer, and there's a lot like that they removed.
A ton.
Yeah, so
well, that's actually something that's interesting about. I've joked before that Final Fantasy 15 is a game comprised entirely of smoking guns. Because like you look at that trailer, the original 2013 trailer that shows the Altisha battle, and it's like obviously running in a prototype engine, and what we eventually got was much jankier than that. The Ignis DLC has a significantly higher production value than the actual scene in the original game, and that's because the engine was being developed while the game was being made.
Wow.
Right.
Because they were developing the Luminous engine simultaneously with the development of this game, and it's like you go and look at the DLCs, and the production value, especially in Prompto and Ignis, is increased significantly in terms of the set pieces. But the other thing that stands out to me is that one of their very clear. So I just skipped to this chapter partially because it's interesting to look at this Venice city. But like I was showing the boat ride, I think one of their very clear design edicts on this was unbroken experience. As few only load screens at chapter breaks. Everywhere you go, you get there dynamically in real time. To make the world completely seamless and ongoing as a natural space that you're exploring. And what that also meant was that why is Noctis doing that? He was kind of shimmying a little bit there in an odd way. You'll see that in a second. But one of the things that's interesting about the game is that you have this big open world where you start out in Arizona and you eventually move to some grasslands, and if you go far enough, you get to a little bit of like volcanic rock around a mountain. They tried to space it out in such a way that progression felt realistic because they really wanted the game to feel grounded and realistic throughout its entire runtime. But what that also ended up
based in reality, right?
Yes,
exactly.
Based in reality.
Yes, no, I mean that's very much something that was discussed, like you say, in the Versus trailers. So I think that's been part of the design philosophy from the beginning. But what it also meant is, especially with the removal of Insomnia, you don't have a lot of environmental variety throughout the game because they're trying to present everything naturalistically.
Right, that's a good point.
Yeah.
And a lot of this stuff was kind of maybe one of the drivers for this, especially given the 2013 likely time period when Nomura was taken off. Isn't that when the PS4 launched?
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
Missing the window for the PS3 was just a disaster, I think, for this game.
Yeah, I think so.
They missed it, and in order to
I've got
to make the PS4,
DLC.
they had to kind of redo a lot of stuff, and the way keep the engine compatibility. Like, you end up losing a lot when you decide you're gonna hold off for the next generation, because it's never as easy to transition your game over as you think.
That's what happened with The Last Guardian as well, right?
Yes, Last Guardian
suffered from the same problem.
Same thing.
There's a great quote or a great comment here from Kami4242 in the chat, saying that the Omen trailer is basically Versus 13's story being retconned. It's now a vision given to King Regis. He sent Noctis out of Insomnia to prevent the original events of Versus 13.
Geez.
So is that I've never really thought of it that way, but like that makes sense as like their way of trying to work in the legacy of what the game was supposed to be into what it is now, and give it like some space to live there without it really ever being released as the game.
So one of the bigger troubles with this game, and I mean, I really am sorry because I don't want to dominate this conversation too much.
No, you're good. That's why we brought you on, man.
It's a 10-year-long story. The Crystal Tools development engine, which was mentioned earlier while you guys were going through Versus 13. It's like a Versus 13. Sorry, Final Fantasy 13, real 13. Like, it's a very pretty game, and the engine did what it needed to do for that game. But that's another instance where the engine was being developed alongside the game. And the trouble was that Crystal Tools was being developed while Versus 13 was in production, and 13 and 14, and it was supposed to support all of them.
Right, yeah.
And so you had teams getting cannibalized to support the development of that team. This is a name you guys will know, because this is one of my favorite little things, like as a shorthand of what happened behind the scenes on this. You guys will know this name, a guy named Jun Akiyama, who was part of the Vagrant Story team. He was one of the event directors on Vagrant Story.
He's a beast.
Yeah, so
because the events of Vagrant Story are like some of the best.
That's the best part of the whole game.
Some of the best cutscenes in video game history, in my personal opinion.
Yeah.
So he went on to be one of the writers and event directors on Kingdom Hearts 1, and then he worked on Final Fantasy 12, which also has some of the best cutscenes in video game history. And he's not a credited writer on that, but they've said in interviews that he did some writing behind the scenes toward the end of it, and he was directing cutscenes and whatnot. If you go look at his credits, after 12, he kind of disappears, but he randomly has a credit of Crystal Tools engine development staff. What happened was there was so much pressure on multiple games being developed at the same time, and 13 and 14 were the priorities, that a bunch of what is generally referred to as Tokyo team, basically Tetsuya Nomura's core development staff that worked on Kingdom Hearts 2 and was working on Versus 13, a lot of their staff got cannibalized to go and just help with getting the engine running. And And that's also part of why the Kingdom Hearts series wound up for a little while being developed by a separate team on handheld games, and why eventually Tokyo Team got dissolved, reorganized, and turned into the Tabata-led team that became Luminous Studio to produce this, and why Osaka Team, which took over the handheld Kingdom Hearts games, wound up kind of becoming the lead developers on that. But yeah, so because the engine... It's an interesting situation where Tetsuya Nomura as a guy is like, it's notorious often attached to 17 different projects at once. Yeah. He's a lead artist on so many different games.
That's true.
At the point in time where he was working on Versus, he was also directing 3 Kingdom Hearts games. He was co-director or supervisor on the first couple of Dissidias. A lot of stuff like that. I think that you have a situation where if you go look at the timeline, I'm not going to break it all down because there's so much to talk about here, but if you go look at the development timeline, Versus 13 was not in full production until 2010. Because they could not make modifications to Crystal Tools to support a development engine at the same... to put an action game at the same time they were making 13. So even though this game was announced in 2006, development didn't really start until 2010 because they did not have the tools necessary to be making it. And so the real problem was that by that point, they really only had 2 years of development on Versus 13 into 2012 before they then said, the PlayStation 3 is about to come out. We need to just restart this. It's still early from there. It has been said, they vaguely alluded to the idea that Versus 13 was going to be multiple games. I think it was planned to have multiple sequels, from the beginning. That the story was not going to conclude after just one game.
Yeah.
So with that in mind, I think that what happened was they looked at the fact that 13.2's sales plummeted, and the fact that Versus 13 had been in development for so long and said this needs to be one game, and we need to make it 15 to really sell a lot of units, and it needs to be one story. And that was probably where most of the creative decision changes happened, of how do we preserve what we already showed, but how do we make something that's going to operate totally on its own? And I think that's also why you get Kingsglaive, the movie, because we showed this big Tokyo city constantly, but in the 2011 gameplay trailer, which was the only gameplay for Versus that we ever got, in that trailer, we see a lot of gameplay in the city. And when I look at that trailer, it looks extremely ambitious for PlayStation 3. It looks not exactly quite at Yakuza levels of detail, but Yakuza games depict 5 city blocks. And that city was supposed to be a series of action set pieces that lasted maybe 5 hours at the beginning of an open world game. I'm willing to bet that city was a complete bottleneck in production, and someone at the top said, you can't put the city in. It's costing too much money. We're wasting too much time on it. And then they said, well, that's ridiculous. It's at the centerpiece of all of our marketing. Even though we can't get it to run in real time, it needs to be in there somehow. We can't just cut it. Hey, you know what doesn't have to run in real time? A movie. I think that makes
a lot of sense.
I think a lot of stuff that happened with this game stems outward from that.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I feel like Nomura was just really done dirty with this because it seemed like it was a story he conceived and that was really important to him. And that it was actually really cool conceptually. But that perhaps his ambition got, I don't know, quote unquote carried away. But at the same time, he was basically being made to make all these Kingdom Hearts games and stuff. His attention was divided between being an art director, or not an art director, but a character designer on this thing, and then directing Kingdom Hearts games and writing and figuring out how those are going to go, and then kind of on the side, probably not even being given the budget he needed, or the time, or the resources to make the one that was really important to him. Which gives me the feeling that's why Verum Rex exists. It's if you're going to do this to me, you've got to please give me a way to do, it was, I don't know that for a fact, but I
so
get
much
the
work
feeling.
Was already done.
Yeah, that it was really important to him. Otherwise, why does Verum Rex exist at all?
I'm also of the opinion, and I know you're not a big Kingdom Hearts guy, Mike, but I like the Kingdom Hearts series well enough, especially the earlier entries. I feel like you can watch the enthusiasm drain out of the writing in real time from like 2010 onward in Kingdom Hearts, where it just gets a lot less interesting as it goes on. And I don't know if there's a lot of, I don't want to get into that too much. Like, you know, there's probably some Disney interference in that as well. But it really feels like he had this thing that was full of blood and guts and was going to be, there's a really interesting interview about Versus 13 where he talks about, I've actually been very frustrated with the way that a lot of JRPGs are written because I don't like kind of a simplistic two-dimensional anime style to the characters. I prefer something with a bit more real psychology and connection and human connection to the characters. And then he's back over in the Kingdom Hearts kiddie corner after this gets taken away from him.
Yeah, right.
As much as I think that Kingdom
that's why
Hearts
they gave him Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Right. Yeah, because another project they put him on, you know?
Oh, exactly.
It's insane.
And I'll bet you they probably just did that to keep him, period.
Yeah,
you know,
maybe.
A lot of these Square Enix employees, directors of previous games, of course, Uematsu and others, they just left after a while, including Hajime Tabata, by the way.
Yeah.
After 15 came out, he was like, I'm starting my own studio.
I think he almost died in his attempt to try to get this out. He looked miserable towards the end of that game's development. I think he
that's
just could
a commonality
not take that pressure anymore.
Square Enix, we were talking about Yoshitaka Amano, not Amano. Was it Amano? No, Matsuno. Matsuno. Anyways, there's a lot of people who that happens. That seems to be a commonality with Square Enix employees. Not Nintendo, not other companies. Square Enix specifically. They can't retain talent.
Yeah, it seems that, yeah.
But Nomura, after something like this, I could totally see him leaving.
Yeah.
And in order to keep him, I'm guessing here, but my guess is they said, "Okay, we're going to let you remake the game that everybody wants remade, and you're going to be the one to do it. Please forgive us for taking you off of this project."
Yeah, it could be.
I had no idea that was the case, honestly.
Yeah, he got shafted bad.
He did.
Yeah, I felt bad for him big time when I started to learn some of these things.
He's been mostly not allowed to. There was another really interesting interview a few years back when Dissidia NT came out, and they added in a costume for Noctis that was like what his original Versus 13 design, right? And it was called like the Dream outfit because, as you noted, Omen is like seems like a premonition of what that game was. In the DLC, they got canceled. They released a novella saying what was gonna happen in the DLC, and there's a dream sequence that references Versus. There is a there's an interview where it's like not an interview, it was a stream where they're playing Dissidia NT and they show that costume and Nomura's on the stream and someone says this is based on his design from Versus 13 and Nomura says, "Oh, are we allowed to say that now?"
Yep, I remember this. Yep.
For a while, we weren't allowed to say that name.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's clear that this game's development was an absolute freaking mess. But despite all of that, I'm actually kind of amazed knowing that.
Yeah.
That
considering how well 15 came out.
Yeah,
like,
you would think this is a mess of a game.
Right. You would think it's more like a Final Fantasy 14 1.0 situation.
Yes, that's what this would be building up to. What we described here, yeah.
By the time I got to the end of it, I certainly didn't hate the game. In fact, I liked it even better than, say, previous ones that were more polished or maybe more complete or whatever you want to say.
Right.
I think that there's something in this game world and in these characters that despite the layers of retraction and change and all of these things that it went through, like there's still some kernel there that made me so interested in Versus 13 to begin with, that survived that process.
Yeah.
And I still kind of like it, like all things considered. I still like the characters. I still really like it as a Final Fantasy world, like one that feels more like a modern day world, not like some cyber or steampunk or something like that, or a traditional medieval. I like the ideas here so much that there's still something to it that I can't deny. Like, I still enjoy a lot, and I really like the music too. What's her name? Shimomura, who does the
Yoko Shimomura.
Yoko Shimomura. She's great. I love everything she's ever done, basically. And there's like there's a feeling, a sentiment, even in music we're listening to right now, that like I don't know, just really resonates with me personally, and so I'm still kind of excited at some point to jump back into Final Fantasy 15 and play this Royal Edition and kind of see the state of the game now versus like when it launched. But that's probably going to be a while out. But we got to play Final Fantasy 16. That's coming out in 2 days.
Yes.
And that game definitely feels more, how would I put it? Like there was a vision from the start. Everybody was united, and they saw it through, and there weren't a lot of like.
You're right. It seems that way.
Problems along the way. It went smoothly. It went according to plan, and you can tell the difference. I mean, you can just feel it right out of the gate, regardless of what you feel about getting to real technical details about this choice or that choice artistically. Throw all that away. Like Final Fantasy 16 feels like a very, very solid, complete, totally finished, polished experience that has had lots of thought put into it. And I think that more than anything has really like converted tons of people who may have even been like, I'm done with Final Fantasy. This series is a mess now. It's like the first game in a long time that feels like it went through a development process that wasn't a hell. And came out on the other side being what the developers sought to do in the first place
to begin with.
Right? And that's crazy because we haven't had a game like that in this series in a long time. Maybe besides A Realm Reborn and some of those expansions.
Well, yeah, but those
even
were
that
building on the previous
of a
failure.
development hell that came before that, right? So
Yeah.
crazy stuff. But
I did have a question. I was wondering, what do you guys? I noticed you haven't talked about it yet. The summons. How do y'all feel about the summons?
oh, dude, the summons are so dope in this game.
I think they're really cool.
They're freaking awesome. I remember the first time I saw the Rama summon, it was just in some,
Oh my God, that's
trailer
my
or
favorite
something like
one.
that. And I was like literally losing it. It's to this day for me still the coolest iterations of the Final Fantasy summons in the series. I like 15.
And the music is amazing that plays during them.
Remember the first time you see the Leviathan summon?
Yeah,
that was something else. That was pretty cool.
so cool. So
I
there's
just think the
definitely
only-
lots of things about this game that I think are really cool.
I agree.
I just
and
think
I
the
also
only thing I really.
think-
Oh my bad. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Meadow.
you go
Meadow,
first, man. I
Meadow,
talked
you go
too much.
first.
You go first. You go first.
Okay, I was just gonna say I think the only thing that really cripples the summons in the game is the fact that they're kind of like randomized. The fact that
you can't really control it so well when they come out.
they only come about when you like take a bunch of damage or something like that. So
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I didn't like that as much either. But you would probably be pretty OP if you could control the
if you could just summon them whenever you
summons
wanted
any
to.
time
at
you
any
wanted.
time. You would you'd be beating the game pretty quick.
All right. Well, go ahead. One more thing.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I was
No. If you're gonna
Go
say
ahead.
something, go ahead.
no, I was saying it kind of makes me wonder how they'll do the like bigger summons like Knights of the Round or even the summons in Final Fantasy 16 as far as like will they only be stuck to those battles or like
It seems like that's probably the case. There's probably like blocked out sort of events in which the icon battles will take place.
Right.
That probably won't be available in most
Well,
encounters.
it doesn't make sense given the system that 16 has shown us for another character to just summon Ifrit, like do attack for it because it's like wait, they're kind of connected with certain people, right?
Sure.
So it wouldn't make sense for it to be a traditional way. It's like you become the summon.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
All right, fellas, we appreciate you coming on and chatting with us. This was so far, I think, the most interesting discussion I've had because there was a lot of here that I didn't know or I learned. So thank you guys for coming on. And if you're going to keep streaming, feel free to keep doing that. We may return a little later, but we're going to jump in and see where some of the other guys are at right now.
Alrighty.
But
It was a pleasure.
we really appreciate you guys, and we'll maybe talk to you here again shortly.
Alrighty. Bye.
Okay, see ya. All right, let's switch back to us. Yeah, wow, what a
journey
there is to talk about with Final Fantasy 15, right? It's funny to me how that's always kind of like any sort of discussion about Final Fantasy 15 for me just
It
goes
turns
into
this like what
how
happened?
did this happen? because that's the most interesting part of the game, unfortunately, is how it was made versus like what's actually in the game.
And not just how did this happen because it's so bad. It's how did this happen and not be completely awful.
Yeah, right.
Right? Like, I don't know. It's crazy. But it's also the most relevant game to talk about. If
Yeah.
we're going to talk about Final Fantasy 16, it was the last installment. It's,
Yeah.
there's a lot of relevance.
Exactly. So let's see here. Let's take a look at where some of our other streamers are at. We've got FF1 here. He looks to be battling. And let's just go back to Doke. It's been a while since we talked to Doke. I want to talk to him. Let me send him a message here real quick. See where he's at.
Actually right here.
Oh, you're right here.
Oh,
Yeah.
What's up, dude? How are you? How are things going on FF1?
Pretty good. Not too great right now. I'm in the Earth Cave on the way to the Earth Fiend, and I'm down a guy, low on spells.
Yep. This is the FF1 experience. This is what it's all about. It's about being in a dungeon, and one of your guys, usually your white mage, goes down, and then you just try to get out of there.
That's kind of where I'm at right now. I'm very deep in, out of healing items, almost out of spells. Now I'm out of spells. I think it's time to make an exit.
Yeah, get out of there, dude. Yeah, I remember the first time I played it. This was the majority of my experience was being a little bit under leveled, not really knowing that, and then it's trying to escape out of the dungeon once you've made it like 3 floors down, and just like your warrior just carrying you the whole way because the only class that's any good at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, he's like the only thing left. And that's something I found out the hard way too, I guess, or I should say remembered, is the thief class is not that great in this.
It's not. It's terrible, actually.
Yeah,
what it becomes
exactly.
is good. What it becomes is good. But the thief class is actually one of the worst starting classes, which kind of sucks. So usually I just go with 2 warriors rather than a monk or a thief.
Yeah, I was thinking that, as I'm going through, I'm like, man, I wish I picked monk. Just probably would have been a little more, a little easier. But this is just kind of how the game works.
Yeah.
It's brutal, like from the get go.
Have you taken out any of the fiends yet?
This is on my way to the first. Actually,
the first one,
just
the Earth Fiend.
Yep. So I defeated the vampire. I got the rod to break open the rock that's right there.
Yeah. Oh, yep. I remember this.
Yeah, so it's on my way, but I need to make a retreat, go back, heal. And what's worse about this place is the nearest town does not have a place where you can revive your party members.
Oh no! So you gotta
you gotta go a long way.
Dang.
Yep, exactly. I basically have to hop in the boat. Oh, there's 2 down. I think I'm just gonna have to reload at this point.
No, the warrior too. He's the only one who can get you out of here. He tanks all the damage.
Especially the monsters in this place. Like, these wizards are brutal. They're actually what killed
I know. They're the hardest enemies. And then they have the what are those birds called? They're one of the dungeons where they can turn your party into stone. They're like one of the most annoying enemies.
Oh, there I go. Yeah, the cockatrices, they're in here too.
Yeah, the cockatrices, yes. I'm really glad we got to see this, actually, because this is a huge part of the Final Fantasy 1 experience, is dying in dungeons.
It really is.
I love just old video games in general.
Yeah.
It's like people don't realize how hard these
They were
games
freaking hard, dude.
Yeah,
freaking hard.
Like the first Legend of Zelda.
Last time I saved it was right outside town, so I can go.
Oh, this looks sweet. Look at that.
Yeah.
Traversing in a boat.
Yeah,
Dude, that looks awesome.
Really early on. It's after the second
sweet.
town that you get a ship.
No way.
And you can start cruising around.
That looks so cool.
It pits you in a battle against 9 pirates. Then like when you win, it's like, all right, here you can have my boat, and then
they basically give you the ship so you don't.
Oh, sick. Oh, the pirates. That's right.
Yeah.
We were getting there.
Yeah, well, that happened earlier. That's how you get the ship. Yeah. But one thing I was going to mention now that we have this up here. Interesting thing about the way this game is designed. The character in slot 1, where you have your warrior right now, actually is kind of, in a way, in the front row of a battle formation. So, like, around 50% of all physical attacks are directed at whatever character is in that number 1 spot.
Oh, really?
So,
so that has to be a warrior.
You want it to be a warrior badly. If you put your white mage there, you're like in really, really bad trouble.
Huh.
But then, like,
it almost like it works like a tank. Think like almost like MMO mechanics, where you have your tank, your healer.
Yeah.
It's almost like the origin of like, the holy triad, they call it,
There we go. Sorry, guys, I had not
Oh,
switched
no.
over to hit.
I was going to bring it up, but nobody in the chat had mentioned it.
Okay. Anyway,
Sorry, guys.
so we're seeing the game now. Yeah. So then the character in slot 2 gets a roughly 25% of physical damage directed at that character.
Yeah.
And the other two get about 12.5% apiece. So you want your mages in the last 2 spots like they're in the back row.
Yeah. So so instead
Yeah.
of like front back in the rows, it's just top down.
Right.
That's
yeah,
crazy.
exactly.
Exactly. So even as far back as this game, they had this kind of concept of front and back row formation in Final Fantasy. Yeah.
Yeah, and then as like technology improved, they were able to implement that where you could swap which row they're in while keeping. And then the lineup didn't quite matter as much.
Yeah. Man, the overpriced items in the shops too.
Oh yeah, so luckily I have a folder where I had played through it previously, and I have just a list of saves at every stage of the game.
Oh, nice.
Because I got stuck for a little bit. Like there's a good 2 hours just at the marsh cave, and I was like, all right, I need to keep this going a little bit. So I ended up, going to one of my other saves where I had just beaten that, gotten the crown. So
yeah.
And this is the very first area, right?
Yeah, back to Cornelia, the original, or Cornelia. I can't remember which is the official, but
you guys weren't here before. So in a cave, it teaches you how to pull up the world map, and this is it right here. So you start out in that inner sea.
Yeah, that's
and then
so
as
big.
you
that is so cool.
Then as you progress, now through the quest line, they've created a canal so I can now get outside of this inner sea. So that's one thing that's a good thing, is even though that town does not have a place to revive, it's pretty easy to get somewhere that does. You're not trapped and backtracking for a good half hour to get somewhere where you can heal.
Right. Yeah, and then you have to go to the dwarves, right? You have to use the explosives to open up the channel so you can get out of that inner sea to the outside.
Yep. Yeah, it's almost like one of those trading mini quests. Like you have to get the crown to bring to Astos, then defeat him. And he has Matoya's crystal, which you bring to her. She gives you the herb to bring to the prince, who gives you the key, which gives you the TNT. So it's a whole thing.
Just a very NES era type of questing structure. This is just the way that RPGs were designed in this time, right? You need this to get this to get this to get this to get this to then go where you want to go.
Yep.
Some of that carries through today.
See, and in this town, they've got like a desertification going on here, right? So it was once a lush kind of green place, and now it's like drying up, and that's why you got all those like desert tiles in there.
Yep, yeah. The villagers, if you talk to them, they think there was a vampire in a cave that was draining the life energy from the earth. But then you find out after beating it that it wasn't actually that. It's actually the earth fiend. So you have to go back in to that same dungeon, go deeper in, and go defeat him. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. And menuing is a little rough in this.
Isn't it something weird? Like you got to press select to move up and down, and not like the directional buttons.
Oh, luckily the directional buttons do work.
Okay.
But it's just you can't once you select an item, you have to select who it's given to, and you have a very limited amount of space.
That's right. Yeah. Oh yeah. The inventory in this game is a whole different thing, and that's kind of something we haven't really touched on yet in terms of Night Sky Prince was talking a little bit about the gameplay versus story spirit of Final Fantasy, right?
Yeah.
And one thing that was very much a key part of these early FF games was inventory management, because you're going into a dungeon, you do not have enough money to buy 99 potions. So you have to be very deliberate about what you buy, because you're not going to have enough to get everything that you want and the new equipment. And then you're going to have to go 7 layers down in a dungeon, and you'll probably end up having your white mage get killed down there. How am I going to get back out? You got to plan and be really careful about when you use things and not. There was a big focus on should I use my potion now or should I not?
Mhm.
Should I walk, to the next screen before I use the antidote to cure my poison, or should I use it now before I get into another battle and get poisoned again?
Yep. And the
like
poison
that
in
kind
this
of
game
thing.
is brutal too.
Oh, it's
Like,
horrible.
it doesn't drop off. It can only be healed with the pure item. It doesn't get healed in tents or at an inn. You have to use that item to heal it, or unless you have the spell for it too. But actually, you talking about resource management, the spells are another big part of that because there's no MP in this game.
That's right. That's right.
It works off of a D&D style charge system where you only have
Oh, of
5
course,
uses of a level 1 spell, 4 of a level 2. So you are very limited in your spells. You kind of pick and choose when to use them.
Yep. So you save your spells for the bosses.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then
Or
those characters are
sense.
basically doing nothing, and your
The whole
warriors
time.
carrying them all the way down and all the way back out of the
Yep,
dungeon.
exactly. Using maybe the
Yeah,
light
something
mage
tells
skill
me
every
that's
now
how
and
it
then.
would go, though, right?
Probably.
If you
Probably.
had some wizard, he's like got to
Yeah.
brew his potions and get this whole big spell ready, and the warriors just got to defend until the
Yep.
wizard can do his one spell.
Yep. That's
Mhm.
exact. I think that's basically kind of the concept behind it, because
Yeah.
these NES Final Fantasy games were very inspired by Dungeons and Dragons and
Yeah, that's
Wizardry
right.
and Ultima.
Oh, yeah.
They were
Yeah.
basically like their attempts to make those types of games for
In-
Japan.
For Japan,
Right.
oh, gotcha.
And so, I mean, D&D was in Japan, but I mean like a video game version of what Ultima and Wizardry
Yeah.
were, which were Western developed games, I'm pretty sure. And then, we're going to bring that formula over here. And so there's a lot of like classic tabletop RPG sort of mechanics in this.
Oh, yeah,
that,
absolutely.
Over the years sort of got distilled more into what the Final
Mhm.
Fantasy formula became during the PlayStation 1 era, which is almost a subtle, kind of a different genre from what it
Mhm.
started as. But
Especially even in the way some of the attack rolls are handled. Like when you heal, there's almost not much of a minimum. Like I've healed one time, use a cure spell, and it cures almost full. Sometimes it only does 10 HP. There's a very wide range.
yeah, because it's almost like a dice roll,
That's
right?
hard,
it's
man.
like
Yeah,
in D&D,
that's right. It's
you're
like a
doing
dice
a
roll.
dice roll to see, you
That's
have like
right.
a base level at which you'll do damage or heal, but then you do a
Yeah.
dice roll to see how much extra. And sometimes the roll is bad.
Yep.
And so you just don't get the heal that you're expecting to get.
That's life, right?
It's true.
I guess.
That's
Yeah,
the
it's-
abstraction for how they're getting across the idea that sometimes you mess up
Yep.
in life,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you just
you're not
goof,
focused enough.
Yeah. We aren't computers, right? Like,
Yeah.
there's gonna be variance. Every attack you do isn't gonna do the exact same number of pounds per square inch.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, so
All
for
right.
these battles-
What are you feeling for this run? You feeling good about getting to the? Oh, running is a good idea.
Oh
actually.
yeah. Like so far so good. Haven't run into any issues. I stocked up on potions, so it should be good now.
Yeah, I really want to see the
The-
Earth Fiend. That'd be a good.
The matter of
place
trying to
get
remember how to navigate through here, more or less.
How many floors are there in this dungeon? Like 4 or 5?
It's like, yeah, I think 4 or 5 maybe, because there's 3 in the upper level where the vampire is, and after the vampire, I think there's 2 or 3 more.
Yeah.
So yeah, and once you get past that second layer, it only ramps up in difficulty too. Like all the
Yeah,
monsters change.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, and then the monsters become monsters that can one-shot you, which is.
Yep.
You just start running the second you see those cockroaches. Like, oh, run away right now!
Yep. Like, nope, get out of here. And then there's that one hallway in this dungeon too that has the giants.
It's brutal.
And
brutal.
For that one hallway, they cranked up the encounter rate where every single tile is a fight, and it's always against 2 giants, and
Wow.
they can easily one-shot you. It is, if you take the wrong turn, it's like, nope, turn around, get out of here.
Yep. And we got Ka5 in the comments here saying, I play this version like once a year. And despite all the stuff we're saying about how brutal it can be and like how frustrating,
Yeah.
I kind of do the same. I just really love replaying the OG NES FF1. It's just like
Yeah.
a lot of fun. And it's, I don't know, there's just something about this game. I've played FF1 way more than I've played the other 2 NES titles, like more than FF3.
Oh, yeah.
more than FF2. I keep coming back to FF1. It's just there's something special about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, yeah, here we go. This one right here.
Yep, that hallway.
Not
Get out of that
dealing
hallway.
with that. Not dealing with this. And you know, they turn you to stone, and the only item that can cure it is like 800 gold.
I know it's so
my
overpriced.
It's so bad.
The item balance, like the item cost balance in this game, is completely like insane. It doesn't make any sense why that item costs more than like a tent or something.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
what the heck are you thinking?
Yeah, you know, and as the series goes on, they definitely kind of figure that out more. But you know, this
Yeah.
really kind of shows like the also, you know, you have to figure they padded out to, you know, games were shorter back then. Like,
Oh yeah,
if you
they're
blitz
trying to
through
make
this-
it longer. Yeah.
exactly, like you can blitz through this in
That's
like
true.
10 hours if you know exactly where to go, what to do.
Yeah.
But you know,
Hmm.
if you don't, then you could be playing for, you know, 20 to 30, and a lot of times just grinding and, you know, trying to get enough gold to buy items and everything like that.
Sure. Yeah, there's a lot of time spent just trying to grind for the gold you need, or grind for a couple more levels so that you can get another, you know, cast. You get one charge for a cast of whatever spell. Instead of having it once, you could do it twice.
Yep.
It like changes the game, right?
Yeah.
It changes the
Fun.
whole
That sounds.
fight.
Yeah,
But,
it changes
you know,
everything on how you approach it and everything like that.
yeah. And then a lot of the boxes will be empty, so you'll go and you'll spend all this time walking over here, do like 5 fights along the way to go in this room. There's a chest, and it's like nothing. It's like I just like risked my life 5 times for nothing, and now I gotta go walk all the way back and probably fight 5 more fights to get back to where I was on this floor.
Yep. Or like in this
So funny.
dungeon, you walk in a room with a treasure chest, and the second you get close to it, it's like enemy that doesn't spawn anywhere else in the game just appears and deals like 50 to 60 damage per hit, when can almost one-shot your healers. It's
Yep.
rough.
It is a difficult game. It's very difficult.
And that's kind of where the fun is, you know. It definitely
Yeah.
has more of a feeling of like adventure, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like there's not many RPGs like these days where if you turn a corner into the wrong hallway, you're just done for.
Yeah, right. And that, I guess the trend for bringing some of that back, it kind of came with the Souls games, right? Where
Yeah, yeah.
it's like, oh, games were hard again.
And
Yeah,
games
RPGs in particular.
And these
well,
guys
I guess
paralyze your
this is
entire
on a
party.
different level, but like Super Meat Boy,
Oh, yeah.
where it's like hard, but
Oh.
the reset is so quick
Yes.
that it's okay.
Yeah, it's
if you
like
die
you
a
just
1,000 times.
try the same jump
Yeah.
over and over and over versus
Yep.
I have to go back like 30 minutes of progress or an hour.
That's
of progress.
what would kill me in these old games.
Oh, yeah.
Is losing progress, and I just usually would just back away and say that I don't really want
I'm
to
done.
do this anymore.
I
Well, I
gave
think
up
this
on
round's
a lot
still-
of games on the NES, for
Yeah.
sure. I gave up on a lot.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So I just got stun locked for 3
Yeah,
rounds
this is looking
combat.
bad.
No,
This is looking bad.
All right. Woo,
Hopefully,
okay.
Warrior will wake up here. Oh, you got away.
Yep.
Oh, you got. Oh, I thought you got into
Oh,
a battle
gosh.
after one step, but you were going in the
Oh
menu.
my god. No, thank God. I'll use
Yeah,
up
it's
all
tough
my
game.
potions.
All right, let me take a look here at where some of our other streamers are at.
Okay.
Oh, we're okay. I'm gonna go over to Ezzy for a minute. She's in the Final Fantasy 3 DS version, so let me kind of jump over there. We may be back once you get to a fiend. Let me know when you get to a fiend.
All right, we'll do.
Okay. All right, let's see here. Let me send her a quick message so that she knows we're on her stream. Get some Final Fantasy 3 music going. Maybe we should do the Final Fantasy 3 DS
Soundtrack.
soundtrack this time.
Wow, this looks awesome.
Yeah, I like it. I
So,
like it.
what was Final Fantasy 3 remade to get this treatment first or 4?
3.
They did 3. The
was
4
first.
was done after.
Mm-hmm. That's right. I don't know if she saw our ping. Let me send it in here. Hopefully she'll see that. If not, that's cool. We can just comment on whatever it is we're seeing.
I love this. The design here. I really like this. It's a bit chibi. It's a bit like Crystal Chronicles.
Yeah.
Right. But I really like it.
I do too.
And the stuff like this is very charming to me.
There are a lot of people who do not like the graphical style of Final Fantasy 3 and 4 DS.
Yeah.
I get why, but I like it.
Yeah.
I like it a lot, actually. I really do feel like it's kind of faithful to that sort of chibi look that like the early Final Fantasy games were going for.
Hi guys.
Hello.
Hey.
Welcome
Hope
back.
you can hear me well.
Yeah,
Hi. Are you still alive and well after everything?
We are.
We
We're
went
doing
through all
well.
15.
We saw that you're on the DS version, so we wanted to jump over and take a look at that real quick.
This looks really cool.
Yeah.
Look
so
at the textures. Look at the stone textures.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Where are you in the game? What point is this?
We just started. Basically, when you take a look at my party, we only have 3 characters. So the difference, big difference between the original FF3 and the Pixel Remaster and this is that you're kind of unlocking the characters during this entire first chapter, and we don't have any jobs yet at all. So we still don't have the 4th one. We're just at the start, so you haven't missed much. And now you're going to start seeing the differences, really, when we go into the
So
castle.
it's just Luneth and Arc who are down in the cave in the beginning, right? It's not.
It's actually just Luneth, and then we find
Just
Arc
Luneth.
just Luneth, and then we find Arc a little bit later. And
Whoa,
then,
what's up with these people?
They're ghosts.
They're all ghosts. Yes.
Hey, that's good.
But I don't know why they decided to show them as like little, I don't know, like flat people.
Yeah.
But they're
I
supposed to
don't
be
know.
ghosts.
That's kind of how they looked like in Pixel Remaster 2. A little bit different color, but it has that sort of silhouette thing going on. It's funny that looks kind of similar. Let me just actually, I'm kind of curious. Oh yeah, there's this little mold in the rock that tells you that there's a secret passage here. We're gonna be looting that little later.
Check out the secret passage. That was something.
I love that the DS lets you know, because the NES games would not let you know.
You would just have to go walk into every tile and try to find the secret passages.
Bomb every wall.
Pretty much. All right, so we're going to have a conversation with the king now. Who's
there he is.
Basically, yeah, there he is. He's also cursed. This is all a curse that we're trying to solve. So at the beginning of the game, you immediately get an airship to deal with this as a bunch of kids that are 6 or whatever. You get like a bunch of knives and an airship, and you get to deal with the Jin's curse. We have to find the mithril ring in order to take care of it.
Yes, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Good stuff. So between the versions you've played, which one do you like better?
So I've played the entirety of the Pixel Remaster, and this one I've never finished actually, so it's hard to tell. But I prefer the music and kind of the style of the Pixel Remaster, even though I really like the art style of this one, especially like the sprites and that Akihiko Yoshida made, or whatever. I'm probably mispronouncing that, I'm sorry, but I really like that art style. However, I did hear that this version of the game is a lot more difficult, like a lot more grindy. Not sure about that. But
I think that's true. I think the DS versions of both Final Fantasy 3 and 4 were actually pretty difficult. I on the Steam release of Final Fantasy IV, I know for a fact that they added 2 difficulties. So the hard difficulty was the original difficulty of the DS version, and then they added like a normal mode, which is a little easier. I don't think they did that. Did they do that on this version,
No,
Ezzy?
did not
Yeah.
see
So
that.
this is just the same as the 3DS version, which was also tough. I mean, there was I do remember doing quite a bit of grinding in this version of the game, but.
Yeah, especially here, that's a lot in concerns to the last like gauntlet of dungeons, where it's even in the Pixel remaster, it's a bit difficult because you can't really save in between. You can't really heal. It's like a lot of dungeons and a lot of bosses, one after another. But yeah, this is like specific, especially hard because of the saving, how it works, and sort of that sort of stuff. This is also a big difference because the characters are actually named. You probably noticed this is how you kind of get their little backstory, which doesn't exist in the Pixel
And
remaster.
they're not children in this version. they're like
they're like
teenager, adult level.
They're a little bit older.
Yeah, which is cool. I like the characters that they like sort of established for this version of the game.
Yeah, I like them.
I think they're cool.
They have like tropey personalities, but I think it completely suits the feel of the game. It's very cute, and I like it.
Yeah,
how they went about it.
Oh, that's right. There's so many in the comments talking about PSP version. I was going, wait, a PSP. Oh, this version of the game was ported to the PSP.
Oh, was it?
I forgot about that.
Yeah, it was original in Nintendo DS. I'm not sure where was ported. But
Nintendo DS first, and then it came to, I think it came to PSP after that, and then the Steam PC version was the most recent. But
yeah, I'm playing it on Steam right now. So, do we want to have a little looting? It's not long.
Go through the castle.
Yes.
And grab all the treasure.
All the treasures.
How can you not? This is the best
part.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I really Blizzard. So there's also something to note that at this point we don't have any jobs. As far as I could tell, we can still teach them spells at this point. As a freelancer, they can learn them. But I didn't teach anyone anything yet. We're gonna keep that for when we get to the dungeon, when I kind of decide what I want to do with them. So yeah, we're not gonna be playing this version for very long. I just really wanted to showcase that beginning of the game and how it's different and what kind of how the feeling is different. I think a lot of people actually know this version because it's been available.
Right, it's the first version we got outside of Japan was this one. Yeah, I would say more people probably know this version than the Pixel remaster.
Yeah. For me, this one is newer. So I just wanted to highlight a little bit of a difference. And we still are going to play the Pixel remaster part. Like there's one particular portion of the game that I really like, which is the Saronia Castle part, which when we get back to the Pixel remaster, we're gonna play that, and then the Crystal Tower sort of sequence. Even though I cheated a little bit, I have a New Game Plus file for that, so we have like the final boss fights, and we will walk there that entire time. This is gonna be still a long thing, but there's not gonna be bosses. There's gonna be just enough to show how long of a gauntlet that really is.
Yeah, here's another thing that's really cool about Final Fantasy III. You get an airship really quickly.
Early on.
I mean, like at the beginning of the game.
Nice.
You get an airship right away. Not anywhere.
Okay.
But you do get an airship really quickly.
Okay.
Yes.
It gets destroyed not too long after this.
Yeah, you get so many vehicles in this game. It's actually so hilarious.
It's actually, that's probably one of my favorite things about Final Fantasy III is the number of traversable vehicles you get. There's so many different ones. There's like 3 different airships. There's like a submarine, I think. There's like a whole bunch of different ones you get.
And everyone is completely different, and it just makes the game refreshing constantly. There is actually a lot of surprises along the way for the game, and with the traversal types that it gives you. I think that's probably the best part of it, because you keep getting surprised. If you don't know what you're expecting, you just keep getting surprised, like, oh my god, there is a whole like section what you didn't know about. It's crazy. A lot
this is an enemy type I don't remember, like literal coins fighting you.
They do appear. This is copper. They do appear in a gold version later as well. This is interesting. I don't know why I'm already kind of at my dying feet. I think I need to grind a little bit at this point. Oh my god. Okay,
they're hitting pretty hard. Wow.
They are hitting pretty hard.
Are you going to move back to the Pixel Remaster version?
No, let me just check real quick. I have saved a save slot for a little bit in front. Let me just see where I saved it. Oh yeah, just before the Jin fight. So what we're dealing with right now, but grind-free save slot. So I'm gonna do that next. We're going to reset into a file that I prepared a little bit in front of this same thing, just so we get to see the boss, and then I'm going to go back to the Pixel Remaster.
Okay, where did you leave off in the Pixel Remaster?
So we got to, we got to the Fire Temple, and then I died because at that point I was highly underleveled, and then I decided, okay, we've gotten through like most of the things. After this, we kind of unlock Enterprise. There's a little bit of stuff going on there, and then we skipped to the Water Temple, so we did that story arc. Now we're gonna be like skipping from. We played probably about 4 hours of story.
Oh wow! Nice.
In the succession, but then now I'm starting to skip through the fun bits because there's a lot of grind.
A lot of grind in these old FF games, that's for sure.
Okay, let me just try to. Oh, actually, wait. Okay, just a second. We will restart the. Well, up to you guys if you want to be watching this on a main stream or not. But I'm basically, I'm basically that's the little background that I got from this game. That's like a airship concept art. They didn't actually name which one it is, so I'm not sure if there is one. But okay, so we have this one. So see, freelancers, everyone is level 7, and we are basically going through this dungeon. Basically, right in front of the Jin. Well, we picked up the princess. That's one thing that changed, and I do have to get to there, which is not that long, and I'm gonna run through these things just so we are. Oh, I actually turned off the music. Oops. For this one, I just realized that it's completely silent.
All good. We got some music going on our streams. So.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I'll fix it for the streams here. I wanted to actually check. There is one thing that I've heard about the game. It's kind of history that maybe you guys know. I never got to check this information anywhere. Like I didn't find any sources, but I heard that the Elite Four in the Pokemon games were kind of influenced by the gauntlets of this game.
Oh, really?
And like basically year-wise it kind of makes sense because Elite Four was from 96 and this was from 1990, so it could work, but I'm not actually sure. I didn't find
I haven't read that, but there are so many developer interviews, and there's always almost new stuff coming out like every year that I find and I go, whoa, you know, like I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So that's a possibility for sure, but I haven't heard
about it.
That rumor before, so I don't know. I cannot give a confirmation.
Okay, I thought if anyone would know, then it could be you. No, it's leaving it in the
it
theory.
could be
it's
like,
right.
I mean, Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest essentially inspired every JRPG that came after them. So Pokemon being inspired by one of the two would make a lot of sense. A lot of sense.
All right.
And I mean, the Four Fiends were kind of a thing in FF1 and in FF4, and so
would this be equivalent to the weapon, the Emerald weapon, Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Diamond?
How many do you fight in Final Fantasy 7? There's 4 of them.
Well, I think it's Emerald, Ruby, Sapphire, Diamond, right? Isn't that it?
Yeah. Yeah. So that's actually just made me think the other Pokemon games, the Ruby.
Oh, Ruby,
Diamond,
Sapphire, Emerald,
Emerald,
and Pearl, and
maybe the Pokemon Direct game developers really do love Final Fantasy a lot.
Yeah.
Find subtle ways to, you know, throw some references in there. Ultima. Is there a Pokemon Ultima? I've never heard of that. That's
don't actually know. Maybe in some of the newer generations. I don't know.
Oh,
I basically started and stopped playing at Silver. That was my entryway to this.
Silver. Hey, that's a good time to stop.
It is.
Gold and Silver, and then it's kind of unwieldy now. There's like 1,000 Pokemon now, and it's
Yeah, I can't keep up with it.
Yeah.
Okay, come on, Lunith, run. There we are.
My first and last Pokemon game was Pokemon Blue. Not because I didn't like it. I loved it a lot. I just didn't play any of those after that.
Yeah.
I was obsessed with that game for a long time, though. I've been telling myself for years I want to go back and play Pokemon Blue again, but don't think it's going to happen.
Pokemon
too much
Yellow, dude.
on the slate.
Pokemon
Yeah, Yellow was cool because you got to start with Pikachu. Right?
Okay, here we are at the boss. Finally, this is the Jin that cursed
All right,
everybody to
congrats.
go.
Let's see how Arabic the Jin looks.
Huh? Quite.
Pretty Arabic.
Pretty Jin-y.
Pretty Genie.
Genie. Nothing's happening, but why? Oh no. Oh no. We got the evil laughter.
Yep. Got an ace on the sleeve. Yeah, the Canon laugh.
That's right, yes.
N64 Zelda.
All right, so let's see. I don't even remember. Okay, there's just some attacks. Blizzard.
He looks pretty hardcore. There's the legend of the Jinn in Arabia is such that the genie are spirits that are neither good nor bad. They're like in the middle, right?
They're true neutral.
They're neutral, right? They waffle on they're kind of like fence sitters, you could say. And
sorry,
they're centrists. I'm just kidding. Okay,
radical centrist.
That was a bit of a joke, but so they it's great because they'll do kind of they'll do both good deeds and bad deeds, and you would say that the Islamic scriptures would say that as Satan fell down to the underworld and God stayed above, that the Jinn are in between.
Yeah.
Right. And you can ask them and they may help you, but they'll just as soon hurt you. Right.
Yeah.
So be very careful.
Proxy Doug is saying Middle Eastern yokai.
Yes. Oh yeah. It's very, very similar to the yokai. Yeah. Also kind of just similar to the Greek gods in general.
Sure.
Where it's like,
that's true.
They're going to sort of help you, but also they have their own purposes and they might kill you.
They might just.
So be careful asking them for anything.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So how's this fight going? How are you feeling about it?
Well,
things going good so far?
I think it's going okay. I don't actually know. I tested it before that I can beat him, and it was pretty easy. So now I'm like worried that he isn't dead yet. But hopefully it happens soon. We'll see.
That ice attack was really effective.
It was really good, yes. And that's basically all that I have. Yep. That's all. That's the only thing that makes damage, honestly. So I just keep like curing and.
Just make Arc your Arc's gonna carry you through this fight. It looks like.
Pretty much. As long as Arc stays alive.
Yep.
It should be all right.
Come on, Arc.
Yeah, there we go. There are the.
I think he's dead.
Flashes.
He's dead on this one.
Death.
Yes,
right.
I called it.
Yep, there we go.
Nice.
And we
Congratulations.
got a bunch of stuff. Yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, this one has each character kind of.
Sorry.
Go ahead. You first.
If you know if this is the first Final Fantasy with dual wielding, we were discussing it a little earlier. As I didn't play 1 and 2, I'm not actually sure. I think it might be, but I'm not sure.
You know what? I think it is because in Final Fantasy 2, I know you can switch weapons mid-combat. I don't think you can dual wield, but you can do multiple hits. I think in Final Fantasy 2. But yeah, this might have been the first one where you can dual wield. Because isn't that a perk of one of the classes? I can't remember which one. Because I know the freelancers can do it, but I think there's other classes that like if you go to a warrior class, I don't think they'll allow you to hold two swords.
Some of them can only have a shield. Some of them can have 2 weapons or 2 staffs. Like all the mages can, as far as I could.
People in the comments are saying that they think you could do that in Final Fantasy 2. So it's probably FF2 where you could dual wield for the first time.
Okay, so this is the part where we actually now, after the whole section of getting the characters, getting rid of the curse, getting the airship, everything, now we are actually meeting the crystal together and getting the first jobs, which is very different from the Pixel remaster, where you get them right at the beginning and immediately can start leveling the jobs.
Here we go. Good answer from Mark Schwartz. In the NES version of FF2, you could dual wield, but it was bugged, so it didn't do bolt weapon damage. So you could put them in the hands, but basically you didn't get the damage from it. So
you wouldn't
couldn't do it.
Okay. Don't do that.
See, FF2 had a lot of bugs like this.
Yeah.
FF2 was a generally very buggy game, which I think is why it gets its reputation as the black sheep. But it's actually not that bad of a game. It's actually kind of cool.
Yeah.
All right, we're getting to another crystal here.
Yes, this is
Nice.
the first.
Oh, the
this is
first one.
Yeah, this is the first one. This is the first
Of
crystal.
this game.
Yes, basically, Lunet was the only one who saw it at the beginning and like got a little glimpse of the adventure, but only now we are getting to have the whole party at the crystal, and now it's gonna like give us the jobs.
I had forgotten that they had done it this way. It's been a long time since I played this version.
Yeah, it's very different. It really surprised me when I got into it.
Yeah. So this is just going to give you your first 5 basic jobs: your warrior, your black mage, white mage, red mage, and monk.
Yes, I believe it also gives you a thief here right away.
Oh, a thief.
So it's a little bit different than the other one. And here we have the crystal. That's the one that really reminds me of Heidelin crystal at the beginning
Looks
of Final
a lot
Fantasy
like that.
14.
Yep.
It's like really similar.
That was what I tried to base this crystal in the graphic behind us on, was basically that kind of. Let me pull it up here. I created an animation for the Final Fantasy retrospective series.
That's Akihiko Yoshida is the character designer of this particular remake and Nier Automata 14 and 16. So it's like very cool that we're playing this now, at least a little bit.
Yeah.
That's pretty much the beginning of the game, and I'm not gonna go any further because it's a grinding game, and I want to get back to the Pixar remaster myself. But I think a lot of people enjoyed this one. Everybody who did play it really gave me positive feedback, so I think you could basically pick any one of them, really, depending on your preferences. If you haven't played it before, this one might be a bit more grindy, but if you like that, then it doesn't matter.
Okay. Well, we're going to jump over to Final Fantasy IV now, so we'll maybe come back a little bit when you get a little bit further into the Pixel Remaster version. But we'll see how it goes.
Let you know with the end parts, if not sooner, so we might see each other and have fun with Final Fantasy IV. Going back to my chat.
Okay, sounds good.
See ya.
See ya.
Bye.
All right. Okay. Let's get our Final Fantasy IV stream back up here.
I'm here, y'all. If
What's up?
How are you guys? It's funny, I've been flipping back. I've got your stream on the whole time, flipping back with everyone's stream. So it's been super fun. Oh my gosh, everyone's so
a lot of fun.
This has been
knowledgeable. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been
So where are you at here?
So this is a save I booted up from the Complete Collection on PSP.
Oh, nice.
And it's where am I? The Lunar Ruins. I was in Tower of Babel, but I'm here towards the end of the game.
Oh wow, cool.
And it's been super fun.
Look at how medieval. Look at it. That city looks so cool.
Can you guys see my
Yeah, we're on your
Okay.
We see you.
Your stream
Oh,
now,
okay.
so.
Yeah.
So now I'm here in the Lunar Ruins, and then you notice Rydia is basically a grown adult, which is so cool. You know, because she grows.
So you're really far into the game.
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
Oh, maybe I need to
We're not
refresh here.
exactly seeing. No, he's
Okay.
moving.
Heard it. I'll wait.
Just to make sure. Okay, now
There we
I
go.
think I think
Yeah.
we're caught up. There you go.
Okay, good. Sorry,
Now
I'm
we're
on a
seeing it.
delay watching your stream just to make sure. Gosh, I think I forgot to say how awesome. Like, this was the first game when I played it as a kid where there was something awesome with these characters. Like Tella, basically is like this old mage, right? And he basically I don't know how to explain it, but like he gets older and he gets kind of weaker, if that makes sense, based on his age.
Yeah. Right.
And
right.
Rydia grows up into an adult. Now she's back as a kid here. And just it blew my mind when I was a kid.
Yeah. The attention to detail, storytelling in the gameplay kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
And and when I was a kid, I think this is why I'm a data scientist, is because I had like a little journal when I would play these RPGs, these old RPGs, where I would just keep track of stats and HP and just just being a numbers person.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's funny.
Yep. That's actually a good point, though. They do that a couple of times in this game where, like, I never really thought about the tele thing, but it makes a lot of sense because your mages get a lot stronger than him, even though he has like end game level spells.
He does, but he can't
him being
cast.
An old man. Right?
Yeah, he doesn't have enough MP.
Yeah, exactly. And like with Rydia too, it's like I especially love the part where, because her village was burned in the beginning of the game, she doesn't want to use the fire spell.
Yes,
right?
that's
so
right.
she doesn't even have the fire spell available until a certain point of the story where they need her to melt some ice to progress. And they're like, and Rosa's sort of like coaching her through it, like, listen, I know it's scary or whatever, but like, you know, you're strong and you can do it. And then as soon as she does that, the fire spell gets into the spell list. So like they even all the way back to this time, they were sort of using the gameplay to tell the story in good ways.
It was also
I hadn't really thought about that with Tello though. That's good.
Yeah, it's really cool. There's like I gotta send you like this chart that I drew when I was researching how like in certain portions of the game, and the only time I think is when he can finally cast Meteor on Golbez. I think is like when he finally casts it.
Yeah, right.
Because he finally has enough MP to use all of his MP to do it. It was just really cool.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot how tall the sprites were in battles in this version.
I love this version.
Tall.
I absolutely adore this version.
I'd see, as far as the 2D versions go, this is definitely the best looking one.
Yeah, I like it better than what they did with the Pixel remaster.
Yeah, I think a lot of people agree in the chat too.
And the funny thing is, and you know, I was watching actually one of your old Final Fantasy IV reviews, which is actually how I discovered the channel a long, 10 years ago, I think. And you know, I had forgot about it as a kid that they kind of had heavily censored all the Judeo, Christian story beats and themes, right?
Yeah.
And but there was still something there, and I was always interested. That's why I gush whenever Kaysen gets into any theological discussions or any. It's like the best stuff. That's why I was so psyched, because Xenogears is my favorite game.
Oh yeah, dude.
And oh my god, I was just gushing over that. And that's when I went back to this game and realized, okay, wait, they started doing this in this game. And because I remember playing Xenogears as a kid when it first came out, like I literally, because of this game, I bought every Squaresoft game. Anything that said Squaresoft. I mean, I went to I bought a PS1 instead of an N64 because of this game. So when I played Xenogears because it came out, I got it a day of. I went to the library and I had to do all this research about Freud and Karen Horney and Nietzsche.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it all comes to this from this game. I mean, it's awesome. I adore this game.
This was the start of the involved, like, dramatic storytelling in RPGs. This was the first game that really tried that. And so, Square over the next 5 to 6 years after this just like progressively got more and more complex.
Right.
And Xenogears was like the peak of that. But
it was. What type of religious elements were not included in the original version of this game, the American version?
So a lot of the symbols, like all the crosses, will be removed from the buildings. And they changed the name of the spell holy to white. So they wouldn't even call the spell holy.
Yes.
They just called it white. So it was a lot of that sort of thing. Mostly was anything that was overtly Christian imagery wise.
Now I've heard some of that was top down by Nintendo.
Yes, it was a Nintendo of America policy
here. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Nintendo of America was the one that dictated that, which is why the Japanese version has it, and the American SNES version did not. Yeah.
Did Ted Woolsey
policies of Nintendo of America at that time were really, really strict. Like
I wonder
really
why.
strict.
I really wonder why. That's so interesting.
What were you gonna say, Mike?
I was gonna ask, was it Woolsey that translated this game or localized this game?
He started on FF5.
Okay.
But that game didn't actually get released, so like then 6 ended up kind of being the first FF that he worked on, right?
Huh.
Let's see, I'm getting notice here. Okay, just taking a break. Got it. Okay. People just letting me know what they're up to here. Okay. Anyway.
A five-person party.
Yeah.
In the battle.
Yeah.
How cool is that?
That's very cool.
In fact, I don't think there's another FF game that
This is
does
the only
that.
one,
There is
the
not.
only one that goes up that high. Yeah.
Have to move over to Suikoden or something if you want a bigger.
Okay, so there's a lot of people texting me here of cool stuff coming on. We got the Bahamut Alexandra attack on Alexandria stuff happening.
Okay.
Okay. We'll jump over to that one next. So, is this the final dungeon here of FF4?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I forget how long the dungeon is.
It's so long.
Is it a long one?
Yeah, it's so long.
Back then, they always had the stupidest, longest dungeons in the world for the final dungeons. It was always my least favorite part of the early FF games, actually, were the final dungeons. It just, they drove me crazy. FF3 is
oh my gosh.
Brutal, dude. Brutal.
And in the remake, it's even more brutal.
Yeah. Geez, crazy.
It's so hard in the remake. It's insane.
Yeah. Okay, well, while you work through this, hit me up when you get to the final battle. But we're going to jump over to FF9 to look at something cool real quick.
Yeah,
so
no
we'll
worries.
right
I
back.
actually have to drop for a bit. So if I don't jump back, I just want to say thank you guys so much for having me on. It was an absolute pleasure. And hopefully I'll stay in the Discord chat just to make sure. But I have to go take care of my little one for a bit.
Okay, okay, sounds good.
We understand that. All right. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you guys. Take care.
You too.
See ya. Let me come back into here real quick. We'll get some FF9 music going.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hello.
Hey.
Hi. I was just ranting about how annoying trance is.
Oh,
and
nice.
how horrible the timing is.
All right, let me find your stream here real quick.